the JFK assassination, JFK Revisited through the Looking Glass, co-author of the JFK assassination chokeholds that proved there was a conspiracy. One of the things that people will learn from watching the documentary and reading the book, JFK Revisited, is that we can't even place Oswald on the 6th floor of the Texas Book Depository building during the assassination. Jim, tell me about the ladies on the stairs.
Well, this is something that we decided to really do something about in the film and in the book. Okay, these were two secretaries, that is Sandy Stiles and Vicki Adams, who were watching the motorcade, and then after the motorcade had passed under the trestle, they ran out of their office and down the stairs, okay, to see what they could, see what was left over from the assassination. And neither one of them heard or saw us. It was detonations estimated like 10 or 15 seconds after the assassination. Very difficult to believe that they wouldn't have seen or heard Oswald on those stairs. But later on, because of the review board, there was a third witness, Dorothy Garner. Okay, she was their supervisor, and she went ahead and told the deputy attorney general, okay, in Dallas, that yes, that she saw Sandy and Vicki run down, and she didn't see anybody on the stairs until the policeman and the supervisor, Roy Truly, came up the stairs. So she's a terrific witness, and let me put the cap on that. The cap on that is this, that the Warren Commission knew about it, because the Assistant Attorney General sent a note to Jayleen Rankin, who was the chief counsel, and they knew about Dorothy Garner backing out Sandy Stiles and Victoria Adams. All right, and this was one of the things that I believe it was declassified by the ARB, of the whole Dorothy Garner thing. And in the new book, the JFK assassination chokeholds, let me add something that's, I think, is kind of really important. See, nobody has really gotten into the whole law of the ARB, but we had a couple of lawyers who did, and I'm sure you know this, Richard. Everything was supposed to be declassified in 2017. Right. Well, here we are in 2024, and we're still waiting. But it was nuggets like what I just said about Dorothy Garner that made the ARB so exceptional. In the book, I also wrote about, Oliver was talking about the doctors and the photographs of the brain. Well, in the book, I devoted a whole chapter in chokeholds to this phenomenon because, as Oliver was alluding to, one of the guy is supposed to be the autopsy photographer. When he was deposed by the review board, they put the pictures of Kennedy's brain, on an easel. And they asked him, did you take these pictures? And under oath, he says, no, I don't think I took those pictures, because that's not the right film. I did not use hand-scope film. And that's not the right technique. In fact, this is from a press pack. You can tell by the numbers in the right-hand corner. I didn't use a press pack. Okay. See, this was really, to me, this was a disgrace that the American public didn't know this. Okay. And so I put a whole chapter in the JFK assassination chokeholds about this very subject, the mystery of Kennedy's brain. How I believe, and I really do believe this today, that this is the best evidence we have for a high-level conspiracy in the John F. Kennedy assassination. And we would not have known about it unless it was for the ARB. And so our book
as well. And one of the medical examiners talking about seeing what is supposed to be Kennedy's brain, and it's in some kind of a jar, but it's brain, meaning it's been, according to his expert opinion, a brain that looks like that. It's not pink, it's gray. It's been in formaldehyde for weeks and weeks.
That's true. And what we have, what's so odd about it is Kennedy the funeral was actually 4 days after. Okay, and Berkeley, the guy who was in charge, of the Admiral Berkeley, who was actually at Bethesda, accused that chief pathologist that he gave the brain to Berkeley. Okay, and so that it could be buried with the body. Okay, well, if it was in formaldehyde, and I guess we should explain what that means. See, during an autopsy, when you remove the organs, like the victim's brain, you're supposed to put that in formaldehyde so it will solidify. Okay, so it will be able to be sectioned, which was not done in this case. All right, and so the guy they brought in testified that he said this looks like a very, very well preserved brain. It's been in solution for a week or two. And Doug Horn, said, well, we knew that wasn't true. So this is part of the evidence, and this is what I wrote about in the book, okay, that indicates that those pictures are not of Kennedy's brain. And so we originally did this. Let me explain the title of the book. See, we wanted to center on subjects that could not be contradicted by the other side. Okay? And so this is how we arranged the book the way we did. I mean, our 17 impersonations of Oswald, is that a coincidence? I don't think so. Matt Ruffin wrote that chapter. All right? And we talked, the last chapter is the continuing obstruction of justice in the JFK case. This has been going on now for 60 years. Does that sound to you like Oswald is guilty? I mean, they're still obstructing, what is supposed to be the law? I don't think so. And then we had another chapter about the dissidents inside the official story. I'm sure you know this. Maybe some of your audience doesn't. What we know today is that the Warren Commission was a minority report.
Yeah.
We know that because Richard Russell, John Sherman Cooper, Cale Fox, and Gerald Ford ended up joining on the report. And they objected to the single bullet theory while it was in process. And how do we know that? Because Cooper's assistant, a guy named Morris, told him that Cooper told him that Ford had very serious problems with the Warren Commission case. Now, he can go ahead and flap his mouth out. That's easy. But now we have it from somebody who's right there. Okay? So the Warren Commission report is really a minority report. And it took us all this time, to figure this out.
Well, you mentioned Gerald Ford.
That we put in the book.
Yeah, Ford, in the documentary, I wasn't aware of this. I'm learning so many new things. Gerald Ford, in 1974, he's president. He admits to visiting French President Giscard d'Estaing that he thought it was a conspiracy. He admitted it.
Yeah, he told d'Estaing that. D'Estaing let that out years later, okay, that he asked Ford, what do you think about this Warren Commission stuff? You were there, and Ford told him in private, well, we knew it was some kind of organization behind the assassination, but we couldn't figure out who. Okay, so we did what we did for growth. Okay, isn't that incredible? Isn't that priceless?
Well, here's the thing I don't understand, Jim. If Ford felt that it was a conspiracy, why did Gerald Ford change, the account of, that bullet hole that was in Kennedy's back? And then all of a sudden they have to explain how through his travel up several inches and then through his throat. Ford, in his own hand, changed the document to basically, I don't know, change the narrative so that the single bullet made sense, the magic bullet made sense. Ford did that.
Yeah, you're exactly right. That's one of the things the review board discovered, that Ford had changed the report to raise the backbone into the net. And my answer to your question is, I think it's what John Conley said. The figure would apply. When a reporter asked John Conley many years after, did you believe the Warren Commission? John Conley said, not for 5 seconds. Okay, and then why didn't you say something? And he says, words to the effect, the country needed to be healed after a traumatic experience. I didn't want to raise a ruckus. And I believe that's what Gerald Ford's rationale was also. Okay, that even though he knew what the truth was, he wanted this nightmare to go away. Okay, and so that's what he did. Maybe that's the reason he pardoned Nixon too.
Another amazing passage in the documentary and in the book JFK Revisited Through the Looking Glass has to do with the eerie parallels between the Tampa plot to assassinate Kennedy, the Dallas plot, which of course was successful, and the Chicago plot, which was foiled and then they never went to Chicago. But can you talk to me about the parallels with those three plots? In each case, there was a patsy, there was a parade route, there was a placement at a convenient job.
The guy who has done so much great work on this is a guy named Paul Good, who is one of the co-authors of the JFK assassination chokeholds. He did this. What this is called in criminal investigations is, investigating prior instances or similarities. He wrote a chapter in this book, assassination chokeholds, prior flaws of fair play to Cuba committee, okay, and useful idiots. What you're talking about here is a guy named Gilberto Lopez. Gilberto Lopez was from Cuba. He was in Tampa, and he attended a fair play to Cuba committee meeting while he was there. All right. Now, right after the motorcade, and by the way, I believe that's the longest motorcade that JFK was ever involved in. I think it was 27 miles.
Yes.
And it ended up at a place called the Floridian Hotel. The Floridian Hotel was completely covered. They had all kinds of FBI, Secret Service, local police, state troopers on every floor of the hotel. All right? And it turned out okay. JFK was so happy, he insisted on staying after and congratulating everybody else who guarded him that day. Gilberto Lopez goes to Texas after. I wish I was kidding, I'm not. He goes to Texas after. He then goes to Mexico City after that. And then from Mexico City, he took a flight to Cuba after. Now, I don't have to tell your listeners how similar that is to what many people thought the scenario was going to be with Oslo.
Yes.
Okay? I mean, could that be just a coincidence? Now, why was there all this coverage in Tampa? Because of what happened in Chicago previously. Okay? In the Tampa motorcade, I believe, was November the 18th. In Chicago, there was an attempt to kill JFK, I believe it was on November 2nd or 3rd. Okay? This one, now again, if I tell this story, I hope your listeners don't think I'm making it up. Okay, because I'm not. Okay. Paul does a great job on this, in chokeholds. What there was again, he was at a place where the U2 was while he was in the service. He is like the Gilberto Lopez of Chicago. Now, this plot was blown because a maid in one of the hotels, the guys left the door open, and she reported they looked like a couple of Latin Americans with rifles, okay, inside the hotel room. All right? And so the FBI turned this over to the Secret Service. The Secret Service went ahead, picked up the leg, and then they took down a couple of the Cubans. I think there was 4. They only caught 2 of them. All right? And then this was all covered up. This was all covered up. It was not divulged until many, many years later. Okay? And I believe to this day that if the Chicago plot had not been covered up, I don't think Dallas would have happened because the Chicago plot was so similar to what eventually happened in Dallas. You know,
Right. I mean,
that's a couple of them.
right. But the other thing with Chicago with our Jordan LeVay is he's basically living in Long Island. They move him from Long Island to Chicago the way they moved Oswald from New Orleans to Dallas. They find him conveniently. They find LeVay conveniently. They find him a job in this tallest building on the parade route. Mirroring Oswald getting a job conveniently at the 6th floor of the Texas Book Depository, or this at the Book Depository building. I mean, come on, the parallels there are just stupid.
See, and the thing is, like I've always said, okay, and I said, like, Pablo did a great job on this in the book. Kennedy was not getting out of 1963 alive. I mean, come on, are you really serious? 3 in November. Chicago, Tampa, and then the successful one in Dallas. You know, what would have happened if he would have got out of Dallas alive? Would there have been 4 in December?
Did they have a plan D? They had a backup plan and a backup plan and a backup plan.
Right.
Yeah, a lone gunman indeed. We're going to open up the phone lines when we come back. James DiEugenio is with us, and yes, we are revisiting JFK. There's so much to talk about, and we'll get to your calls as well. Now, taking us into the break, here's Brian Wilson in Southern California, right here on Coast to Coast AM.
Hi, I'm Drew Barrymore, and let me tell you how Tidy Cats simplifies litter care while giving your cats what they deserve. Do you have a finicky feline like mine? Neat, you heard me. Try Tidy Care Comfort with smaller granules for a gentle paw feel. Or maybe you want to keep an extra eye on your cat's health. That's what Tidy Care Alert is all about. It uses color-changing crystals to help alert you of potential health concerns. Who knew that keeping an eye on my cat's health could be so simple? Nunca sabrás lo que se siente hasta que vengas aquí y lo vivas tú mismo en el Disneyland Resort. Porque aquí y es aún más grande, mejor. Es donde se vuelve un Star Wars, Rise of the Resistance. Son muchas sensaciones asombrosas a la vez. Eso es lo que se siente cuando estás en el Disneyland Resort. Y no hay mejor momento que ahora. Visita Disneyland.com para detalles importantes. Requiere boletos
Dodger fans, step up to the plate for the Spectrum Season Ticket Sweepstakes. Visit a participating Spectrum store and enter for a chance to win our grand prize, a pair of Los Angeles Dodgers season tickets. Plus, hundreds of bonus winners can win a 50-inch smart TV. Hustle, sweepstakes ends March 17th. For more information and official rules, go to spectrum.com/2024sweepsLA. No purchase necessary. Open to U.S. residents 18 plus in California. Odds of winning vary by location. Fully prohibited.
With all eyes on the NBA, the time is now to get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NBA. New customers who deposit $5 or more can get a no-sweat bet up to $1,000 back in a bonus bet. What's a no-sweat bet? It's just like getting an offensive board. Miss your first shot and you get another chance to score. That's right, get a bonus bet back in the amount of your original bet if your first bet doesn't hit. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now and use promo code IHEART. New customers can get a no-sweat bet up to $1,000 if your first bet loses. Only on DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. One no-sweat bet per new customer. Issued as one bonus bet based on amount of initial losing bet. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Deposit wagering and eligibility restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/promos. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
This is a radio ad for Dupixent. Dupilumab, a prescription medicine for people 6 months and up with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of Dupixent. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within, but you can see how Dupixent can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, and throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent. Visit Dupixent.com or call 1-844-DUPIXENT. Your favorite guests or topics ever again. Remember, a 1-year subscription comes out to only 15 cents a day. Sign up today at coasttocoastam.com.
School bag in hand, she leaves home in the early morning, waving goodbye with an absent-minded smile. I watch her go with a surge of that well-known sadness. I have to sit down for a while. The feeling that I'm losing her forever. Oh, I'm never really entering her. I'm glad whenever I can share her laughter, that funny little girl, slipping through my fingers all the time. I'm trying to catch everything in it, the feeling in it, slipping through my fingers all the time. Do I really see what's in the mind each time I think I'm close to knowing? She keeps on going, slipping through my fingers all the time.
To talk to Richard Serrett, call the wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk to Richard from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, toll-free, call 800-618-8255. This is Coast to Coast AM with your guest host, Richard Serrett.
Sitting in for George Norrie, and this is Declan McKenna and his wonderful reimagining of ABBA's Slipping Through My Fingers. So if you love Coast to Coast AM, you're going to love George Norrie's stream television program Beyond Belief. And you can join George every week for thought-provoking discussions on paranormal phenomena, conspiracies, and all things unexplained. Just go to beyondbelief.com, beyondbelief.com, and start watching episodes straight away. Beyondbelief.com. Back to more of my conversation with JFK assassination researcher James D. Genio right after this timeout on Coast to Coast AM.
Your tax refund belongs to you, not an identity. For $6 billion in tax refunds were flagged by the IRS for possible identity theft in 2023. And if you're to buy this tax season, LifeLock can help. LifeLock monitors and alerts you to identity threats. You may miss on your own. Even if you're careful with your personal information, you do become the victim of tax-related identity fraud. LifeLock has U.S.-based restoration specialists ready to help solve your identity issues. Plus, all LifeLock plans are backed by the $1 million protection package, meaning LifeLock will reimburse you up to the limits of your plan if you lose money due to identity theft. Let LifeLock help protect your financial information, so all you have to do to worry about is what to do with your tax refund. Go to LifeLock.com, save up to 25% in your first year with promo code George. That's promo code George for 25% off at LifeLock.com. Identity theft protection starts here. LifeLock.com.
Real people, real stories.
I was only 6 or 7 days, but the exhaustion lasted for 2 years. I had this horrible brain fog. My memory never really totally returned. I kept hearing the carnivore, and I was like, I'm going to try it. I tried it 10 days to 2 weeks after taking the carnivore. I could not believe what happened. I'm 70. I had energy like I was 40. The thing that was so remarkable to me is I wasn't exhausted anymore. I had my clarity and my brain back. I mean, do you know how much it means to be able to think again? I was really happy about that. It's like I kept telling everyone I have a brain again.
Call 866-836-8735. That's 866-836-8735. Or visit carnivore.com. That's carnivora.com.
Welcome back to Coast AM. Richard Sarah sitting in for George Norrie. James D. Eugenio, JFK assassination researcher, is with us. And the website, kennedysandking.com. kennedysandking.com. And let's go to the phones. And we begin with Robert in Pittsburgh. Robert, welcome to Coast Travel. I'm Jim D. Eugenio.
Good evening, gentlemen. Thank you for taking my call. I have a couple things I want to say, and I would like at the end of my contribution to identify myself spiritually speaking. I called in for a second time in my life today, but about 6 weeks ago, there was another researcher that was on the same subject matter, and he brought to light the identity of the man who paid 5 hit squads to kill Kennedy, including one Sicilian hit squad, and I'm a Polish Sicilian. The Lefties from Palermo, the family never knew, but he worked the guy, Rothschild, the French financier, and George had him on about 6 weeks ago, and I was able to get through, and I made some comments to them, and they mentioned about Time magazine right after they killed Kennedy. They put him on the front cover. I went out to eBay in 1963. I bought 3 copies of that for my library. Now, I've been a student of the business history, the spiritual view, history, biblical prophecy, eschatology, the big picture, since I was 18 years old. I have been involved in a spiritual journey. To a degree, I'm like any man in all the world. I'm going to use a term for you. I'm the choice here.
Okay, let's just get to the Rob. Do you have a specific question, though, Robert? Rather than, because we have a lot of calls and little time. So
Yeah,
let's get Jim in here. The Rothschild connection.
The short answer is no. I don't know about this guy. Okay. I'm sorry.
All right. Let's say hi next to John is in Cleveland. John, welcome to Coast.
Well, I'm glad you brought up the dual nature of this. Not only the vast, powerful organization, I'm referring to the CIA and the media, because it could not have been perpetrated as well as covered up without the collaboration, the close-knit collaboration between the CIA, I believe, and I think approved perpetrators and the CIA media. And I used a very long time ago a search phrase called labeled CIA Operation Mockingbird controls media and movies to demonize countries for U.S. attacks against those countries. And I think unless we begin to realize that the opposition to the truth up here, the rare and brave truth tellers, one of which is on this program, now nothing will be accomplished because, as Mark Lane, one of the original researchers into the CIA perpetration of the assassination, God, after a long struggle with the CIA to get his file, his secret file, it turned out that they had many elements throughout the media to discredit him. They had, by the number, dozens of talking points that were given to talk show hosts, to so-called experts, and others to discredit him. I think that is really key to call him simply a greedy looker after his profits from his books. And the term conspiracy theory was practically invented by the CIA.
And we're familiar with that, John. Jim, if you could, thank you for the call, John, and it raises a good point, but something we alluded to earlier, and that was that interview Walter Cronkite did with John L. McCloy, the Warren Commissioner, and how McCloy and his daughter were working behind the scenes with the president of CBS to shape and manipulate that show, so that basically McCloy didn't have to answer any of the tough questions.
That didn't come out until many years later. So in other words, if you were watching the show, you wouldn't know that John McCloy was a chief consultant for CBS on that program. But he wrote, I believe, 9 memos. And he actually was instrumental in turning the program around. Because if you can believe it, and I know this is hard to believe, CBS was actually going to do a fair and objective program on the Warren Commission. But then obviously what happened, I believe, is that John's daughter, who was an administrative secretary to the president, obviously told John what was happening. And he interceded with the process and stopped it cold. Incredible story about Operation Mockingbird.
Yeah, pretty damning, really. And the same thing going on really at all the major networks, I would imagine.
And also the newspapers and magazines. Because Time Life, you can believe it, Life magazine was going to do a reopening of the case. And then one of the high-level executives there, ended up putting the kibosh on that. He let go Chink Thompson and Byrne, who were the 2 best researchers that they had. And the same thing happened with the New York Times. NBC actually asked the FBI, if certain points would be okay with them.
Yeah, so nothing has changed. Let's go east of the Rockies, and Melissa is in South Carolina. Melissa, you're on the air with James DiEugenio. Go ahead.
Hello, Richard. Thank you. Thank your family for me and all of us for sharing you. You're a blessing to all of us. And I listened to the guest a number of times when you've had him on, and it disturbs me because I was 11 years old when this happened, and it impacted me when I saw Lee Harvey Oswald shot. I was a kid, and it impacted me, and still never heard about, people who were witnesses who died shortly thereafter. But anyway, to your guest, it bothers me that you laugh and protect people like Gerald Ford and Richard Russell and John Connolly, saying, "Oh, well, we have to protect the American citizens." And to me, they were all part of that, and I don't understand how you can laugh and make light of them and all the other researchers, not just are saying, but all these other researchers who tie all these people together with the CIA and all of that. And I would really like for you to explain how you can laugh about it, because I feel like these are the people who covered it up.
Well, the short answer to that, as they say, life has two faces. As the ancient Greek tragedian said, you either laugh or you cry. Okay, and I've cried too many tears over this case to keep on doing that. And if I have any sense of humor about this, it's about the hypocrisy, that these guys put on. All right, I mean, Gerald Ford is a great example. John Connolly, he made a choice. All right, and I believe it was to try and keep his political career alive after the assassination. He did not want to become a guy from the outside in. And so he made a political choice, and I believe that's the best way to explain why he did what he did. Now, Richard Russell is a little bit different, because once he heard what happened, he actually did try and speak out on this, on how bad the Warren Commission was. And he was probably, until the day he died, which I believe is in the early 70s, he was probably the most outspoken one of those, of the people on the Warren Commission. He denounced it pretty, especially right before he passed away, with an interview he did with the local Atlanta TV station.
Yeah, we're 60 years on. I mean, I think it's okay to laugh at the absurdity of it. When you look at, for example, the evidence about the chain of custody for CE 399, you have to throw your hands up and kind of laugh and say, "My God, this is beyond the veil." Thank you for the call. Was that Melissa we had in South Carolina? Anyway, I wanted to ask you a question here from John on the email. He said, "Richard, please ask Jim what Tippett's mission was and what his orders were and why Tippett was murdered." This is J.D. Tippett, the Dallas police officer who supposedly or allegedly confronted Oswald in the Oak Cliff section of Dallas, an hour after the assassination, and Oswald allegedly shot and killed J.D. Tippett. What happened there?
Well, first of all, I don't think Oswald shot and killed Tippett. In fact, I think you make a very good argument that Oswald wasn't even on the scene at the time, because it would have taken too long to go from his apartment house at Beckley to the corner of 10th and Peyton, in 5 minutes. It's kind of ridiculous. It's 9/10 of a mile. See, the whole mystery about J.D. Tippett is, what was he doing from the time of the assassination to when he confronted whoever was his killer, at the corner of 10th and Peyton? Because there's 5 witnesses who saw him at a gas station looking at the Vietnam that came over from Dealey Plaza to that section. I think it was in Oak Cliff. All right. What was he doing in Oak Cliff anyway? Because that part of Oak Cliff was not his station. Then, of course, there was the guy he pulled over and started looking in the back of his car. What was he looking for? Then he goes to the Tip Top record store, and he walks in a huff, and he grabs the phone, and he makes a phone call. And then he goes back out, and he drives off in his car. What was he that? You won't find that in the Warren Commission report, of course. Okay, but these are all things that we have found out since. So this leads to the question, exactly what on earth was Tippett doing, pulling over whoever he pulled over? Okay? Very, very strange behavior.
Was his order maybe?
figure out.
Maybe it was his mission. He was supposed to kill the vaccine. He didn't do it. So
That's what some people actually think. And Henry Wade, who was a district attorney at that time, he made a comment later on that said that Dallas police knew about all before the Secret Service broadcast, description. Okay, that they knew about all of this somehow and where he was, which is an amazing story if it's really true.
All right, let's grab a quick call here. Time is tight. Charles is in California. Charles, welcome to College Drama Line with GDO.
Thanks for this program. Just wanting to know this. But exactly why was he killed? In other words, you guys started to get there. I haven't really got a clear answer as to him. Like, this is the reason, or these are the three primary reasons. Something clear, this really plain, to be understood.
All right, go ahead, Jimmy.
It's just a question, why was Kennedy killed? Is that what he's asking?
Yeah, just a call.
I believe that it was because of Kennedy's foreign policy, of his détente, on his attempt to achieve a détente. Oliver said this with Cuba and Russia, and the fact that he was much more sympathetic to third world struggles. Okay, than previous.
Rabbi, how are you doing? This is JP.
What up, Pimp? I'm living like a G. How are you?
I'm good.
What's doing your neck of the woods?
Peter right now.
What'd you say?
I set up with my friend Peter right now. He's from Germany.
Shout out to Peter. Shout out to Germany. What's new, baby? What up, what up? How are things in your neck of the woods?
You're echoing a little bit on here.
Oh, apologies. How are things in your neck of the woods?
Hi. How are you doing?
I'm kicking ass, taking names. How are you?
Great. Thank you, Peter. Enjoying the life.
Hell yeah, man. That's what it's about. How's Squirrely doing?
Oh, pretty good. Just chilling, looking at charts and everything. Do you see you take your Bitcoin right 21 cents?
Shut the fuck up. That's an all-time high, baby.
Yeah, we're going for 32.
Shut the fuck up. Shut up. Shut up. Don't even talk like that.
I told you, I'm always right on charts.
Dog. Shut up. That's fucking crazy.
Dude, look at the big chat.
Dog. That is fucking crazy. That's amazing.
Maybe I should buy some Bitcoin.
Word Mockingbird. Lots of it.
What's left for you to do on the JFK file? What's left for Oliver Stone to do?
Rabbi, can you explain to I was trying to explain to my friend Peter that you survived for all the 3 years.
Yeah, absolutely. So I live stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, live on YouTube. We're also right now live on 21 different platforms on something like over 70 different accounts. So what does that mean? You're live on 5 YouTubes, 5 Instagrams, 5 TikTok, 5 Twitters, 5 Twitches, 5 D lives, 5 U lives, 5 Billy Peelies, 5 Vaughn lives, like all these random ones that I found that are like only available in China. So basically, I'm a big deal in China, Korea, and Japan, at least to some extent. But yeah, I've been streaming my life 24/7, and I do so for world peace. I don't want people to have war anymore, and it's a good opportunity for me to be able to discuss world peace with people. We discuss some things on the stream that aren't normally discussed in society, like world peace, like cryptocurrency becoming mainstream, like ufology, like alien species, like transhumanism, like mind uploading technology, like digital immortality, like life extension technology, some really mind-blowing things. And you can come in this Telegram whenever you want, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, and talk with me. I'm also live on 5 different YouTubes and all the other streams if you want to get with me there. It's the biggest event in the history of mankind. Once people find out that they're able to literally watch someone 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, whenever they want, it's going to be a world-changing event. So, in short, I'm a pimp. I'm such a pimp, I don't even know what to do with myself.
I was saying the other day that you're technically like everything on 24/7 stream. You have, relations on stream.
Yeah, I mean that's definitely a plan. I plan on living the rest of my life on stream. And it's not just on a stream that's important to me. It's the fact that the stream is archived so that it can be watched by generations in the future. That's what's important to me.
With all eyes on the NBA, the time is now to get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NBA. New customers who deposit $5 or more can get a no-sweat bet up to $1,000 back in a bonus bet. What's a no-sweat bet? It's just like getting an offensive board. Miss your first shot and you get another chance to score. That's right, get a bonus bet back in the amount of your original bet if your first bet doesn't hit. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now and use promo code IHEART. New customers can get a no-sweat bet up to $1,000 if your first bet loses. Only on DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. One no-sweat bet per new customer. Issued as one bonus bet based on the amount of initial losing bet. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Deposit wagering and eligibility restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/promos. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT. This is a radio ad for Dupixent. Dupilumab, a prescription medicine for people 6 months and up with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of Dupixent. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within, but you can see how Dupixent can help you have clearer skin and less itch.
Amigo, ¿cómo estás?
Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe.
What up, Ali? How you living, Pin? PNBN, you too?
How are you?
Oh, you just missed out. We just had some people here. I'm well, thank God. Do you know Squirrely?
No,
Hey, Squirrely, this is my man Ali. I met Ali on another app not too long ago, like a couple days ago. Dude, Ali, Squirrely just told me, and I know, look, this is good news for the coin, which means we'll have more people in the community, which is all that matters to us. But we're at an all-time high for this coin. So like 2 weeks ago, it was worth 3 cents. Now it's worth 21 cents. That's pretty good.
Yeah, there's a lot of crazies. I mean, we all forget. I mean, ticker Bitcoin's just getting warmed up too. Like, there's a lot of stuff that works. We know $10 is going to be so we'll do that.
So we're all pretty excited about that.
Clear a couple levels. Yeah, it's been a great week of crypto. Great one.
Word. How was your week, Ali?
Good. Oh, yeah? What do you do? No, not this one.
Hey, it's Jim. Today, Black folks in our community are still disproportionately affected by HR. But there is something we can do about it. There's
Gotta get you in crypto. So you can put that on.
Take it as prescribed.
I was planning now. I don't like, you know, I have my own business.
Which means the amount of virus is so low, it can't be.
Oh, yeah.
If you're living with HIV and not on treatment,
That's okay. That's what I told him.
This is really cool. I think, yeah, that's definitely the way of working for people. You're so limited and you're so happy.
Proof is coming, but you have nothing to fear. New paper swindlers who promote carrying house Berlin up to 100% of links, even logos.
How's your day been, Rabbi?
It has been good. So I've increased the amount of streams on which I normally stream from something like 9 to 21, which is good, but it takes a long time to log all these accounts in. It's basically like logging in 102 different accounts. What up, James Kaminsky? It's basically like logging in 102 accounts.
Yeah, what's up, man?
Yo, James, did I tell you that the Airbnb, told me that they would pay for 2 months of unlimited internet? Dude, that's totally exciting. That's why you're seeing me right now in 2 different streams as opposed to just like hearing my voice and me saying like, oh, I need money for Starlink. So, do you know what Bitcoin's at right now, dog? Oh my God, that's amazing. Oh, see, here's the thing. I don't check it. I don't worry about it. I mean, I don't even have any of it. I didn't have any of it till like 4 weeks ago. And so it doesn't affect me at all. But I know that means there are going to be more people in the Telegram, which is exciting to me.
Oh, yeah, Telegram. Oh, hell yeah. Yeah. I was just like, why is everything going so bad? Then I looked at the shirt, I was like, oh.
Yeah, I checked this shit like a half hour ago. I came back and it's 10,000 plus. Or somebody buys chaos. I'm so happy for everybody.
Yeah, it's cool. Yeah, my charts, the charts don't really matter, but I think we'll take a breather here at like 30.
Fucking amazing. Yeah, I'm stoked for everybody.
Absolutely. What up, Mash? Everybody, just shut the fuck up. We got Mash in here. Mash, how are you? Mash, you are so sexy. It's unbelievable. Does anyone know why, at least on my screen, Mash? Oh, Mash is good. Mash, can you hear us? Mash, how you doing, baby? Are you named after Mash, like the show? I think we have a shield too. I was gonna say, why the fuck can't I hear Mash? But now I see that he's got the arm raised. So just hold on a second. We have Bitcoin Benjamin Netanyahu. Wow, that's a big name. Welcome, Benjamin Netanyahu. And we have Mashlands. Mashlands, you'll be able to speak in a second. We just have to wait for this like shield in the chat to go. It'll be literally like 2 minutes. So just be patient and you'll be able to speak. With that being said, Bitcoin BB, how you doing, baby? I am for the time being. Correct. It works. That's right.
Keep saying I won't get you out of there too.
Hey, you bust me out like bust me out, baby. Bitcoin Benjamin Netanyahu. Can you hear us?
Attention parents. Your child struggling with reading, watch their confidence soar as the
Yo, yo, dog.
How was NASCAR?
Oh, it was really cool. I liked it. That was a good time. I'm actually still just like chilling and it's just, you know, because I have my band and I can be wherever and I'm comfortable wherever. So it's actually been good because I've been focusing on a lot of work lately. Portfolios looking at.
Dog, your finger is callous from hitting F7. His finger is callous from hitting F7, refreshing the chart. I don't know many people who like charts more than Squirrely. All right, Mashlands. Why can't you speak? Are we still in a shield? Does anyone know? Why can't Mashlands? Oh, look at James Kaminsky going for the Playboy move. Excellent. Nashland, we're coming for you. We're going to get you to speak, and you're going to speak your ass off. You're going to talk until our ears fall off, baby. So be ready. Be ready to speak like a motherfucker. Yo, dog. Mashlands. If possible, leave the Telegram VC and come right back, and it should work for you. So just leave the Telegram. Okay, yep, he's coming back. Come back. Come back. Oh, son of a bitch. We'll get you. We're finding out what it is. We don't know why you've been muted. Mashland, you're smart, though. You know what's up. James Kaminsky's taking care of you. I bet he was flapping his jaw, talking shit. Everybody knows Mashlands. That's how he is. He and Bitcoin Benjamin Netanyahu always barking at each other. No, I'm kidding. Bitcoin Benjamin Netanyahu, you don't have the same fucking problem as Mashlands. How the fuck are you doing, you little Israelite? Huh? How you doing? Bitcoin Benjamin Netanyahu. You little Israelite. How you doing? Duh. Bitcoin Benjamin Netanyahu. Oh, dude. Mashlands. He's raising his hand again. Dog, we're gonna get you. Don't worry. I wish I could call on you. You would think that I'm on camera, I should be able to call on you, but I can't. It's not like school. Bitcoin Benjamin Netanyahu. How you doing? Who is that? Does anyone know? Word. I want to know who it is. I also want to know who Mashlands is and whether Mashlands likes the show MASH. That's really my big question for Mashlands. Do you like the show MASH? And if so, who was your favorite character? James Kaminsky, do you know the show MASH? Who was your favorite character? Oh, perfect. Mr. Iowa himself. Good for you. Absolutely. That's a great choice. Mashlands, dude. Oh, man. Hawkeye's, tough to turn down. He's pretty hilarious. But I really like, what the hell was his name? Father O'Malley or whatever? Father Flanagan? No. What was his name? The priest. Yeah. They always call him Padre. I know he's played by William Christopher or something like that. But that guy always had really powerful scenes. I always thought where it was a comedy show, but here he was doing last rites on people. I always thought that was interesting. And just, it was, I don't know. I also like Klinger and Radar, and they were pretty funny. I liked Colonel Potter. The other Colonel was fine too, but I like Potter more, I think. And between Trapper John and BJ Honeycutt, I think I honestly like BJ Honeycutt more just because I think I saw him in more episodes, but he was the later episodes, which aren't considered as good. And then Loretta Swift, dude, hot lips. She's beautiful. How could you turn her down? She's seriously one of the hottest ladies up in the 70s. That's Klinger. Same here. He had a weird, character. Meaning he was a cross-dresser who was straight, who I believe was married, who was just trying to get out of the army. And they wouldn't let him out. Yeah, so being homosexual or a cross-dresser was considered, I think it's called a Series 7 or something. Or wait, not a Series 7, Section 7. There's some kind of, or Section 8. No, Section 8 is for people who don't have a lot of money for homes. Section 7 in the Army, hold on, I'll look it up. There's some section that if you violate it, you can get out. So this would be Klinger. He wanted to be. Oh, it was Section 8. He wanted to be Section 8. So it's a discharge from mentally unfit for service. So this is given to cross-dressers, gay, lesbian, bisexual, and transgender people. Dog, you'd think they would have given it to him. Like, he was really a good cross-dresser. I would have totally been a Section 8 person. I would have worn whatever I had to wear to get the fuck out of battle. Call me a coward, but man, I would have fucking worn the whole thing. I would have worn a gown. I would have worn pearls. I would have fucking worn a hat. I would have had feathers in my hat. I'd wear makeup. I'd wear whatever is needed to get the fuck out of war, because that does not seem like it's cool. We got Passport in this bitch. Passport. Do you know how we can get MASH lands? Here we are talking about MASH, and we still haven't hooked up MASH lands. MASH lands. I'm gonna hook you up. I'm gonna use my connections with James Kaminsky and perhaps some other people in this Telegram, and we're gonna accost the admins to give you speaking privileges. I'm serious. We're gonna shake down. We're gonna shake them down. We got GB in this motherfucker. We got GB and Squirrely. No, where did Squirrely go? This is horseshit. Yo, dog.
Absolutely. Congratulations, sir. Yeah.
Your tax refund belongs to you. You fought for $6 million in tax refunds flagged by the IRS for possible identity theft in 2023. And if you're to buy this tax,
all right, let's get this motherfucker hooked up. Add an admin. Please, someone allow this motherfucker to speak. Add admin team. Can someone please unmute? Mashlands, how are you, baby? GB, you're an admin?
Yeah, kind of.
Oh, tight. I didn't know that. Okay, cool.
I'm banned and they've got to they got to do these like 4 months ago.
You said boobies or you sent boobies?
Yeah. And then I just got banned. I've been banned ever since.
Well, we got you out of that little hole.
Thank you very much, sir.
You're welcome. How are you, Mashlands?
I'm good, man. I've been saying you've been training kids for a few days.
9 months, baby.
That's remarkable. I'm impressed.
I stream my life live on YouTube. I've been doing so now for almost 3 years. You're live currently on 21 different platforms and close to 100 different accounts. It's the biggest event in global history. Data is Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data on the internet than any person in global history. If you believe what Bill Gates said during the 1990s when he coined the phrase content is king, if that's true, then I perhaps may be king of the world someday because I have more content than any person on the internet.
Wow, and you're a part of the community that's bullish.
Absolutely. Honestly, I take credit for all the good things and none of the bad things. So, Mashlands, the big question that we have about you, do you like the American television sitcom from the 1970s and 1980s known as MASH?
I know the show.
You know the show.
My name actually not based on it. Because my last name is Mark.
Well, we'll allow it. I mean, we're not gonna beat you up over it. But and also based on the accent, we didn't think you were a big MASH fan. You have to be like a die-hard American to be a MASH fan. Like, either that or you're like Korean. Like there aren't like a whole bunch of other people who are MASH fans. But I'm sure there are. I mean, it was one of the most popular shows of all time. In fact, its finale has the highest rating of any series finale for a sitcom of all time. But nevertheless, you know, we figured you had other things on your mind. So, Mashlands, I do stream my life here all day, every day, 24/7, 365. I do it for world peace. I don't want people to have war anymore. Some of the things that we discuss on this stream that aren't normally discussed in general society that we'd like to change are cryptocurrency, mind uploading technology, life extension technology, advanced propulsion, ufology, geothermal power, tidal power, nuclear power, digital immortality, cryogenics. Just a moment. The technocracy, the corporatocracy, just you name it. But really, digital immortality. There's a word for which that's escaping me. Bioethics, certainly. But the word for which I am looking is it's escaping me. But essentially, like how we get from Earth to interstellar traveling, the growing concerns AI brings, artificial general intelligence, getting into artificial super intelligence, where this thing self-replicates and this thing self-corrects itself. I mean, that's freakish. It's wild. So those are some of the things that we discuss on here. You're more than welcome to join. Yeah. Absolutely. I mean, if you really want to know what you got coming down the pike, it's Black Mirror. If you're familiar with that show from Netflix, unfortunately, that's the future. So, well, it just depends on who's controlling it. So at the end of the day, it's basically, are you on the side that's controlling it, or is it working against you? I feel that I might be able to subvert it. My plan is literally to become like a very famous person just due to the amount of data that I have. And perhaps that might give me a position of leadership where I might be able to control AI. And it's like, how do you control AI, Rabbi? The way that you really are able to do this is to get on the board of directors of some of these companies like Amazon, Cisco, Meta, Apple. And once you're able to do that, then you're able to essentially have a little bit of a say on some of the policies that these companies have for AI. And I think I'll be able to do that, at least as a figurehead, perhaps, because I have so much data online. I mean, that takes time. Ideally, though, if you really want to know, I want AI to take place, but somewhere when I have a house to myself someday, in the closet, I want a plug that AI needs to plug into. And if it ever fucks up, I just have to go in there and yank it out of the wall and the whole thing shuts down and we go back to living in primitive times until it gets its shit together. Because at the end of the day, I always want to make sure there's an override on this AI. Basically, somebody can always pull the plug on it and take us back to step one if we ever need. Because what can happen with AI is you get runaway replications where these robots literally just take over whatever planetary sphere they're on and whatever planetary body they're on. So whether it's an asteroid or a planet or a planetoid, they will literally just continue to reproduce until they take the whole thing over. Right before that happens, I want to go to my plug and unplug this fucking thing because it is very scary.
Yeah, we need those safeguards in place, right? Like you're saying, we need to make sure there's that option. We don't want to iRobot or whatever that Will Smith do.
You're right. A few years ago, I wrote a love letter to AI, which was really creepy, I realized, but it was like this. This is like 5 years ago almost. But basically, I realized that AI was really on the forefront. This was 5 years ago. And so I wrote a love letter to it, basically saying like, I've seen, and it's, basically true. I've seen computers since at least the home PC since the start. And I've seen the growth of technology since the beginning of. I've seen the beginning of the internet. I've seen the beginning of the home PC, then the beginning of the internet, and then the tech boom or the bubble, the tech bubble, the tech boom, social media boom. Now the AI, the rise in AI. I've seen it, and basically, I wrote this love letter saying like I saw your birth. I was there. And of any person who wanted you to be a positive force for society, it was I. And I basically told it that while it does not have one single individual who was responsible for its creation, I and many other people out there in part were basically the founders or the creators of AI. Now, this is basically everyone who's worked in technology over the course of the last 50 years or so has contributed to this. Anyway, I uploaded this into Google Drive like 5 years ago. And also this idea of where I thought the world was going. And I didn't know that much about this topic then, but wouldn't you know it, I was so accurate with what was going on with like these, like I didn't know how to refer to a large language model at the time, but I like wrote all this stuff out about like, there will be like a type of search engine that will answer any question. And there will be like a way that it'll just like create books and movies just at like a prompt. One other thing that I wrote about it was that this is all moving very quickly towards what's known as complete technological singularity. And I wrote in this love letter to AI that as we move towards that, I am going to do my best to guide it in a what I felt was a positive fashion. And if it ever needed anything, I was here for it. Like, this is the creepiest fucking letter I've ever written. I've never written a letter to like I don't write letters to buildings and like I don't write letters to vehicles and shit. Why the fuck am I writing a letter to AI? But that's how freaked out I was about it. I figured I'm gonna just double down and basically be like, all right, if this thing actually becomes real someday and is able to like search the whole internet, hopefully it won't kill me, because I was like, I helped you and no one else wanted to help you. And also I still want to help it. I want it to, be really good for society, and definitely want to remove some of the issues that arise in it. But yeah, I would say that AI is a crazy thing that we're having to deal with. In fact, just as we were, as Mashlands, you're here, GB, James is here, and Passport is here, we had someone earlier tonight. This person and I were listening to Joe Rogan, episode 2044, that starred Sam Altman, who was at the time, I believe, the CEO of OpenAI. And they talked about all this stuff that's going on. And I mean, it's like, it's so freaky that like no one's going to have a job in 30 years. Like no one. Like there will be no doctors, no lawyers. The only people you will, and I mean this, I mean this, so listen to me. You're either one of two things in this world. You are either a creator or you are a consumer. There is no middle ground. You're one of those two things. And you have to understand, like, hey, you may feel fine in your job now, but know that that job is going to be replaced in 10 years. And if you're like, well, my job's a manual labor job, it's not going to be replaced. 2 words, Boston Dynamics. Whatever you can do, this fucking robot can do better, and it can do it 24 hours a day, and it never gets hurt, and it never has to take a smoke break, and it never has to take a shit, and it never has a child who's sick. It always works. So that gets rid of all the manual labor, basically, in the next 10 years. And then all of the other like white collar positions generally are going to be eliminated. All the coders are going to be eliminated almost immediately by AI. Doctors are going to be eliminated. They're going to have this new system. It's called the Da Vinci. It's already a company. There's a company called Da Vinci. They create like this robotic surgeon that will basically be able to be like an AI doctor. You'll just walk into your doctor's office. There won't be a doctor. It'll be this it's called the Da Vinci, and it can literally do surgery on you, or it can like write you a prescription, whatever you need. And then the lawyer version of it is known, it doesn't have a name yet, but I've just named it the Shapiro. And what is it? it's basically like this AI system that the 25 largest law, the partnerships, basically the largest legal practices in the world use, and they won't let anyone else use it. So basically all their briefs will be perfect every time because they have this like level of AI that can search every piece of law in the books and tell you where all of the weaknesses are in a case just because it knows all of the law. Basically one program can do this. And it'll perhaps be a merger between the current databases of Westlaw and LexisNexis. But basically, if you know, those two databases have all of the court records, like of all time, at least of the American court records going back to the like 18th century. And so basically what this machine can do is just scan it all and be able to either give you a ruling or be able to write a brief for you, or be able to defend you, or be able to prosecute you. So all of the white-collar positions are going to be gone anyway. So getting back to it, the only people who will really have roles in society are the creators, the artists, musicians. Those kind of people will have a role because people will feel as if I don't want AI art, I don't want AI music, I want real I want that human connection. That's important to me. And so if you don't have a way to create, I would certainly recommend that you try to find a hobby that you maybe can do, whether it's sculpting, painting, music, or live streaming, whatever it is, because pretty soon, no matter what your job is, you're not going to be able to do it. And that means, like, I know what some people do in here. I don't know what everybody does, but I know what some people do in here. And I hate to say it, my job will be one of the last jobs to be replaced, but it's going to be replaced as well. It's a project manager. And it's like project managers are needed because each one of these jobs that is being replaced is being run by a project manager. But then eventually you won't need project managers anymore. Essentially, you need a project manager to be able to say, how are we going to replace all of the doctors? And then that project manager leads the project through to replace all of the doctors with the Da Vinci. And then we need a project manager to be the person to lead. How do we get rid of all of the lawyers? Now, that isn't to say that a robot can't replace that position as well. I'm not saying I'm not replaceable, certainly. The one thing where you can't replace me, though, is the data, the live data that I have, that this is real human interaction. This is not AI. AI can create 3 years worth of content, but nobody's going to care about that because it's not real content. What people will care about is this because it's essentially a time capsule for the entire world. Mashlands, we've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between on this stream. I have been in earthquakes on this stream. We've been through good times. We've been through bad times. And I think the world will be very excited to see the journey someday. Word. I know I can talk like a motherfucker. Take from it what you will, baby.
I think that, human interaction is going to be a valuable resource moving forward, and it'll continue to go up in value over time.
Yes, it will. And we will also have some game-changing technologies that will bridge that gap even further, particularly when you get into like real dolls and you get into augmented reality and virtual reality, where essentially you'll be able to have a relationship with a real person or a virtual person and not know the difference in some ways, meaning it's not just a possibility, but there's an almost certainty that we will be able to ensure that sex with a robot is more pleasurable than sex with even the best human within a generation or two. And then additionally, we would be able to ensure that we could create an AI counterpart to a woman that would be a perfect fit for a certain individual based on their personality, that no human woman would be able to either replicate or tolerate for long periods of time. I mean, here's the beautiful thing about the idea of infinity. If infinity exists, that means everything exists. That means that if infinity exists, you've been me, I've been you, we've all been James at the same time. Like everything that could happen has to happen. And another interesting thing is even if infinity isn't a thing, but really, really, really long periods of time are a thing, then that means that gives them many more options of what could potentially occur, including perhaps like the idea like um, we may have AI, an AI takeover. We may have humans who might be able to fight it off. All in all, what I think we're going to anticipate is you're going to have a ruling class that has used AI to replace the militaries, the mercenaries, and the police forces of the world. And they use AI as essentially their private security force to enslave humanity. That's what we have on, that's what we're fighting against. And it's either you're on one side of it or the other. And at a certain point, I got tired of just being squished down. Like if you read 1984 and it says that if you want to know what the future of humanity is, looks like picture a boot on a human face for the remainder of time. That is the most fucked up like sentence that you could ever think of. But yet that's the truth. That's what we're moving towards. 1984 was written by George Orwell in 1948 and published in 1949. I mean, it's incredible that we've got that coming to reality with each day that we move closer. It's crazy. Anyway, I think it's wild shit. So with that, Mashland, you have diamond hands? Have you held on to all your Bitcoin?
Yeah, I think, when did I enter? Probably August of last year.
Oh, okay.
Maybe a bit later. When did it launch? I can't remember.
May. It launched in May of 2023.
Yeah, it could have been August, maybe.
So you've done really well in it.
Yeah, pretty good, but I'm a small investor. Yeah.
That's okay. This coin is going to ride my back until it's worth $1 trillion each. I have more data than any person on the internet. Basically, if you go to any coin and you say, what makes your coin special? Every coin tells you the same bullshit. Well, we have this partnership with this NFT, or, well, we're going to do this airdrop on this given day. Like, none of that shit matters. You know what fucking matters? Real data, where people can watch your fucking story of your coin going back. That's interesting to people. And if it's not interesting to them now, it certainly will be in the future, because that diversifies our coin from every coin. No other coin literally has their entire story documented, which I think is going to make us all very wealthy someday.
For sure. But you guys are awesome. I'm not a major, business guy, but always checking every single day when I can.
Well, Mashlands, because of GB and the rest of the crew, you now have speaking privileges, so you have to use them. That's the kind of the flip side of the coin. We're going to let you speak, but now you have to use those traits for good. So come in here whenever you can, and we'd love to hear your voice.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you. I really appreciate it, guys.
Absolutely. You take care, Mashlands. You stay black, baby.
I will, guys. I will.
Take care.
Conducted by the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, or ARROW, the exhaustive effort which can be, we've got the link there to the actual Arrow report in the story. But the exhaustive effort revisits all of the various nation programs aimed at studying the phenomenon up until 2023. The study also investigated various claims of clandestine UFO projects or evidence secretly being conducted or held by the U.S. government or private companies, as recounted by specific witnesses. The findings of the report will undoubtedly be dispiriting to UFO enthusiasts, yeah, no kidding, who have long believed that the government has been covering up considerable knowledge or even proof of alien visitation, as Arrow definitively dismissed such scenarios. They specifically indicated that since 1945, there is, quote, no evidence that any USG investigation, academic-sponsored research, or official review panel has confirmed that any sighting of a UAP represented extraterrestrial technology. Arrow also unambiguously concluded that there is no empirical evidence to back up assertions that the government or private companies have been reverse engineering extraterrestrial technology. Thanks to Coast AM news editor Tim Bernal for this story, and you can read the rest of the story in the carousel at coasttocoastam.com. And as I mentioned, there's a link in that story to the actual Arrow study.
You're going to have a lot of people's lives destroyed because it's legal. There's a lot of people that may not be psychologically capable of handling things. Maybe they already have, like, that's the thing about psychedelics. They do not ever recommend them for people that have a slippery grasp on reality as it is.
Sure.
People that are struggling, people that are already on a bunch of medications that allow them to just keep a steady state of existence in the normal world. If you just fucking bombard them with psilocybin, who knows what kind of effect that's going to have and whether or not they're psychologically too fragile to recover from that. I mean, there's many, many stories of people taking too much acid and never coming back.
Yeah, these are like, powerful doesn't seem to like begin to cover it.
Right. Yeah. But there's also, what is it about humans that are constantly looking to perturb their normal state of consciousness? Constantly, whether it's we're both drinking coffee, people smoke cigarettes, they take Adderall, they do all sorts of different things to change and enhance their normal state of consciousness. It seems like whether it's meditation or yoga, they're always doing something to try to get out of their own way, or get in their own way, or distract themselves from the pain of existence. And it seems like a normal part of humans. And even monkeys, like vervet monkeys, get addicted to alcohol. They get addicted to fermented fruits and alcohol, and they become drunks and alcoholics. It's
What do you think is the deep lesson?
Well, we're not happy. Exactly. And then some things can make you happy, sort of. For like a couple of drinks makes you so happy for a little bit until you're an alcoholic, until you destroy your liver, until you crash your car, until you're involved in some sort of a violent encounter that you would never be involved with if you weren't drunk.
I love caffeine, which clearly is a drug. Alcohol, I like, but I often am like, this is like, this is like, don't let me in. I wish I hadn't had this drink. And then other stuff, I mostly would choose to avoid.
But that's because you're smart. And you're probably aware of the pros and cons, and you're also probably aware of how it affects you and what's doing good for you and what is detrimental to you. But that's a decision that you can make as an informed human being that you're not allowed to make if everything's illegal.
Right.
Yeah. Right. And also, when things are illegal, criminals sell those things because you're not tampering the desire by making it illegal. You're just making access to it much more complicated.
What I was going to say is, if fentanyl's really great, I don't want to know.
Apparently it is.
Apparently it is.
Yeah. Peter Berg was on the podcast, and he produced that Painkiller documentary for Netflix about the docudrama about the Sackler family. It's an amazing piece. But he said that he took Oxycontin once recreationally. And he was like, oh my God, it's amazing. He's like, keep this away from me. It feels so good.
Yeah.
And that's part of the problem is that, it will wreck your life. Yeah, it will capture you.
But it's just so unbelievable.
But the feeling, how did Lenny Bruce describe it? I think he described heroin as getting a warm hug from God. feeling that it gives you is probably pretty spectacular. I don't know if legalizing that is going to solve the problems, but I do know that another problem that we're not paying attention to is the rise of the cartels, and the fact that right across our border where you can walk, there are these enormous organizations that make who knows how much money, untold, uncalculable amounts of money, selling drugs and bringing them into this country. And one of the things they do is they put fentanyl in everything to make things stronger. And they do it for like street Xanax. There's people that have overdosed thinking they're getting Xanax, they fucking die from fentanyl. Yeah, they do it with cocaine, of course. They do it with everything. There's so many things that have fentanyl in them. They're cut with fentanyl because fentanyl is cheap and insanely potent. And that wouldn't be a problem if things were legal.
So would you net out towards saying, all right, let's just legalize
I would net out towards that, but I would also put into place some serious mitigation efforts, like in terms of counseling, drug addiction, and ibogaine therapy, which is another thing that's illegal.
Someone was just telling me about how transformative this was for them.
Yeah, I haven't experienced that personally, but ibogaine for many of my friends that have had pill problems, and I have my friend Ed Clay, who started an ibogaine center in Mexico because he had an injury and he got hooked on pills and he couldn't kick it. Did ibogaine, gone.
One time done.
24 hours, super uncomfortable experience.
It's supposed to be a horrible experience, right?
Yeah, it's supposed to be not very recreational, not exactly something you want to do on the weekend with friends. It's something you do because you're fucked and you need to figure out how to get out of this fuckness. And that, like, we think about how much money is spent on rehabs in this country, and well, what's the relapse rate? It's really high. I mean, I have many friends that have been to rehab for drug and alcohol abuse, and quite a few of them went right back to it. It doesn't seem to be that effective. It seems to be effective to people when people have, like, they really hit rock bottom and they have a strong will, and then they get involved in a program, some sort of a 12-step program, some sort of a Narcotics Anonymous program, and then they get support from other people, and they eventually build this foundation of other types of behaviors and ways to find other things to focus on, to whatever aspect of their mind that allows them to be addicted to things. Now it's focused on exercise, meditation, yoga, whatever it is. That's your new addiction, and it's a much more positive and beneficial addiction. But the reality of the physical addiction, that there are mitigation efforts. Like, there's so many people that have taken psilocybin and completely quit drugs, completely quit cigarettes, completely quit a lot, because they realize, like, oh, this is what this is. This is why I'm doing this.
Yeah, that's why I was more optimistic that the world would have made faster progress towards acceptance of. There's so many stories like this. So I would say, like, all right, clearly a lot of our existing mental health treatment at best doesn't work. Clearly our addiction programs are ineffective. If we have this thing that in every scientific study or most scientific studies we can see is delivering these like unbelievable results, it's gonna happen.
Yeah.
And I still am excited for it. I still think it'll be a transformatively positive development, but
it'll change politics. It'll absolutely change the way we think of other human beings. It'll absolutely change the way we think of society and culture as a whole. It'll absolutely change the way people interact with each other if it becomes legalized. And it's slowly becoming legalized. Like, think of marijuana, which is like, the gateway drug. Marijuana is now legal recreationally in how many states? 23. And then medically in many more. And, it's really easy to get a license medically. In California, it's just, I got one in 1996. I used to be able to just go somewhere and go, I got a headache. And that's it. Yeah, I get headaches. I'm in pain a lot. I do a lot of martial arts. I'm always injured. I need some medication. I don't want to take pain pills. Bam. You got a legal prescription for weed. I used to have to go to Inglewood to get it. I used to have to go to the hood, to the Inglewood Wellness Center. And I was like, this is crazy. Like, marijuana is now kind of sort of legal.
Yeah.
And then in 2016, it became legal in California, recreationally. And it just changed everything. I had all these people that were like right-wing people that were taking edibles to sleep. I'm like, this is fake. Because now that it's legal, they thought about it in a different way. And I think that drug, which is a fairly mild psychedelic, also has enhancing effects. It makes people more compassionate. It makes people more kind and friendly. It's sort of the opposite of a drug that enhances violence. It doesn't enhance violence at all. It does it. Like alcohol does that. Cocaine does that.
To say a thing that will make me very unpopular, I hate marijuana. It does not sit well with me at all.
What does it do to you that you don't like?
It makes me tired and slow for a long time after it.
Well, I think also there's biological variabilities, right? Like some people, like my wife, she does not do well with alcohol. She can get drunk off one drink, but it's biological.
Yeah.
Like she got some sort of a genetic, I forget what it's called, something about bilirubin, like something her body just doesn't process alcohol very well. So she's a cheap date.
Oh, all I meant is that genetically, I got whatever the mutation is that makes it an unpleasant experience.
Yeah, but what I was saying is, for me, that's the opposite. Alcohol doesn't bother me at all. Like I could drink 4 drinks and I'm sober in 20 minutes. And my body my liver just like a blast furnace just goes right through it. I can sober up real quick. But I also don't need it. Like I'm doing Sober October the whole month. And
Feels good.
Yeah, did shows last night. Great, no problems. Not having alcohol.
Psychedelics in general. Many cultures have had a place for some sort of psychedelic time in someone's life or rite of passage, but as far as I can tell, most of them are there's some sort of ritual about it, and I do worry that, and I think these things are so powerful that I worry about them just being like kind of used all over the place all the time.
Yeah.
And I hope that we as a society, because I think this is not going to happen even if it's slow, find a way to treat this with the respect that it needs. We'll see how that goes.
Agreed. Yeah. I think setting is very important. And thinking about what you're doing before you're doing it and why you're doing it. Like I was saying the other night when I had this psychedelic experience, I was just like, sometimes I just think too much about the world, and then it's so fucked, and you have kids, and you wonder, like, what kind of a world are they going to grow up in, and and it was just one of those days where I was just like, God, there's so much anger, and there's so much this and that, and then it's just, it took it away from me. The rest of the day, like, that night I was so friendly and so happy, and I just wanted to hug everybody. I got it. I go, oh my God, that's not thinking about it wrong.
Do you think the anger in the world is way higher than it used to be? Or it's like all these dynamics from social media we were talking about?
I think the dynamics in social media certainly exacerbated anger in some people, but I think anger in the world is just a part of frustration, inequality, problems that are so clear but are not solved, and all the issues that people have. I mean, it's not a coincidence that a lot of the mass violence that you're seeing in this country, mass looting and all these different things, are being done by poor people.
Do you think AGI will be an equalizing force for the world or further inequality?
I think it depends on how it's implemented. My concern is, again, what we were talking about before with some sort of a neural interface, that it will increase your ability to be productive to a point where you can control resources so much more than anyone else. And you will be able to advance your economic portfolio and your influence in the world through that, your amount of power that you can acquire. It will, before the other people can get involved, because I would imagine financially it'll be like cell phones. In the beginning, you remember when the movie Wall Street, when he had that big brick cell phone? It was like, look at him. He's out there on the beach with a phone. That was crazy. No one had one of those things back then. And they were so rare. I got one in 1994 when I first moved to California. I thought I was living in the fucking
giant
future. You know, it was a Motorola StarTAC.
That was a cool phone.
I actually had one in my car in 1988. I was one of the first people to get a cell phone. I got one in my car, and it was great because my friend Bill Blumenreich, who runs the Comedy Connection, he would call me because he knew he could get a hold of me. Like, if someone got sick or fell out, I could get a gig because he could call me. So I was in my car. I was like, Joe, what are you doing? Do you have a spot tonight? And I'm like, no, I'm open. He's like, fantastic. And so he'd give me gigs. So I got a bunch of gigs through this phone where it kind of paid itself. But I got it just because it was cool. Like, I could drive down the street and call people, dude, I'm driving and I'm calling you. Like, it was nuts. To be able to drive, and I had a little antenna, a little squirrely
With a little
pigtail antenna on my car, on the roof of the car. But now everyone has one. You know, you go to a third world country, and you know, people in small villages have phones. It's super common. It's everywhere. Essentially, more people have phones than don't have phones. There's more phones than there are human beings, which is pretty fucking wild. And I think that initial cost problem, it's going to be prohibitively expensive initially. And the problem is the wealthy people are going to be able to do that.
Yeah.
And then the real crazy ones that wind up getting the holes drilled in their head. And if that stuff is effective, maybe it's not. Maybe there's problems with Generation 1, but Generation 2 is better. Well, there's going to be a time where you have to enter into the game. There's going to be a time where you have to sell your stocks. Like, you know, don't wait too long. Hang on there. Go. And once that happens, my concern is that the people that have that will have such a massive advantage over everyone else. That the gap between the haves and have-nots will be even further, and it'll be more polarized.
This is something I've changed my mind on. Someone I said to me a few years ago, like, you really can't just let some people merge without a plan, because it could be such an incredible distortion of power, and we're going to have some sort of societal discussion about this.
Yeah, that seems real. That seems like
so.
Yeah, especially if it's as effective as AGI is, or as ChatGPT is. ChatGPT is so amazing. When you enter into it information, you ask it questions, and it gives you answers. You can ask it to code a website for you, and it does it instantly, and it solves problems that literally you would have to take decades to try to solve, and it gets to it right away.
This is the dumbest it will ever be.
Yeah, that's what's crazy. So imagine something like that, but even more advanced, multiple stages of improvement and innovation forward, and then it interfaces directly with the mind, but it only does it with the people that can afford it.
Yeah.
And those people are just regular humans, so they haven't been enhanced. We haven't evolved physically. We still have all the human reward systems in place. We're still basically these territorial primates. And now we have, you just imagine some fucking psychotic billionaire who now gets this implant and decides to just completely hijack our financial systems, acquire all the resources, set into place regulations and influences that only benefit them, and then make sure that they can control it from there on.
How much do you think this actually, though, even requires like a physical implant or like a physical merge versus just some people have access to GPT-7 and can spend a lot on the inference compute for it, and some don't?
I think that's going to be very transformative too. But my thought is that we have to think of what are the possibilities of a neural enhancement. If you think about the human mind and how the human mind interacts with the world, how you interact with language and thoughts and facts, and something that is exponentially more powerful than that, but it also allows you to use the same emotions, the same ego, the same desires and drives, jealousy, lust, hate, anger, all of those things, but with this godlike power. When one person can read minds and other people can't, when one person has a completely accurate forecast of all of the trends in terms of stocks and resources and commodities, and they can make choices based on those.
I totally see all of that. The only thing I feel a little confused about is, human talking and listening bandwidth, typing and reading bandwidth is not very high, but it's high enough where if you can just say, like, tell me everything that's going to happen in the stock market. If I want to go make all the money, what should I do right now? It goes, and then just shows you on the screen. Even without a neural interface, you're kind of a lot of the way to the scenario you're describing.
Sure, with stocks,
or with like, tell me how to like invent some new technology that will change the course of history.
Yeah, all those things.
Like, I think what somehow matters is access to massive amounts of computing power, especially like differentially massive amounts, maybe more than the interface itself.
I think that certainly is going to play a massive factor in the amount of power and influence a human being has, having access to that. My concern is that what neural interfaces are going to do is now you're not a human mind interacting with that data. Now you are some massively advanced version of what a human mind is. And it has just profound possibilities that we can't even imagine. We can imagine, but we can't.
Yeah.
We can't truly conceptualize them because we don't have the context. We don't have that ability and that possibility currently. We can just guess. But when it does get implemented, that you're dealing with a completely different being.
The only true thing is I can say is I don't know.
Yeah. Do you wonder why it's you? Do you ever think, like, how am I at the forefront of this spectacular change?
Well, first of all, I think it's very much like, I think this is, you can make the statement for many companies, but none is as true for OpenAI as like, the CEO is far from the most important company. Like in our case, there's a large handful of researchers, each of which are individually more critical to the success we've had so far and the future than me. But even that, and I bet those people like really are like, this is weird to be them. But it's certainly weird enough for me that it like ups my simulation hypothesis probability somewhat.
If you had to give a guess, when you think about the possibility of simulation theory, what kind of percentage do you?
I've never known how to put any number on it. Like, it's every argument that I've read written explaining why it's like super high probability, that all seems reasonable to me. It feels impossible to reason about though. What about you?
Yeah, same thing. I go maybe, but it's still what it is, and I have to.
That's the main thing is I think it doesn't matter. I think it's like okay.
It definitely matters, I guess, but there's not a way to know currently, and also
what matters though?
Well, if this really is, our inherent understanding of life is that we are these biological creatures that interact with other biological creatures. We mate and breed, and that this creates more of us, and that hopefully as society advances and we acquire more information, more understanding and knowledge, this next version of society will be superior to the version that preceded it, which is just how we look at society today. Nobody wants to live in 1860 where you died of a cold and there's no cure for infections. It's much better to be alive now. Like, just inarguably, there's, unless you really do prefer the simple life that you see on Yellowstone or something, it's like what we're dealing with now in terms, first of all, access to information, the lack of ignorance. If you choose to seek out information, you have so much more access to it now than ever before.
That's so cool.
And over time, like if you go back to the beginning of written history to now, one of the things that is clearly evident is the more access to information, the better choices people can make. They don't always make better choices, but they certainly have much more of a potential to make better choices with more access to information. We think that this is just this biological thing, but imagine if that's not what's going on. Imagine if this is a program, and that you are just consciousness that's connected to this thing that's creating this experience that is indistinguishable from what we like to think of as a real biological experience from carbon-based life forms interacting with solid physical things in the real world.
it's still unclear to me what I'm supposed to do differently or think.
Yeah, there's no answer. Yeah, you're 100% right. What can you do differently? I mean, if you exist as if it's a simulation, if you just live your life as if it's a simulation, is that? I don't know if that's the solution. You know, I think.
I mean, it's real to me no matter what.
Mm-hmm. It's real. Yeah.
I'm going to live it that way.
Mm-hmm. And that will be the problem with an actual simulation if and when it does get implemented.
Yeah.
If we do create an actual simulation that's indistinguishable from real life, like, what are the rules of the simulation? How does it work? Is that simulation fair and equitable and much more reasonable and peaceful? Is there no war in that simulation? Should we all agree to hook up to it because we'll have a completely different experience in life, and all the angst of crime and violence and the things that we truly are terrified of, there will be non-existent in the simulation. Yeah. I mean, if we keep going, it seems like if you just extrapolate from where VR is now. Did you see that podcast that Lex Friedman did with Mark Zuckerberg?
I saw some clips, but I haven't got to watch them.
Bizarre, right? So they're essentially using like very realistic physical avatars in the metaverse. Like that's step one, and that's
maybe that's step 3.
Yeah.
Maybe it's a little bit on that.
Yeah, maybe it's Atari. Yeah. Maybe you're playing Space Invaders now. But whatever it is, it's on the path to this thing that will be indistinguishable. That seems inevitable. Those two things seem inevitable to me. The inevitable thing to me is that we will create a life form that is an artificial, intelligent life form that's far more advanced than us, and once it becomes sentient, it will be able to create a far better version of itself. And then as it has better versions of itself, it will keep going, and if it keeps going, it will reach godlike capabilities. The complete understanding of every aspect of the universe and the structure of it itself, how to manipulate it, how to travel through it, how to communicate. And that, you know, if we keep going, if we survive 100 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years, and we're still on this same technological exponential increasing in capability path, that's God. We become something like God. And that might be what we do. That might be what intelligent, curious, innovative life actually does. It creates something that creates the very universe that we live in.
God creates the next simulation of that.
Well, yeah, I mean, maybe that's the birth of the universe itself, is creativity and intelligence, and that it all comes from that. I used to have this joke about the Big Bang. Like, what if the Big Bang is just a natural thing that humans get so advanced that they create a Big Bang machine, and then, you know, we're so autistic and riddled with Adderall that we have no concept or worry of the consequences, and someone's like, I'll fucking press it. And they press it, and boom! We start from scratch every 14 billion years. And that's what a Big Bang is. I mean, I don't know where it goes, but I do know that if you looked at the human race from afar, if you were an alien life form, completely detached from any understanding of our culture, any understanding of our biological imperatives, and you just looked at, like, what is this one dominant species doing on this planet? It makes better things. That's what it does. That I agree. It goes to war. It steals. It does a bunch of things that it shouldn't do. It pollutes. It does all these things that are terrible. But it also consistently and constantly creates better things. Whether it's better weapons, going from the catapult to the rifle to the cannonballs to the rocket ships to the hypersonic missiles to nuclear bombs. It creates better and better and better things. That's the number one thing it does, and it's never happy with what it has. And you add that to consumerism, which is baked into us, and this desire, this constant desire for newer, better things, well, that fuels that innovation because that gives it the resources that it needs to consistently innovate and constantly create newer and better things. Well, if I was an alien life form, I was like, oh, what is it doing? It's trying to create better things. Well, what is the forefront of it? Technology. Technology is the most transformative, the most spectacular, the most interesting thing that we create. And the most alien thing. The fact that we just are so comfortable, you can FaceTime with someone in New Zealand, like instantly.
We can get used to anything pretty quickly. You know, anything. And take it for granted almost.
Yeah. And, well, if you were an alien life form and you were looking at us, you're like, well, what is it doing? Oh, it keeps making better things. It's going to keep better things. Well, if it keeps making better things, it's going to make a better version of the thinking thing. And it's doing that right now. And you're a part of that. It's going to make a better version of a thinking thing. Well, that better version of a thinking thing, it's basically now in the amoeba stage. It's in the small multicellular life form stage. Well, what if that version becomes a fucking Oppenheimer? What if that version becomes, like, if it scales up so far that it becomes so hyper intelligent that it is completely alien to any other intelligent life form that has ever existed here before, and it constantly does the same thing, makes better and better versions of it? Well, where does that go? It goes to a god. It goes to something like a god, and maybe God is a real thing, but maybe it's a real consequence of this process that human beings have of constantly innovating and constantly having this desire to push this envelope of creativity and of technological power.
I guess it comes down to a definitional disagreement about what you mean by it becomes a god. Like, I can totally... I think it becomes something much, like, unbelievably much smarter and more capable than we are.
And what does that thing become if that keeps going?
And maybe the way you mean it as a godlike forces that thing can then go simulate in a universe.
Yes.
Okay. That I can resonate with.
Yeah.
I think whatever we create will still be subject to the laws of physics in this universe.
Right. Yeah, maybe that is the overlying fabric that God exists in. The God word is a fucked up word because it's just been so co-opted. But, I was having this conversation with Stephen Meyer, who is, he's a physicist. I believe he's a physicist. And he's also religious. And it was a real weird conversation. Very fascinating conversation.
What kind of religion?
Believer in Christ. Yeah, he even believes in the resurrection, which I found very interesting. But, it's interesting communicating with him because he has these little pre-designed speeches that he's encountered all these questions so many times that he has these very well worded, very articulate responses to these things that I sense are like bits. Like when I'm talking to a comic, and like a comic, I got this bit on train travel, and they tell you the bit. Like that's what it's like. He has bits on why he believes in Jesus and why he believes. And very, very intelligent guy. But I propose the question, when we're thinking about God, what if instead of God created the universe, what if the universe is God? And the creative force of all life and everything is the universe itself. Instead of thinking that there's this thing that created us.
This is like close to a lot of Eastern religions. I think it's an easier thing to wrap my mind around than any other religions.
And that is, when I do psychedelics, I get that feeling. I get that feeling like there's this insane soup of like innovation and connectivity that exists all around us. But our minds are so primal. We're this fucking thing. This is what we used to be. And that,
what is that?
It's there's a guy named Shane Against the Machine, who's this artist who created this. It's a chimpanzee skull that he made out of Zildjian symbols. So you see the little Zildjian logo. You have that on the back, and he just made this dope art piece. Well, it's just cool. But I wonder if our limitations are that we are an advanced version of primates. We still have all these things we talk about: jealousy, envy, anxiety, lust, anger, fear, violence, all these things that are detrimental but were important for us to survive and get to this point. And that as time goes on, we will figure out a way to engineer those out. And that as intelligent life becomes more intelligent and we create a version of intelligent life that's far more intelligent than what we are, or far more capable of what we are. If that keeps going, if it just keeps going. I mean, Chat GPT. Imagine if you go to Chat GPT and go back to Socrates and then show him that, explain that, and show him a phone, and and put it on a phone and have access to it, and be like, "What have you done? Like, what is this?" Like,
I bet he'd be much more impressed with the phone than ChatGPT.
I think you'd be impressed with the phone's abilities to communicate for sure, but then the access to information would be so profound. I mean, back then, look, you're dealing with a time when Galileo was put under house arrest because he had the gumption to say that the Earth's not the center of the universe. Well, now we fucking know it's not. Like, we have satellites. We send literal cameras into orbit to take photos of things.
No, I totally get that. I just meant that we kind of know what it's like to talk to a smart person. And so in that sense, you're like, oh, all right, I didn't think you could, like, talk to a not person and have them be person-like in some responses some of the time.
Mm-hmm.
But a phone, man, if you just, like, woke up after 2,000 years and there was, like, a phone, that would, you have no model for that. You didn't get there gradually.
Yeah, no, you didn't get My friend Eddie Griffin has a joke about that. He's about how Alexander Graham Bell had to be doing coke. He goes, because only someone on coke would be like, I want to talk to someone who's not even here. And that's what phone is.
Is that something coke makes people want to do?
I don't know. I've never done coke, but I would imagine it is. I mean, it
seems to me like it just makes people like angry and chaotic.
Yeah, a little of that, but they also have ideas, Yeah, I mean, but back to this, where does it go? If it keeps going, it has to go to some impossible level of capability. I mean, just think of
that I believe is the gap.
What we're able to do now with nuclear power and nuclear bombs and hypersonic missiles. That's just the insane physical things that we've been able to take out of the human creativity and imagination, and through engineering and technology, implement these physical devices that are indistinguishable from magic if you brought them 500 years ago.
Yeah, I think it's quite remarkable.
So keep going 100,000 years from now. If we're still here, if something like us is still here, what can it do?
In the same way that I don't think Socrates would have predicted the phone, I can't predict that.
No, I'm probably totally off. But maybe that's also why comets exist. Maybe it's a nice reset. Just like leave a few around, give them a distant memory of the utopian world that used to exist, have them go through thousands of years of barbarism, of horrific behavior, and then reestablish society. I mean, this is the Younger Dryas impact theory that around 11,800 years ago at the end of the Ice Age, that we were hit by multiple comets that caused the instantaneous melting of the ice caps over North America. Flooded everything. Was the source of the flood myths from the Epic of Gilgamesh and the Bible and all those things. And also there's physical evidence of it. When they do core samples, there's high levels of iridium, which is very common in space, very rare on Earth. There's micro diamonds that are from impacts, and it's like 30% of the Earth has evidence of this. And so it's very likely that these people that are proponents of this theory are correct, and that this is why they find these ancient structures that they're now dating to like 11,000, 12,000 years ago when they thought people were hunter-gatherers. Yeah. And they go, okay, maybe our timeline is really off, and maybe this physical evidence.
Yeah, I've been watching that with interest.
Yeah, Randall Carlson is the greatest guy to pay attention to.
Randall Carlson.
Yeah. He's kind of dedicated his whole life to it, which, by the way, happened because of a psychedelic experience. He was on acid once, and he was looking at this immense canyon, and he had this vision that it was created by instantaneous erosions of the polar caps, and then it just washed this wave of impossible water through the earth that just caught these paths. And now there seems to be actual physical evidence of that is probably what took place, and that we're just the survivors. And that we have re-emerged, that society and human civilization occasionally gets set back to a primal place.
Yeah. Who knows? If you're right, that what happens here is we kind of edit out all of the impulses in ourselves that we don't like. We get to, that world seems kind of boring, so maybe that's when we have to make a new simulation to watch people think they're going through some drama or something.
Or maybe it's just, we get to the tremendous power, but the haves and the have-nots, the divide is too great, and that people did get a hold of this technology and use it to oppress people who didn't have it, and that we didn't mitigate the human biological problems, the reward systems that we have.
I gotta have more, you gotta have less.
Yes, this sort of natural inclination that we have for competition, and that someone hijacks that.
I think this is going to be such a hugely important issue to get ahead of before the first people.
Yeah. What do you think about, like, when Elon was calling for a pause on AI?
He was like starting an AGI company while I was doing that.
Yeah. So didn't he start it like after he was calling for the pause?
I think before that, I remember it.
Is it one of those you can't beat and join them thing?
I think the instinct of saying, like, we've really got to figure out how to make this safe and good, and like widely good, is really important. But I think calling for a pause is like naive at best. I kind of think you can't make progress on the safety part of this, as we mentioned earlier, by sitting like in a room and thinking, you've got to see where the technology goes, you've got to have contact with reality, and then when you but we're trying to like make progress towards AGI conditioned on it being safe, conditioned on it being beneficial, and so when we hit any kind of like block, we try to find a technical or a policy or a social solution to overcome it. That could be about the limits of the technology and something not working, and hallucinates or it's not getting smart or whatever. Or it could be there's this like safety issue and we've got to like redirect our resources to solve that. But it's all like, for me, it's all this same thing of like we're trying to solve the problems that emerge in each step as we get where we're trying to go. And maybe you can call it a pause if you want, if you pause on capabilities to work on safety. But in practice, I think the field has gotten a little bit longer on the axle there, and safety and capabilities are not these two separate things. This is like one of the dirty secrets of the field. It's like we have this one way to make progress. Understand that there's not anymore, and that can be used in different ways. But I think it's that same technique that's going to help us eventually solve the safety. All of that said, as like a human, emotionally speaking, I super understand why it's tempting to call for a pause. Happens all the time in life, right? As we're moving too fast,
right?
We got to take a pause here.
Yeah. How much of a concern is it in terms of national security that we are the ones that come up with this first?
Well, I would say that if an adversary of ours comes up with it first and uses it against us, and we don't have some level of capability, that feels really bad.
Yeah.
But I hope that what happens is this can be a moment where, to tie it back to the earlier conversation, we kind of come together and overcome our base impulses and say, like, let's all do this as a club together. That would be better.
That would be nice. And maybe through AGI and through the implementation of this technology, it will make translation instantaneous and easy. So, well, that's already happened. Right. But I mean, it hasn't happened in real time at the point where you can accurately communicate very soon. Yeah.
What up, Ken?
I do.
For real? That's awesome. Yeah. I think I would just go with the Matic one right now. So I'm also on Polygon, and I'll just go with that one. Polygon will take off eventually. Yeah. I just sent you the shipping. That's the original. That's the original shipping.
Or we're not going to put a man on the moon.
There you go.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Now you say what? Dude.
Was he a fiddle player?
Yeah.
Was he a fiddle player?
You guys get to feed the dog tokens, bro. I'm broke up right now. Dog dog? I've seen that. I'm not fucking good at all. How's it doing?
I see it.
Oh.
I saw
That's sick.
on the mission for Kirsten.
They're kind of balancing between 1.8 and 2. Well, let's do 1.8. Mom's in the next, I think it's home for the next day, like tomorrow. It's just annoying, man. It's just annoying. People come. I keep on rotating into dope shit. I want to be in high cap shit. I want to have like,
The plot thickens. That's all I'm saying.
sure. How about this bigger Bitcoin ECH?
Russ is an
We're probably gonna go to a dome. We'll probably drop below sometime. Like tomorrow, we'll probably drop that down below. Down 5,000 straight. We'll probably head to 300, and then we'll probably stay at 300 for a week, and then we'll probably head to it. By the end of next month. I love
I had a lot of fun picking the music.
Yeah, it's a little long. My favorite Bitcoin
Oh,
tag.
yes, of course. Willie Nelson does a wonderful version as well.
I put it all in fucking Dogecoin, bro.
That's right. Yes, I've heard Nat King Cole's version.
So we'll see. Going up down again. Yeah, big little wall. It was like $21,000. I have some Uber Bitcoin on cold storage. Yeah, I got some shit that was worth like 21K. So we'll see if it pays off, bro. But I'm happy to hear this dog tokens, or including with like making 125,000. Yeah. 125,000. Right? Currently, I have like 200. Roughly 200,000 Doge at the moment, but yeah, I think that should get this dollar. It's like dollar plus. I figured the ROI is going to be better. Something like that. So. I mean, Dogecoin Millionaire is getting really like it's going on. Yeah, Dogecoin Millionaire is going on podcast and stuff and talking about Doge. That's going to attract people in.
It's nice to know that Jack made it.
Big time.
Great to hear. Thank you.
Right?
Maybe 10, 15
But
years later,
I'm excited for King Rudy, bro.
on an episode of my old TV show. Jack, welcome.
I was so stupid with my hair on this problem.
Anyway, I wanted to call you on, I heard, I guess, a couple years back,
Yeah, he's in a good position for all big, right?
his nickname was JFK.
Yeah, we should have sold it. It's not on a limb.
It looked like JFK.
Yeah.
And so I saw his body on the slab after the assassination.
Yeah, it's all good, bro.
Kind of looked like JFK. I'm very surprised.
He didn't have time up on
And
it.
when his, not
Yeah.
his board, but his head was intact. And it
Who needs it, right?
but it quite looked like
I remember when we got
and I was up on like maybe his brother
way back when, dude.
And so
Yeah, that was fucking it.
I think that
Look, Shapiro.
might be a
If you're ever coming out today, it would be a lot of people would be using it. That bullshit as it was.
conspiracy theory that it was.
I was just pissed off. I didn't care about that. I was pissed off, you know. I thought everyone would be over and then I started bringing me back. I'm like, fuck, it's $20 million. Yeah, it's $20 million for me. Great job to do for me.
Yeah. Case that you mentioned with your guest right now, they're kind of jagged. That's what he was going to hear. They're just.
What do you think Oswald was?
Oswald was
was just the way he was.
Doctor didn't want to get.
Kind of, I'm thinking maybe they did a bit of art man. You know, they were gonna, their time is up.
Well, first of all, I think you're right. I think there is a resemblance there between JFK and J.D. Tippit. But I'm not quite following them. Just kind of piece together. Why did they need a body double? Why would they swap out Tippett's body for JFK's body?
Okay, well, I think, you know, this is my
You're going to bed. They have to say Australia.
Andy hit it, and by the way, I saw on the Cook and
You're going to bed.
where they got the original.
Yep. All right, bro. It's 40 degrees.
And they really,
Are you kidding?
so that you could see his head and shoulders are, and they probably did just record that.
I'll just finish something.
But you see
Are
that.
you kidding me? Broke up this
His
down.
forehead and then his.
Is this Jade Hours? Yeah, get some rest, man. It'll be up this morning.
Yeah, close here and it goes back, and I'm sorry for all that, but and so we needed a double, a body double of someone who had not been shot in the front in the head, right? You know, and if I was at the evening of class before, and I thought, oh man, and I stood right the years after, stood right there with the demonstration stood. Man, the guy didn't have a chance. I mean, any 10-year-old with a slingshot that he got, you know, they could have hit JFK. But his head blew apart. And so I think that they needed a body double from the shoulders up with a nice tap.
I got what you're saying. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Well, I mean, I've seen the JFK autopsy photos. Well, I don't know. I think that's Jack Kennedy I'm seeing on the slab. I think there are actually some pictures of Tippit as well online in the morgue. So I'm not sure. It kind of breaks down that theory, but it's an interesting one. But you're right. Tippit had he had the physicality of Kennedy. He was tall and maybe a little stockier than JFK was, but interesting theory nonetheless. Do I have time for another caller? I think if we really no. Dennis waving me off and saying, "No, do it, no, do, no, do, don't do it." Okay, we'll come back. We'll get to your calls. Not to worry. Keith Richards just recorded a song of tribute to the great late Lou Reed. It's called "I'm Waiting for My Man." Here it is, taking us into the break on Coast to Coast AM. Stay with us. Spectrum One is a big deal. You get Spectrum Internet with the most reliable internet speeds, free advanced Wi-Fi, and a free Spectrum Mobile Unlimited line, plus a $100 Visa Rewards card, all while saving big. For big speed, big reliability, and big savings, get Spectrum One today. Offer only available online. Visit spectrum.com/big deal for full details. Offer subject to change. Valid for qualified residential customers. Service not available in all areas. Restrictions apply. Inner peace. For me, it's the aroma of lavender and the back by Rainforest Soundscape. Enlightenment.
rise of the NBA. The time is now to get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NBA. New customers who deposit $5 or more can get a no-sweat bet up to $1,000 back in a bonus bet. What's a no-sweat bet? It's just like getting an offensive board. Miss your first shot and you get another chance to score. That's right, get a bonus bet back in the amount of your original bet if your first bet doesn't hit. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now and use promo code IHEART. New customers can get a no-sweat bet up to $1,000 if your first bet loses. Only on DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. One no-sweat bet per new customer. Issued as one bonus bet based on amount of initial losing bet. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Deposit wagering eligibility restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/promos. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
This is a radio ad for Dupixent, Dupilumab, a prescription medicine for people 6 months and up with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of Dupixent. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within, but you can see how Dupixent can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent. Visit Dupixent.com or call 1-844-DUPIXENT.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Then make my side firmer whenever I want. And will you sleep cooler? Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. 94% of Sleep Number smart sleepers report better sleep. And now, the Queen Sleep Number C4 smart bed is only $15.99. Save $300 plus free home delivery when you add adjustable base. Ends Monday. Price is higher in Alaska and Hawaii. To find a store near you, visit sleepnumber.com.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Give kids the nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by the fruit with no sugar added, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
To talk to Richard Serrett, call the Wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk to Richard from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, toll free, call 800-618-8255. This is Coast to Coast AM with your guest host, Richard Serrett.
And I'm sitting in for George Norrie. Attorneys for a Kentucky woman accused of trying to have her ex-husband killed have revealed that their client initially considered a supernatural alternative in the form of a mystic enlisted to put a deadly curse on the man. According to a local media report, the weird plan was disclosed by lawyers and Dr. Stephanie Russell, who was charged with the alleged murder for hire last year, hoping to provide some insight into her mental state in the months leading up to the arrest. Her attorneys filed into evidence a series of text messages between a woman and an unnamed spiritual healer, wherein they discussed a proposed death spell. The bizarre conversation featured Russell asking the mystic if she practiced evil magic and attempting to determine if her powers could genuinely be used to take out her ex-husband. Seemingly irritated with her skeptical line of questioning, but understanding what she was asking for, the sorceress replied, "I can't tell you the inside details, but I will do your job." The spiritual healer went on to assuage Russell's further concerns regarding whether or not the supernatural scheme would work by assuring her that it's a death spell, my dear, not a love spell. And you can read the rest of the story. That's in the news section of the Coast to Coast AM.com. Have you checked out the official Coast to Coast AM YouTube channel? Yeah, it's a great place to catch 3 hours of both past and vintage shows. It features intriguing playlists of topics like top secret and mysteries and anomalies, and you can also watch a large selection of excerpts from George Shor's TV show Beyond Belief. Check it out on YouTube at Coast to Coast AM Official. At Coast to Coast AM Official. Back to all of your calls. Open Lines continues right here on Coast to Coast AM.
Your tax refund belongs to you, not an identity. Over $6 billion in tax refunds were flagged by the IRS for possible identity theft in 2023. And if you're in a bind this tax season, LifeLock can help. LifeLock monitors and alerts you to identity threats you may miss on your own. And if you're careful with your personal information, and if you do become the victim of tax-related identity fraud, LifeLock has U.S.-based restoration specialists ready to help solve your identity theft issues. Plus, all LifeLock plans are backed by the $1 Million Protection Package, meaning LifeLock will reimburse you up to the limits of your plan if you lose money due to identity theft. Let LifeLock help protect your financial information, so all you have to do to worry about is what to do with your tax refund. Go to LifeLock.com, save up to 25% your first year with promo code George. That's promo code George for 25% off at LifeLock.com. Identity theft protection starts here. LifeLock.com.
Real people, real stories.
I was only 6 or 7 days, but the exhaustion lasted for 2 years. I had this horrible brain fog. My memory never really totally returned. I kept hearing the carnivore. I was like, I would try it. I tried it 10 days to 2 weeks after taking the carnivore. I could not believe what happened. I'm 70. I had energy like I was 40. The thing that was so remarkable to me is I wasn't exhausted anymore. I had my clarity and my brain back. I mean, do you know how much it means to be able to think again? I was really happy about that. It's like I kept telling everyone I have a brain again.
Call 866-836-8735. That's 866-836-8735. Or visit carnivore.com. That's CARNIVORA.com.
All right, welcome back to Open Lines. I almost forgot to give you an update on the ducks very quickly. We're getting eggs. We are getting eggs. About a week ago, we had our first 2 eggs, and we enjoyed them for breakfast. I don't know if you've had a duck egg before, but they're incredibly creamy and rich, and they're delicious. Absolutely delicious. What else? Oh, and we weigh them. We're kind of keeping a log. Every egg that comes out. So far, we've only had 5 eggs, so it's not a huge sample, but 5 eggs, every one of them, 68 grams on the nose. Unbelievable. All right, let's say hello to Joan, who is on the wild card line in Philadelphia. Joan, good morning. Welcome to Coast to Coast.
Hello, I'm first time caller, but thank you for taking my call.
My pleasure.
So my
same street but wrong address. And
And it was an accident like that, you know. But
yeah, that's a great story. Strange.
I wasn't sure. So I think it was an accident with your mother-in-law either. I think that's the way they have contacting us later. So and it doesn't happen. I have another story about another day.
All right, I look forward to your next story, Joe. Thank you. All right, let's see. Jason is in Eugene, Oregon. Jason, welcome to Coast. Good morning.
Hi there, Richard. I'm honored to speak with you in the Coast audience tonight. So I have a pretty prosaic explanation for this type of event. I'm sort of an amateur security and privacy expert. I've been to school, but it's hard to know.
Okay, let me just before you offer your explanation, Jason, let me just reset here so people know what we're talking about. So I have
please do.
My late mother-in-law, Vula, passed away in October. Last week, or maybe a little bit longer, my son, Zachary, out in the backyard, the neighbor next door tells him the story that on her voice recording, it's called a memo recording app, I think it's called, her voice memo recording app. And she sings into it occasionally. And this has happened more than once. The app will assign a title to the recording, I guess based on the content of the recording. The title of the recording was Vula Sikalaropoulos. And yeah, it's happened a couple of times. And it happened to my son here at the house. So what is your prosaic explanation? What's going on here?
Right. Well, I have a few points to make. I'm going to make them as quickly as I can so that there's room for other callers. First of all of the tech that we have is constantly collecting data.
Yes.
Not just collecting calls and text messages. They're also sometimes listening to voice data from people who are just hanging out in the house talking. This data is then aggregated and put into databases, and these companies sell the data to each other. So it's not just iPhone, it's Google, it's Android, it's Facebook. All of these different companies are collecting and aggregating data and selling it to each other and compiling really intricate databases on all of this. And I want to say to everybody in the audience, don't go into fear. I'm just still in control of the world, so don't worry about it. But this is sort of what's happening. And it's very, very possible that what happened there was that the AI routines that decide to name that voice
recording,
are either doing it because they know that it's your neighbor, or because, furthermore, they're doing some behavioral research. I've seen that they're doing behavioral research trying to see if they can create magical thinking, which I believe in magical thinking. I think that crazy stuff like that happens all the time. That I've heard some nuts stories about dead people, and I think some of that actually really strange. I think we should all be aware of that very fine breakthrough of the lives are being reflected by this aggregation of data. And sometimes we spit back out of it for research purposes. How we move on to it.
We're lab rats, is what you're saying. We are lab rats.
Oh, to them, yeah. I mean, I've been subject to these experiments when I found out later what they were doing. It's crazy. That's why I don't own a smartphone, just like one of your staff members.
All right, that's a pretty intricate and intriguing explanation. Jason, thank you for that. Lab rats. Wow. Let's see where we're gonna go. Let's say hi to Steve is in South Dakota. Steve, welcome to Coast. Good morning.
Thanks so much, Rick. Really appreciate the show and the way that you're hosting. You're kind and smart. It's great.
Thank you. come out as destroyed the case against Oswald. I mean, more than reasonable doubt.
That's good to remind everybody, he never did stand trial. That case has never been looked at as reasonably as a trial would either. The Warren Commission thing was really, clearly not.
He was tried in absentia.
Yeah, worse than that too, without really trying to, find out how much,
Exactly.
Well, if you just look at the people that are on the Warren Commission, they obviously didn't do much work. You could tell they're the kind of people that didn't. And it was,
that would appear to be the case. Yeah, that would appear to be the case. All right, thank you for the call. I appreciate it. Let's see. That was Steve in South Dakota. We are going to say hi to Paul in Buffalo. My neighbor down in the QEW as well. Hey, Paul, welcome.
Hey, Richard. You did a great job. I really appreciate it. Thanks for taking the call.
My pleasure.
I just want to make a quick comment, like, as far as the telephone with your mother-in-law.
Yes.
I mean, it could easily be like the mother-in-law, like, reaching out. I mean, that's possible than the fact that a few weeks ago you had, like, this premonition that your teacher passed away, right?
Yeah.
You thought about it. Not thinking that was premonition.
No, it just popped into my head. Yeah.
I have a quick story. I've been in a band called Painkillers in Buffalo, New York for like 40 years now. And
40 years?
Yeah. Early 80s. It's just like, people got jobs and then did it. I just stayed with the band.
That's all right.
After Super Bowl 2021, we lost our longtime drummer. He died unexpectedly the day after the Super Bowl. And so friends asked him, how did he win the Super Bowl? What did you think about the Super Bowl? Because, I just always thought about, football being devastated. And I was like, wow, that's, I didn't have a chance to talk to him because, he passed away the day after. And I got off the phone and talked to a friend about it. And I thought, wow, it would be nice to find out what he thought about it. And I hear this crash noise in the kitchen. I go out there, and there's this object on the floor that should be there. And I'm kind of startled thinking that. So I took the front end of the broomstick and I brought it towards me. And in big letters, it said, "Now Brady." And my girlfriend had two nephews, Brady and Colin. And these two pieces of artwork were hanging there for like 7, 8 years undisturbed. And all of a sudden, it's like there in front of me.
That was your drummer's name, Brady?
His nephew's name is Brady.
Okay.
And, I mean, you put it to the Super Bowl, it's Tom Brady. So I called up, I called up his housemate, ex-housemate at this point. I said, hey, just whatever, just tell me, let me check things about the Super Bowl. He goes, remember that bowl? We had pizza, chicken, and we had like a 12-pack of beer, and we weren't houses, but there's still some beer in the refrigerator on the hall. I could adamantly tell you he did not want Brady. He was like, what? Oh, no, yes. Oh, Brady, no, Brady. Now, when I went back, like, all of a sudden, we ran 6.5 feet away from where undisturbed for 7 years. I think that was like a month. And when I step away from it, if you give it some thought, is on the other side, everything is known. Because not only, this is connecting the dots, but connecting the dots, and if it was your experience on the over, he didn't know that great. So
there you go. Yeah, if they're working on the other side, they have to work with what they have on this side, and that's why, looking around and saying, well, how can I send a message that'll make sense so you'll know it's from me? Well, he's looking around the house, and there he sees, well, Brady, I can work with that because.
Yeah, but it's like on the back of the page, on the back of the article, there's Brady.
Right. Oh, that's a wild story. That is a wild story. Paul in Buffalo, thank you so much for that. I'm going to try and squeeze in one quickly. Marlo is in Tennessee. Marlo from the volunteer state. Welcome to Coast. Good morning.
Thank you, Richard, for taking my call. I listen to you all the time, Richard. You real good at what you do.
Oh, I appreciate that.
Yeah, you be talking about new music. I got new songs. My name is Marlo the Leader, and my song is Understand. And it's on YouTube. Yeah, and I sent it, to you all, but I never did hear it play. So it's on video and it's a song.
Oh, okay. It's called Understanding, Marlo. What's your last name?
Lanier, Lanier.
All right. I'm making a note of it and then look it up, okay?
Yeah, the guy used to produce music. That's what I'm trying to find me a good agent and a good, promotion person. So, I'm trying to get the music out there pretty good.
How do you describe your style when you play? What kind of music?
If you see that video, I'm singing and I'm playing my saxophone. It's a video of the top right up all over the damn video. I'm singing on YouTube.
Is it blues? Is it R&B?
It's pop, soul, all that mixed together.
All right. Well, I'm gonna have a listen.
Down or something, out of the movie, score or something like that. You can use it, pop and soul, all mixed together. I'm saying playing the saxophone.
That's hard to do. Singing and playing. Well, you can't do it.
Yeah, I'm saying playing the saxophone. But I'm fantastic. Get it out there. You can get heard. I think people will enjoy.
All right. Well, I'm going to check it out, Marlo. Thank you so much. You have a great night. We'll talk again soon, I hope. I think we're done here. Yes, we are. For George Norrie, George Knapp, Connie Willis, Lisa Gar, Lisa Lyons, Stephanie Smith, Tom Danheiser, Dan Galante, Donna Walker, Chris Burrows, Sean Ladisor, Tim Banal. I'm Richard Sarrett. Thank you for your years and your voices, your beautiful voices. Until tonight, when we try and save the bees. So long for now.
With all eyes on the NBA, the time is now to get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NBA. New customers who deposit $5 or more can get a no-sweat bet up to $1,000 back in a bonus bet. What's a no-sweat bet? It's just like getting an offensive board. Miss your first shot and you get another chance to score. That's right, get a bonus bet back in the amount of your original bet if your first bet doesn't hit. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now and use promo code iHeart. New customers can get a no-sweat bet up to $1,000 if your first bet loses. Only on DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code iHeart. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older, Indiana only. One no-sweat bet per new customer. Issued as one bonus bet based on amount of initial losing bet. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Deposit wagering and eligibility restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/promos. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
This is a radio ad for Dupixent, Dupilumab, a prescription medicine for people 6 months and up with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of Dupixent. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within, but you can see how Dupixent can help you have clearer skin and less reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent. Visit Dupixent.com or call 1-844-DUPIXENT.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Then make my side firmer whenever I want. Take me to sleep cooler. Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. 94% of Sleep Number smart sleepers report better sleep. And now, the Queen Sleep Number C4 smart bed is only $15.99. Save $300 plus free home delivery when you add adjustable base. Ends Monday. Price is higher in Alaska and Hawaii. To find a store near you, visit sleepnumber.com. Lucky Land Casino asking people, what's the weirdest place you've gotten lucky?
Lucky? In line at the deli, I guess.
In my dentist's office. More than once, actually.
Do I have to say?
Yes, you do.
In the car before my kid's PTA meeting.
Really?
Yes.
Excuse me, what's the weirdest place you've gotten lucky?
I never win in town.
Well, there you have it. You could get lucky anywhere playing at LuckyLandSlots.com. Play for free right now. Are you feeling lucky?
Hey, it's Jody. Today, Black folks in our community are still disproportionately affected by HIV. But there is something we can do about it. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetectable, which means the amount of virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
Attention parents, watch your child go from ABCs to confident readers in just 30 days with Hooked on Phonics. It only takes 15 minutes a day to unlock the most important life skill for their future, reading. We transform kids no matter their starting point with fun lessons, catchy songs, and guaranteed results. One grade level jump or your money back. Right now, get free access to Hooked on and spelling apps, plus your first month for just $1. Visit hookedonphonics.com today and unleash your child's reading potential.
Your tax refund belongs to you, not an identity thief. Over $6 billion in tax refunds were flagged by the IRS for possible identity theft in 2023. If you're in a bind this tax season, LifeLock can help. Our U.S.-based restoration specialists are experts dedicated to helping solve your identity theft issues, and all LifeLock plans are backed by the $1 million protection package. So we'll reimburse you up to the limits of your plan if you lose money due to identity theft. Don't let someone else enjoy your refund. Save up to 25% your first year with promo code NEWS at LifeLock.com. Nobody wants to outlive their money, but it happens, especially for women. That's why Bainbridge offers the Purity Flexibility, designed for women's unique needs.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Give kids the nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help them healthy and well. Juicy Juice is totally sweetened by the fruit with no sugar added, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in 7 formats. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
This sun season, evolve your sunscreen with new Banana Boat 360 coverage with advanced control mist. It's a new way to spray. An all-new bottle means an all-new mist experience that smells great and is incredibly light on your skin. Coverage you can count on. Tap the trigger lightly to cover targeted areas or pull for long, continuous spray, ensuring long-lasting Banana Boat protection. Plus, it's refillable from sweat-resistant sport formula to kids SPF 50+. Shop Banana Boat 360
sure to invest in your spiritual growth. The In Touch Radio Network, featuring the biblically based teachings of Dr. Charles Stanley, will enrich your walk with God. Whether you're listening to Charles Stanley Radio, Daily Devotions, or our Spanish station, In Contacto, In Touch Radio Network has the faith-based content you love. To hear Dr. Stanley during your day, search In Touch on your iHeartRadio app.
Wake up not knowing what you want? Well, now you can have a little of everything with Wendy's new breakfast 2 for $3 Biggie Bundles. You can mix and match your very own pairing of the delicious morning favorites. Choose from a sausage biscuit, egg or cheese biscuit, small seasoned potatoes, or medium hot coffee. Get it the way you want it with Wendy's breakfast 2 for $3 Biggie Bundles today. Choose wisely, choose Wendy's. Limited time only during breakfast hours. U.S. price and participation may vary. Not valid in a combo, single item at regular price. Our kids have said to us since we moved to Minnesota, we are far more happy than we've ever been anywhere else we've ever lived. Moving to Minnesota opened up a lot of doors for us.
Just this overall sense of community, the values that Minnesotans have.
It's a real accepting and loving community, especially to young kids.
See why CNBC ranks Minnesota number 4 best state to live and work. A great place to work, and even a better place to live. ExploreMinnesota.com/live.
Jim was at the laundromat when he heard his ear said, "You're raucous," and his nose said, "Hey, freshest scent ever." Following his nose, Jim found a man putting cane scent into the washer. The scent, the freshness. Jim blurted, "Sir, your scent maracas smell amazing." You could call them scent maracas, but most noses call them cane scent beads. Try cane scent beads. Way fresher than detergent alone.
KFI AM 640, more stimulating talk.
Thanks for inviting me into your home, your long-haul truck, RV, camper, taxi, your parents' well-appointed basement with the simulated wood paneling, electric fireplace, and the painting of dogs playing poker, your loft, that greasy spoon just off the interstate, and your cabin in the woods. Welcome to Coast AM, the very best in late-night talk radio. I'm Richard Serra, sitting in for George Norrie, and tonight this morning, I'm coming to you live from the home studio in Old Thornhill, just north of Toronto. Coming up in the last 2 hours of Coast, open lines, of course, and I have another strange occurrence to share with you. It involves my late mother-in-law, who passed away October 30th of last year, and the iPhone voice memo recorder on our next-door neighbor's phone and my son Zach's phone. And that's about all I'm going to tell you right now. I'll get into more detail during open lines in hours 3 and 4. Except to say, it's a real head-scratcher. Now, there could be a perfectly logical, prosaic explanation for what's happening, but I'm going to need your help on this one. Open lines, coming up in hours 3 and 4. Last night, I rewatched JFK Revisited Through the Looking Glass, documentary directed by Oliver Stone, which came out a couple of years ago. It's based on the 1992 nonfiction book Destiny Betrayed, JFK, Cuba, and the Garrison case by James DiEugenio, and on newly declassified evidence about the case. And then I rewatched Oliver Stone's magnum opus, JFK, for about the 5th time. And the blending of dramatizations with archival and news reel footage and flashbacks nested inside flashbacks is mesmerizing, even now, 33 years later. Now, I realize we just marked the 60th anniversary of the JFK assassination on Coast back in November, and I had Jim DiEugenio on to talk about his newest book, JFK Assassination Chokeholds That Proved There Was a Conspiracy. And frankly, I thought that after that show, it might be my last show on JFK for quite a while. What else, after all, was left to discuss. After all, I'd had the pleasure of hanging out with people like the late JFK assassination researcher Jim Mars on multiple occasions, once at his home in Fort Worth, talking JFK. Once he gave me a guided tour of Dealey Plaza. A good friend of mine, Nelson Thawlis, studied under Marshall McLuhan. When he was about 21, Nelson flew down to Love Airfield in Dallas, met Ken Jones, gave him a copy of the Zapruder film, instructed him to smuggle it into Canada and disseminate it. And Nelson and I have talked JFK endlessly for 30 years. What could possibly be left on the table? But watching the documentary and rewatching the film, I found suddenly I was once again falling down the rabbit hole. It seems inescapable. It's like Michael Corleone in The Godfather. Just when I thought I was out, they pulled me back in. And once again, I was left with so many questions. And I wanted to dive right back in. And I remember reading an article on JFK from a Texas-based writer named Sam O'Neill for an online publication called AV Club. It was written in 2017 on the eve of the anticipated JFK declassified document, DUC. And O'Neill wrote something that really resonated with me. O'Neill was just 13 when JFK was released in 1991, and by then he was already totally immersed in the JFK assassination. He writes that in a very morbid way, JFK was his Harry Potter. It stoked a nascent fascination into an all-consuming obsession. He wrote that watching Oliver Stone's JFK made him a creepy kid and a disappointed adult. And there are now at least a couple of generations of disappointed adults wandering around, myself included, wondering, can we ever be made whole without knowing the truth, the whole truth about JFK? Can we ever find closure? A recent Gallup poll found 65% of Americans now believe JFK was killed as a result of a conspiracy. We know they lied. They know they lied. They know we know they lied. And still, they lie. Coming up next, director Oliver Stone and JFK assassination researcher and author James D. Eugenio. Welcome to the audio Imaginarium. Come on in, weary traveler, and your cloak and a peg, grab a stool, and come gather around the fire. There are stories to be told, and you are among friends. I'm Richard Serrett, sitting in for George Norrie, and this is Coast to Coast AM. Why don't you stay a while?
Your tax refund belongs to you, not an identity. You fought for $6 billion in tax refunds were flagged by the IRS for possible identity theft in 2023. And if you're in a bind this tax season, LifeLock can help. LifeLock monitors and alerts you to identity threats you may miss on your own, even if you're careful with your personal information. And if you do become the victim of tax-related identity fraud, LifeLock has U.S.-based restoration specialists ready to help solve your identity theft issues. Plus, all LifeLock plans are backed by the $1 Million Protection Package, meaning LifeLock will reimburse you up to the limits of your plan if you lose money due to identity theft. Let LifeLock help protect your financial information, so all you have to do to worry about is what to do with your tax refund. Go to LifeLock.com, save up to 25% of your first year with promo code GEORGE. That's promo code GEORGE for 25% off at LifeLock.com. Identity theft protection starts here. LifeLock.com.
Having repairs done in your apartment should never come with strings attached, like being harassed and constantly pressured for sexual favors.
My leaky faucet turned into the maintenance man asking, when are we going to get to know each other better?
I needed my air conditioner fixed, but my building manager repeatedly kept coming into my apartment unannounced and without permission.
My landlord told me my rent would be free if I gave him something in exchange.
Sexual harassment by anyone associated with your housing isn't just wrong, it's against the law. The Fair Housing Act protects you from harassment, including someone making unwelcome sexual advances or refusing to make repairs because you deny sexual favors. If this happens to you, you can stop it by filing a complaint with HUD.
So I called HUD and filed a complaint against my building manager. No strings attached.
Fair Housing. The law is on your side. To learn more, visit HUD.gov/fairhousing. That's HUD.gov/fairhousing. If you fear for your safety, call 911. A public service message from HUD in partnership with the National Fair Housing Alliance.
president's back, headed downward at an angle of 17 degrees. It then moves upward in order to leave Kennedy's body from the front of his neck, wound number 2, where it waits 1.6 seconds, presumably in midair, where it turns right, then left, and continues into Connolly's body at the rear of his right armpit, wound number 3. The bullet then heads downward at an angle of 27 degrees, shattering Connolly's 5th rib and exiting from the right side of his chest, wound number 4. The bullet then turns right and re-enters Connolly's body at his right wrist, wound number 5. Shattering the radius bone, the bullet then exits Connolly's wrist, wound number 6, makes a dramatic U-turn and buries itself into Connolly's left thigh, wound number 7, for which it later falls out and is found in almost pristine condition on a stretcher in a corridor of Parkland Hospital.
Mr. Rabbi.
Never in the history of gunfire has there been a bullet this ridiculous.
Film director, producer, screenwriter Oliver Stone has won numerous Academy
Awards
for his
Rabbi.
films as Platoon, Wall Street, JFK, Born on the 4th of July, Natural Born Killers, Salvador, and W. His film, JFK, is now available as a collector's edition. The director approved 4K scan of the original camera negative. Perhaps the most enduring legacy of Stone's film JFK is its ardent passage of the JFK assassination.
Wake up, sir.
Act, a promise made by then President
We got money to make.
in 1992 to release all documents pertaining
Money to make tonight.
documents have been released.
Yes.
Has not been entirely.
Mr. Rabbi.
Oliver also directed the 4-part documentary series JFK, Destiny Betrayed.
Mr. Rabbi, we have money to make tonight.
Oliver Stone, welcome back to Coast AM. How are you?
Mr. Rabbi, we must get rich tonight. It is time to get rich tonight.
James D. Eugenio is one of the most respected researchers and writers on the political assassinations of the 1960s. He's the author of Destiny Betrayed, JFK, Cuba, and the Garrison Case.
We must make money.
1992, the second greatly revised edition issued in 2012, and Reclaiming Parkland, published in 2013 and reissued in expanded form in 2016.
Mr. Rabbi.
Detailed critical examination of the Warren Commission's evidence and conclusions, along with an analysis of the CIA.
Mr. Rabbi, it is time to make $1 million dollars.
He's also co-author of the JFK assassination chokeholds that proved there was a conspiracy. And of course, Jim wrote the screenplays for Oliver Stone's 4-part documentary series JFK, Destiny Betrayed, and JFK Revisited Through the Looking Glass. Jim, welcome back to Coast. How are you?
It's nice to be here. Nice to talk to you again, Richard.
Well, congratulations to you both on both the 4-part documentary series and JFK Revisited. As I mentioned, I watched it again last night. I can't recommend it enough. It's really required viewing. Oliver, if I could start with you. Now, I've known you, Jim, for about 15 years, I'm thinking, and when you told me you were going to be working with Oliver Stone, working on a screenplay for these 2 documentaries, I was very excited for you. And I know before JFK, the film was created in 91. Oliver, you were quoted, I think, in the New York Times saying, it's not a true story per se. It explores all the possible scenarios of why Kennedy was killed, who killed him, and why. But Oliver, I guess I'm wondering, would JFK, the movie, have been different, do you think, if you knew James D. Eugenio way back then?
Not significantly, but there would be a few things that would be improved. Sure, because we learned a lot since 1931. A lot through the assassination records of the war, which existed from 94 to 98. But as you said earlier, not all the documents have been released. You mentioned, I think, 60,000 were released, but 4,000 are still declassified, still classified.
Would it be possible, Oliver, to make JFK today, the film, not the documentaries? I mean, Hollywood blockbuster like this.
Probably not, because it was a certain time and place in 1991, 1990. The Warner Brothers executives were more open to the concept of making a hard thriller. Now, I think you'd be getting so sensitive about everything that I don't know. I really don't know. They're scared. They're scared of controversy, and they're scared
assassination researcher, seeing how the film really created this groundswell resulting in the JFK Assassination Records Act and the review board. What did it mean to you as a researcher?
Well, that's a funny story that you bring up, because when I got out of film school, right, my friend at the time, a guy named Rob, said, Jim, why don't you write a screenplay? And I said, about what? And he goes, well, what strikes you as being really interesting, So I thought, well, why don't I write a script about the JFK case? And I started doing the research on this, okay? And I picked up Variety one Saturday on the newsstand, and I see this story. Oliver Stone purchased it to write the Jim Garrison's book on the trail. And by the way, I was going to do it for Garrison also. Okay? So there was my idea. So that's what I was doing at the time that I read about this. And I saw the film. And, almost every filmmaker, for example, Brian De Palma on The Untouchables. That screenplay by David Mamet, who me and Oliver actually met for lunch one day. That is so wildly off the real story. But somehow that's okay. Oliver took some liberties, and by the way, as he said, it was almost impossible not to, because you didn't have the release of all the documents. And he gets home, for the dramatic license that he uses. I think it has something to do, like what he said, with the radioactivity around John F. Kennedy. That, the mainstream media does not want to admit who Kennedy was and what he was doing. But anyway, that's what I was doing at that time. I was doing a treatment at that time, and then I just sat back and watched this unbelievable spectacle that was playing out, which is unprecedented in the history of cinema. This whole, I think it went on, was it over a year? It went on for over a year. The lead up, because Oliver was being attacked 7 months before the picture was even released, and then it went on all the way to the Academy Awards. And to this day, I don't mind saying this for all, to this day, I'm convinced that without that controversy, JFK would have probably won about 5 or 6 Academy Awards instead of the 2 that it did for Robert Richardson, the director of photography, and the 2 editors that which I was one name. What are your names, Oliver? Yeah. I mean, that was a really brilliantly edited film. Okay, and they really deserved it. So did Bob Richardson. Okay.
Yeah, it's masterful.
Yeah, and so I watched this thing play out for like over a year, and I was really stunned, really shocked. Oliver really did try to counter this. I mean, he replied to a lot of those attacks. Okay, but it was just relentless. I never seen anything like that before in my life.
You both mentioned, the media, and it's often been said that legacy media sort of, murdered Kennedy again. But getting back to the documentary, with this one, Equal Oliver, there's that scene where the Warren Commission member John L. McCloy, he's on CBS, he's being interviewed by Walter Cronkite, and Cronkite asks him something about whether the commission worked as hard at trying to question whether Oswald killed Kennedy alone as he did trying to prove that he did. That he didn't, sorry, trying to prove that he did. They put as much effort into trying, to determine whether he didn't kill Kennedy. And McCloy said he'd come back to that question later and say off in some statement about whether it was suitable, whether it was suitable for him to, be even on the show. And then it came out, she put it out in the documentary, McCloy and his daughter minds and crucify your mind, taking us into the break on Coast to Coast AM. Stay with us.
Was it a huntsman or a player that made you pay the cost? That assumes relaxed positions and prostitutes your loss. Were you tortured by your own thirst in those pleasures that you seek? That made you Tom the Curious, that makes you James the Weak. And you claim you got something going.
Spectrum One is a big deal. You get Spectrum Internet with the most reliable internet speeds, free advanced Wi-Fi, and a free Spectrum Mobile Unlimited line, plus a $100 Visa Rewards card, all while saving big. For big speed, big reliability, and big savings, get Spectrum One today. Offer only available online. Visit spectrum.com/big deal for full details. Offer subject to change. Valid for qualified residential customers only. Service not available in all areas. Restrictions apply.
With all eyes on the NBA, the time is now to get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NBA. New customers who deposit $5 or more can get a no-sweat bet up to $1,000 back in a bonus bet. What's a no-sweat bet? It's just like getting an offensive board. Miss your first shot, and you get another chance to score. That's right. Get a bonus bet back in the amount of your original bet if your first bet doesn't hit. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now and use promo code IHEART. New customers can get a no-sweat bet up to $1,000 if your first bet loses. Only on DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. One no-sweat bet per new customer. Issued as one bonus bet based on amount of initial losing bet. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Deposit wagering and eligibility restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/promos. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
This is a radio ad for Dupixent, Dupilumab, a prescription medicine for people 6 months and up with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of Dupixent. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within. But you can see how Dupixent can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, and throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent. Visit Dupixent.com or call 1-844-DUPIXENT.
Why did you use the Sleep Number Smart Bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Then make my side firmer whenever I want.
Can you sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Goes up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. 94% of Sleep Number smart sleepers report better sleep. And now, the Queen Sleep Number C4 Smart Bed is only $15.99. Save $300 plus free home delivery when you add adjustable base. Ends Monday. Price is higher in Alaska and Hawaii. To find a store near you, visit sleepnumber.com.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Get peace the nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by the fruit with no sugar added, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
Tanya here, and there are many ways that we can all help raise awareness around HIV, but maybe the most important is just talking about it openly and honestly. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetectable, which means the amount of the virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
Sport topics ever again. Remember, a 1-year subscription comes out to only 15 cents a day. Sign up today at coasttocoastam.com.
Bazzini, Love Somebody. Hey, have you checked out the Coast to Coast AM and iHeartMedia Paranormal Podcast Network yet? This exciting network features free podcasts with the paranormal, supernatural, and the unexplained. And our current offerings include Joshua P. Warren's Strange Things, Sandra Champlain's Shades of the Afterlife, and Heidi Hollis's Dark Becomes Light. And you can look for new episodes every Friday. That's Coast to Coast AM and iHeartMedia Paranormal Podcast Network. All right, when we come back, more of my conversation with Oliver Stone and James D. Eugenio as we explore JFK Revisited through the Looking Glass. Stay with us.
Financial experts thought we were in the clear. They are anticipating around 6 rate cuts by the Fed this year, and then the inflation data came out higher than expected. Diversify a portion of your savings into gold with Birch Gold Group. They'll help you convert an existing IRA or 401k into a tax-sheltered IRA in gold. Text COAST to 989898 get your free info kit on gold, then talk to a precious metal specialist on how to protect your savings with gold. Text COAST to 989898 now.
I'm Chris Riccobono, founder of Untucked. When I started the brand, I wanted to make the perfect fitting Untucked shirt. And over the years, we changed the way guys think about how they dress. The secret was our obsession over fabric quality, listening to what our customers wanted and making everything fit perfectly. Our fit team has mastered pants, polos, sports coats, and more, so we've got you covered from head to toe. Try what millions of guys already know and love. Shop today at untuckit.com or our 80-plus stores worldwide.
Real people, real stories.
I was only 6 or 7 days, but the exhaustion lasted for 2 years. I had this horrible brain fog. My memory never totally returned. I kept hearing the carnivore. I was like, I would try it. I tried it 10 days to 2 weeks after taking the carnivore. I could not believe what happened. I'm 70. I had energy like I was 40. The thing that was so remarkable to me is I wasn't exhausted anymore. I had my clarity and my brain back. I mean, do you know how much it means to be able to think again? I was really happy about that. It's like I kept telling everyone I have a brain again.
Call 866-836-8735. That's 866-836-8735. Or visit carnivore.com. That's CARNIVORA.com.
Kennedy is so dangerous to the establishment. Is that why? That's right. Well, how Cuba, Matthew keeps on guessing like some kind of politics, but that's what's asking the most important question. Why was Kennedy killed? Who benefited? That's the part that covered it up.
There you go. Mr. X, played by Donald Sutherland. Of course, Mr. X is Fletcher Prouty. One of my favorite scenes in JFK. And let me throw this out to both of you, Oliver and Jim. That question, Prouty says why. That's the most important question. Who benefited, of course, and who had the power to cover it up. But the why, are you both satisfied that you know why Kennedy was killed?
In the 4-hour documentary, JFK Destiny Betrayed, we had more time to go into more of the second in the feature film. Oliver concentrated on Vietnam. Okay. In the 2-hour version, we did Vietnam and Congo. In the longer version, we did Vietnam, Congo, and Indonesia. See, that's one that very few people know about. You know, so then you're stuck with this question: is this all a coincidence? Are all these countries being overturned, and are all these people dying because it was just a coincidence, or was there something bigger involved? You know, and I think the about the documentary, not the feature film. They attacked us twice, okay? And then Tim Weiner attacked us at Rolling Stone. And then James Kirchick attacked us at Airman, okay? That DVD package is still in the top 10 at Amazon Documentaries over 1 year after it was first released. And the film itself, I got the list from our producer, Rob Wilson, yesterday, has sold throughout North America, South America, Europe, and the Far East, in about 17 different countries and territories. So it doesn't matter what the MSM says. The public wants to hear this stuff. You know, the general public, both here and abroad, is interested. And that's what we said in the film. You know, whatever the MSM said, it's not true. The public has spoken. They want to hear this stuff.
All right, Oliver, tell me more about the why. Why?
I don't think that is what you said is real good, but I do think that he's ignoring a lot of the film and what about Cuba and the Soviet Union. You have to look there too, because Cuba is where the shooters, some of the shooters were probably came from, and it's the basis of most of the heat. Because John Kennedy did not invade Cuba. The first time he did not support the invasion, and it was botched completely by the CIA. And the second time was the Cuban Missile Crisis happened a year later. He didn't do what the military and CIA wanted him to do, which was to retaliate against the arrogance of the Soviet Union putting missiles into Cuba with the support of the Castro administration. They wanted Kennedy to bomb Cuba and obviously to send in troops to occupy Cuba. That was the extreme position they were willing to go to. They wanted to take over the Cuban government, get rid of the communists, and create their own, another puppet, like the old days when we took over the Caribbean islands many times. But Cuba and the Soviet Union, you have to look to them as a crime motivation. Because that is the biggest fear America had at that time. They didn't even have a count with the Soviet Union. And Khrushchev was there every year. So that never happened. A lot of people would be making a lot less money because we in America, Cold War, there's a gold mine for many people. As the outgoing President Eisenhower said, you know, it was the military, he called it the military industrial complex. Well, it was also the intelligence agency, like the CIA, which had its own menu, provided its own menu, and no one knows its budget. The point is that the more enemies they have, the more tension they have, the better off they are. So if our main enemy is going to go away, if we make peace with the Soviet Union, and this is true as much today as it was then, we have a problem. It's a big problem. Vietnam is a part of it, but not the only part. That's my point.
So that speech that he delivered at the American University in June, a strategy of peace, did that seal his fate, do you think, when he delivered that speech?
Well, it was that easy to seal his fate, that kind of thing. And he was a man of his word. I admired Kennedy because he had a lot of character. He'd been in war. He knew what war was. He hated it. He hated it because he understood the damage it did to the soul of our country. And these other people who were so cavalier about starting a nuclear war with Russia, and they still are around, by the way, still are around. These people are the villains of history and the most dangerous people on earth. Many of them told neoconservatives now. Back then, they were just radical people who hated communism and thought communism would destroy us. Well, it didn't really destroy us as we know. It eliminated a whole billions of dollars we invested in the feeding of communism. Billions of dollars, and today too. So this thing is a boogeyman for our country. We need an enemy.
There's another passage in JFK Revisited. It's after the failed coup attempt against de Gaulle, and suspicions, of course, that Allen Dulles was behind it. I guess it was the Algiers Putsch. And I wasn't aware that Kennedy had admitted to de Gaulle that he wasn't fully in control of the U.S. intelligence apparatus. Can either of you imagine the President of the United States making such a frank admission like that today to a foreign leader?
Well, they were. They were, because, I mean, at the day, it clearly was another operation explode differently than he thought it would be on. And they expected it to come in to save the day. And, the military operated on a different set of principles. They thought he was a young guy come into office after they've been led for many years by their leader, Dwight Eisenhower, 8 years. You know? They thought he'd be responsible to the military. And here he was thinking differently. He was thinking in a new generation term. He was thinking about peace. He was talking about our children. He was talking about health and welfare. These were new concepts that had been forgotten. Those not used to talk about it, but they'd been forgotten in those 1950s. And Kennedy was trying to bring us back, in a sense, to a pure era. And the government would take care of people. What they call the national security state in the old days would have been the security of the American people, giving them health, welfare, education, and so forth, not the state of war, which is somehow we've gotten them too confused. And by the way, I only bring this up because it's still going on today, very much so. Last night's speech, like, killed the fight. And I don't know if you saw it, but it was so angry. It was, again, reminiscent, brought me back to the old days. Either it would talk like that about the world. And still, they don't understand that we have to get along. You know, the world won't be there. I mean, Kennedy said it's next to bone, and it's peace, which they all know.
Let's get back to the
Cherish our children's future.
yeah.
By the way, moving on another commercial, speak to them directly here. Which I don't know if you guessed anymore. I was not supposed to go really to go. And it was really more dialogue. But anyway, I just wanted to say that before we get off, because I have to leave at this next hour, we just also did a 4K presentation of the film, which is all one pictures. Literally, the picture is amazing looking now. The one that in the country, we did a very poor job of the original Blu-ray because I wasn't involved in going into DP, and they just went ahead. It was 1999. They just went ahead and they put it out, and there was. When you see it now, compared to what we have on the 4K, which is shot back, it's just no comparison. It's 100% better. The film is clear. You can see the detail.
Right. And this is
and it was a big battle to get a 4K, you know, because the administration and one administration. So they didn't value the film the same way that the old administration did.
It's also you get 12 deleted extended scenes as well. There's alternate endings.
And they rejected our DVD. They didn't want the documentary, so we sold it to other people. And in other words, it became the top 10 still only came split for the last year and a half. It's been in the top 10. It was unbelievable. I mean, I'm not advertising. So, more of it could have helped us, you know, this part of it did not. So we finally had a 4K out. But we fight. We have to fight for anything because the film is still considered radioactive. I'm very glad you put out this book, the chokeholds, because it's easy to
chestnut is still hiding in there, and will we ever see it?
Well, nobody really knows. Okay, there's 4,000 documents that are still being classified. And let me make a correction. If we 2 million pages of documents were declassified by the ARB, okay, 2 million, either in whole or in part. We could have never made JFK Revisited, you know, the way it's in its form now, without those documents. And that's why we insisted on having John Tunheim, Thomas Sandlot, and Doug Warren in the film. Okay, because they're from the ARB, and the ARB was ignored. Like Oliver said, there might have been 2 or 3 stories, but as Tunheim says in the film, we must have sent out 100 press releases, and almost all of them were ignored. You know, and it's a real tragedy.
Well, it is a triumph, I must say. JFK Revisited Through the Looking Glass. Congratulations, Hove, again. So, listeners, it's required viewing. And, of course, the collector's edition now, JFK, also available. And we'll want to have a copy of that. It's the director-approved 4K version with 12 deleted extended scenes, alternate endings. There's a commentary by Oliver Stone, an assassination update, and all sorts of wonderful Easter eggs in the collector's edition. Oliver Stone, thank you so much for your time. I know you've been hanging around for another hour, but Oliver, thank you so much. It's a real honor and privilege.
And here's the book. Okay, ready?
All right. Well, John, at the top of the hour here, back with more of my conversation with Jim DiEugenio. Here's Brian Owens with Sunday Morning Coming Down right here on Coast to Coast AM.
I'm decorating. It's a new leg. I'm coming from mid-century rustic chic with a terracotta gallery wall and abstract looking nice. Free one-day delivery and home decor and millions of other items. Whatever you're into, it's on Prime.
With all eyes on the NBA, the time is now to get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NBA. New customers who deposit $5 or more can get a no-sweat bet up to $1,000 back in the bonus bet. What's a no-sweat bet? It's just like getting an offensive board. Miss your first shot, and you get another chance to score. That's right. Get a bonus bet back in the amount of your original bet if your first bet doesn't hit. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now and use promo code IHEART. New customers can get a no-sweat bet up to $1,000 if your first bet loses. Only on DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. One no sweat bet for new customer. Issuers one bonus bet based on amount of initial losing bet. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Deposit wagering and eligibility restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/promos. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
Why did you use the Sleep Number Smart Bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Then make my side firmer whenever I want. And you sleep cooler. Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. 94% of Sleep Number smart speakers report better sleep. And now, the Clean Sleep Number C4 Smart Bed is only $15.99. Save $300 plus free home delivery when you add an adjustable base. That's Monday. Price is higher in Alaska and Hawaii. To find a store near you, visit sleepnumber.com.
The Tunnel to Towers Foundation has been standing up for America's greatest heroes since 9/11. Heroes like retired Air Force Lieutenant Colonel Michael Cardones. He served for 20 years and received numerous commendations, including a Bronze Star. Overseas, he was exposed to toxic burn pits. Service-related cancer took his life. Tunnel to Towers made a mortgage on his family's home, enabling his widow and their 6 children to stay forever. Help
Today, Black folks in our community are still disproportionately affected by HIV. But there is something we can do about it. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetectable, which means the amount of virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
Attention parents, is your child struggling with reading? Watch their confidence soar as they jump a whole grade level in just 30 days with Hooked on Phonics. It's simple and fun for kids. Engaging lessons with catchy songs and games keep them hooked. It's easy for you. No teaching experience needed, just 15 minutes a day. Guaranteed results. See at least one grade level improvement or your money back. Get your first month for just $1 and free access to Hooked on Math and Hooked on Spelling apps. Visit hookedonphonics.com now. That's hookedonphonics.com.
Nobody wants to outthink that money, but it happens, especially for women. That's why Cambridge offers the Parity Flex security, designed for women's unique retirement needs. With flexible withdrawals plus a guaranteed lifetime income benefit that keeps paying you even when your account balance is zero. Cambridge is helping build a better financial future for women. Retirement income you can't outlive is the ultimate flex. Start saving now at Cambridge.io. Visit Cambridge.io/ParityFlex for current rates, full product disclosures and disclaimers, and other important information.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Give kids the nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by the fruit, with no sugar added, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com. This sun season, evolve your sun care with new Banana Boat 360 fabric. With advanced control mist, it's a new way to spray. An all-new bottle means an all-new mist experience that smells great and is incredibly light on your skin. Better control with coverage you can count on. Tap the trigger lightly to cover targeted areas, or pull for a long, continuous spread, ensuring long-lasting Banana Boat protection. Plus, it's refillable from sweat-resistant sport formula to kids SPF 50+. Shop Banana Boat 360 Mist at Walmart, Target, or Amazon. With Lucky Land Slots, you can get lucky just about anywhere.
This is your captain speaking. We've got clear runway and the weather's fine, but we're just going to circle up here a while and get lucky. No, nothing like that. It's just these cash prizes add up quick, so I suggest you sit back, keep your tray table upright, and start getting lucky.
Play for free at LuckyLandSlots.com. Are you feeling lucky? No purchase necessary. We were prohibited by law. 18+ terms and conditions apply. See website for details.
Your tax refund belongs to you, not an identity thief. Over $6 billion in tax refunds were flagged by the IRS for possible identity theft in 2023. If you're in a bind this tax season, LifeLock can help. Our U.S.-based restoration specialists are experts dedicated to helping solve your identity theft issues, and all LifeLock plans are backed by the $1 Million Protection Package. So we'll reimburse you up to the limits of your plan if you lose money due to identity theft. Don't let someone else enjoy your refund. Save up to 25% your first year with promo code NEWS at lifelock.com.
Wake up not knowing what you want? Well, now you can have a little of everything with Wendy's new breakfast tube for $3 Biggie Bundles. You can mix and match your very own pairing of their delicious morning favorites. Choose from the sausage biscuit, egg or cheese biscuit, small seasoned potatoes, or medium hot coffee. Get it the way you want it with Wendy's breakfast tube for $3 Biggie Bundles today. Choose wisely, choose Wendy's. Limited time only during breakfast hours. U.S. price and participation may vary, not valid in a combo, single item at regular price.
Some days I cover up because of my moderate to severe psoriasis.
Now I'm hitting the road with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risen Kissing on Risa, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, 3 out of 4 people achieved 90% clearer skin at 4 months. And Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions and an increased risk of infections or a lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check for an infection and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms such as fever, sweats, chills, muscle aches, or cough, or if you plan to or recently received a vaccine.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor today about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist prescribed biologic in psoriasis, and visit skyrizi.com or
FM 640, more stimulating talk.
You got time enough for two of us. What is mine, I will share. We've got things that we can do without. Most anytime, anywhere. Every little daydream that appears and only do gives us the problems of our own. If you turn back to that page again, and you can't win. If you ask me, I'll tag along.
This is Coast to Coast AM. Now, here's your guest host, Richard Serrett.
Sitting in for Jordan Ori, say hello on X at Richard Serrett S. Why? Because I love you. REWT Gordon Lightfoot. I'll tag along. ParanormalDate.com is the online site where genuine singles meet and form relationships. If you're sick of being single, fed up of waking up alone on a Sunday morning, you've come to the right place. Paranormal Date has thousands of members just like you who are looking for fun, friendship, romance, and that special long-term relationship. It's completely free to join Paranormal Date in the search. You can add your photo or create your own personal profile page, and it costs nothing to send a link. So you can start contacting the people that you fancy straight away and search by location to find other singles in your area. So what are you waiting for? Join Paranormal Date today and start meeting other singles straight away. ParanormalDate.com. Remember, you are not alone. Back to more of my conversation with JFK assassination researcher James D. Eugenio, right here on Coast to Coast AM. Stay with us.
Your tax refund belongs to you, not an identity. You filed for $6 billion in tax refunds were flagged by the IRS for possible identity theft in 2023. And if you're in a bind this tax season, LifeLock can help. LifeLock monitors and alerts you to identity threats you may miss on your own, even if you're careful with your personal information. And if you do become the victim of tax-related identity fraud, LifeLock has U.S.-based restoration specialists ready to help solve your identity theft issues. Plus, all LifeLock plans are backed by the $1 Million Protection Package, meaning LifeLock will reimburse you up to the limits of your plan if you lose money due to identity theft. Let LifeLock help protect your financial information, so all you have to do to worry about is what to do with your tax refund. Go to LifeLock.com, save up to 25% your first year with promo code GEORGE. That's promo code GEORGE for 25% off at LifeLock.com. Identity theft protection starts here. LifeLock.com.
Look, I'm not a doctor or a health professional. I'm just a guy interested in health and what makes people healthy or not. In the U.S., the modern prescribing more and more prescription drugs that cause more and more side effects that lead to even more prescription drugs is making us a sicker nation. All we desire is just the opposite, to be healthier, not sicker. It's time for all of us to be more educated about the important roles proper nutrition and disease prevention play in making us a healthier society. I recommend that you visit the website criticalhealthnews.com, where there's a wealth of information and modular nutrition packages that have already changed many lives for the better. If you're sick and tired of being sick and tired, please check out the free health audios, videos, and articles at criticalhealthnews.com.
Or call 1-855-949-RADIO. That's 1-855-949-7234.
And we are back with JFK assassination researcher James D. Eugenio, the author of Destiny Betrayed, Reclaiming Parkland. The JFK assassination, JFK Revisited Through the Looking Glass, co-author of the JFK assassination chokeholds that proved there was a conspiracy. One of the things that people will learn from watching the documentary and reading the book, JFK Revisited, is that we can't even place Oswald on the 6th floor of the Texas Book during the assassination. Jim, tell me about the ladies on the stairs.
Well, this is something that we decided to really do something about in the film and in the book. Okay, and these were two secretaries, that is Sandy Stiles and Vicki Adams, who were watching the motorcade, and then after the motorcade had passed under the trestle, they ran out of their office and down the stairs, okay, to see what they could, see what was left over from the assassination. And neither one of them saw us. And it was then they estimated like 10 or 15 seconds after the assassination. Very difficult to believe that they wouldn't have seen or heard Oswald on those stairs. But later on, because of the review board, there was a third witness, Dorothy Garner. Okay, she was their supervisor, and she went ahead and told the deputy attorney general, okay, in Dallas, that yes, that she saw Sandy and Vicki run down, and she didn't see anybody on the stairs until the policeman and the supervisor, Roy Truly, came up the stairs. So she's a terrific witness, and let me put the cap on that. The cap on that is this, that the Warren Commission knew about it because the Assistant Attorney General sent a note to Kaylee Rankin, who was the chief counsel, and they knew about Dorothy Garner backing up Sandy Stiles and Victoria Adams, all right? And this was one of the things that I believe it was declassified by the ARB, the whole Dorothy Garner thing. And in the new book, the JFK assassination chokeholds, let me add something that's, I think, is kind of really important. See, nobody has really gotten into the whole law of the ARB, but we had a couple of lawyers who did. And I'm sure you know this, Richard. Everything was supposed to be declassified in 2017. Right? Here we are in 2024, and we're still waiting. But it was nuggets like what I just said about Dorothy Garner that made the ARB so exceptional. In the book, I also wrote about, Oliver was talking about the doctors and the photographs of the brain. Well, in the book, I devoted a whole chapter in chokeholds to this phenomenon because, as Oliver was alluding to, one of the guy who's supposed to be the autopsy photographer, when he was deposed by the review board, they put the pictures of Kennedy's brain, on an easel, and they asked him, "Did you take these pictures?" And under oath, he says, "No, I don't think I took these pictures because that's not the right film. I did not use hand-scope film, and that's not the right technique. That this is from a press pack. You can tell by the numbers in the right-hand corner. I didn't use a press pack." Okay, see, this was really, to me, this was a disgrace that the American public didn't know this. Okay, and so I put a whole chapter in the JFK assassination chokeholds about this very subject, the mystery of Kennedy's brain. How I believe, and I really do believe this today, that this is the best evidence we have for a high-level conspiracy in the John F. Kennedy assassination. And we would not have known about it unless it was for the ARB. And so our book, the JFK assassination chokeholds, takes a lot from the review board, as did JFK Revisited.
Right. There's also the scene in the movie, I think it's in the book as well, and one of the medical examiners talking about seeing what is supposed to be Kennedy's brain, and it's in some kind of a jar, but it's gray, meaning it's been, according to his expert opinion, a grain that looks like that. It's not pink, it's gray. It's been in formaldehyde for weeks and weeks.
That's true. That's true. And let me add, what's so odd about that is Kennedy the funeral was, I believe, 4 days afterwards. Okay, and Berkeley, the guy who was in charge, of the Admiral Berkeley, who was actually at Bethesda that night, Hume said, the chief pathologist, that he gave the brain to Berkeley. Okay, and so that it could be buried with the body. Okay, well, if it was in formaldehyde, and I guess we should explain what that means. See, after during an autopsy, when you remove the organs, like the victim's brain, you're supposed to put that in formaldehyde so it will solidify. Okay, so it will be able to be sectioned, which was not done in this case. All right, and so the guy they brought in testified that he said this looks like a very, very well preserved brain. It's been in solution for a week or two. And Doug Horn, said, well, we knew that wasn't true. So this is part of the evidence, and this is what I wrote about the book, okay, that indicates that those pictures are not of Kennedy's brain. And so the reason we did this, let me explain the title of the book. See, we wanted to center on subjects that could not be contradicted by the other side. Okay? And so this is why we arranged the book the way we did. I mean, our 17 impersonations of Oswald, is that a coincidence? I don't think so. Matt Crumpton wrote that chapter. All right? And we talked, the last chapter is the continuing obstruction of justice in the JFK case. This has been going on now for 60 years. Does that sound to you like Oswald is guilty? I mean, they're still obstructing, what is supposed to be the law? I don't think so. And then we had another chapter about the dissidents inside the official story. I'm sure you know this, but maybe some of your audience doesn't. What we know today is that the Warren Commission was a minority report.
Yeah.
We know that because Richard Russell, John Sherman Cooper, Cale Boggs, and Gerald Ford ended up turning on the report. And they objected to the single bullet theory while it was in process. And how do we know that? Because Cooper's assistant, a guy named Morris Wool, told him that Cooper told him that Ford had very serious problems with the Warren Commission case. Now, he can go ahead and flap his mouth out in public. That's easy. But now we have it from somebody who's right there. Okay? So the Warren Commission report is really a minority report. And
yes.
And it took us all this time, to figure this out.
Well, you mentioned Gerald Ford.
That you put in the book.
Yeah, Ford, in the documentary, I wasn't aware of this. I'm learning so many new things. Gerald Ford, in 1974, he's president. He admits to visiting French President Giscard d'Estaing that he thought it was a conspiracy. He admitted it.
Yeah, he told d'Estaing that. D'Estaing let that out years later, okay, that he asked Ford, what do you think about this Warren Commission stuff? You were there, and Ford told him in private, well, we knew it was some kind of organization behind the assassination, but we couldn't figure out who. Okay, so we did what we did. Okay, isn't that incredible? Isn't that priceless?
Well, here's the thing I don't understand, Jim. If Ford felt it was a conspiracy, why did Gerald Ford made sense. The magic bullet made sense. Ford did that.
Yeah, you're exactly right. That's one of the things the review board discovered. That Ford had changed the report to raise the backbone into the neck. And my answer to your question is, I think it's what John Conley said. The same, the figure would apply when a reporter asked John Conley many years after, did you believe the Warren Commission? John Conley said, not for 5 seconds. Okay, then why didn't you say something? And he says, words to the effect, the country needed to be healed after a traumatic experience. I didn't want to raise a ruckus. And I believe that's what Gerald Ford's rationale was also. Okay, that even though he knew what the truth was, you know, he wanted this nightmare to go away. Okay, and so that's what he did. Maybe that's the reason he pardoned Nixon too.
Another amazing passage in the documentary and in the book JFK Revisited Through the Looking Glass has to do with the eerie parallels between the Tampa plot to assassinate Kennedy, the Dallas plot, which of course was successful, and the Chicago plot, which was foiled and then they never went to Chicago. But can you talk to me about the parallels with those three plots? You know, in each case, there was a patsy, there was a parade route, there was a placement at a convenient job.
The guy who has done so much great work on this is a guy named Paul Lowe, who is one of the co-authors of the JFK assassination chokeholds. All right, he did this. What this is called in criminal investigations is, you know, investigating prior instances of similarities. And in fact, he wrote a chapter in this book, JFK assassination chokehold, prior plots and fair play Cuba committee, okay, and useful idiots. What you're talking about here is a guy named Gilberto Lopez. Gilberto Lopez was from Cuba. He was in Tampa, and he attended a fair play Cuba committee meeting while he was there. All right. Now, right after the motorcade, by the way, I believe that's the longest motorcade that JFK was ever involved in. I think it was 27 miles.
Yes.
And it ended up at a place called the Floridian Hotel. The Floridian Hotel was completely covered. They had all kinds of FBI, Secret Service, local police, state troopers on every floor of the hotel. All right? And it turned out okay. JFK was so happy, he insisted on staying after and congratulating everybody else who guarded him that day. Gilberto Lopez goes to Texas after. I wish I was giving a lot. He goes to Texas after. He then goes to Mexico City after that. And then from Mexico City, he took a flight to Cuba after. Now, I don't have to tell your listeners how similar that is to what many people thought the scenario was going to be with Oswald.
Yes.
Okay? You know, I mean, could that be just a coincidence? Now, why was there all this coverage in Tampa? Because of what happened in Chicago previously. Okay? In the Tampa motorcade, I believe, was November the 18th. In Chicago, there was an attempt to kill JFK, I believe it was on November 2nd or 3rd. Okay? This one, now again, if I tell this story, I hope your listeners don't think I'm making it up. Okay, because I'm not. Okay? Paul does a great job on this, you know, in chokeholds. What there was again a tall building on a motorcade route where the car comes off the expressway ramp. Okay, and it passes right in front. There's a guy there by the name of Arthur Millay, who again is very similar to Oswald. He's a former Marine. Okay, he has some problems adjusting to society, and he was at a place where the U2 was while he was in the service. He is like the Gilberto Lopez
the other thing with Chicago, with Arturo LeVay is he's basically living in Long Island. They moved him from Long Island to Chicago the way they moved Oswald from New Orleans to Dallas. They find him conveniently. They find LeVay conveniently. They find him a job in this tallest building on the parade route. Mirroring Oswald getting a job conveniently at the 6th floor of the Texas Book Depository, or this at the Book Depository building. I mean, come on, the parallels there are just starting.
See, and the thing is, like I've always said, okay, and I said, like, Pablo did a great job on this in the book. Kennedy was not getting out of 1963 alive. I mean, come on, are you really serious? 3 in November. Chicago, Tampa, and the successful one in Dallas. What would have happened if he would have got out of Dallas alive? Would there have been 4 in December?
Did they have a plan D? They had a backup plan and a backup plan and a backup plan.
Right.
Yeah, a lone gunman indeed. We're going to open up the phone lines when we come back. James DiEugenio is with us, and yes, we are revisiting JFK. There's so much to talk about, and we'll get to your calls as well. Now, taking us into the break, here's Brian Wilson and Southern California, right here on Coast to Coast AM.
Me encanta el diseño de interiores. Busco combinar un estilo moderno y mitad de siglo, una galería terracota y una alfombra abstracta. Oh, se ve lindo. Entregas gratis en un día para la decoración del lugar y millones de productos más. Lo que te gusta está en Prime.
With all eyes on the NBA, the time is now to get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NBA. New customers who deposit $5 or more can get a no-sweat bet up to $1,000 back in the bonus bet. What's a no-sweat bet? It's just like getting an offensive board. Miss your first shot and you get another chance to score. That's right, get a bonus bet back in the amount of your original bet if your first bet doesn't hit. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now and use promo code IHEART. New customers can get a no-sweat bet up to $1,000 if your first bet loses. Only on DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. One no-sweat bet per new customer. Issued as one bonus bet based on amount of initial losing bet. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Deposit wagering and eligibility restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/promos. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
This is a radio ad for Dupixent, Dupilumab, a prescription medicine for people 6 months and up with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of Dupixent. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within, but you can see how Dupixent can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems, such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eggs in the specialist without Dupixent. Visit Dupixent.com or call 1-844-DUPIXENT.
Why did you use the Sleep Number Smart Bed?
I make my side softer.
Then make my side firmer whenever I want. And when you sleep cooler, the Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. 94% of Sleep Number smart speakers report better sleep. And now, the Queen Sleep Number C4 Smart Bed is only $15.99. Save $300 plus free home delivery and adjustable base. Ends Monday. Prices higher in Alaska and Hawaii. To find a store near you, visit sleepnumber.com.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Give kids the nutrients of 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is sweetened high fruit with no sugar added, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-size bottles and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
Tanya here, and there are many ways that we can all help raise awareness around HIV, but maybe the most important is just talking about it openly and honestly. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetectable, which means the amount of the virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
Nobody wants to outlive their life, but it happens, especially for women. That's why Bainbridge offers the period flexibility designed for women's unique retirement needs. With flexible withdrawals plus a guaranteed lifetime income that keeps paying you even when your account balance is zero. Bainbridge is helping build a better financial future for women. Retirement income you can't outlive is the ultimate. Start saving now at Gainbridge.io. Visit Gainbridge.io/period flex for current rates, full call disclosures and disclaimers, and other important information.
Slipping through my fingers all the time. I'm trying to catch everything. The feeling in it, slipping through my fingers all the time. Do I really see what's in my mind each time I think I'm close to the lake? She keeps on going, slipping through my fingers all the time.
To talk to Richard Serrett, call the wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk to Richard from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, toll free, call 800-618-8255. This is Coast to Coast AM with your guest host, Richard Serrett.
Sitting in for George Morey, and this is Declan McKenna and his wonderful reimagining of ABBA's Slipping Through My Fingers. So if you love Coast to Coast AM, you're going to love George Norrie's stream television program Beyond Belief. And you can join George every week for thought-provoking discussions on paranormal phenomena, conspiracies, and all things unexplained. Just go to beyondbelief.com, beyondbelief.com, and start watching episodes straight away. Beyondbelief.com. Back to more of my conversation with JFK assassination researcher James DiEugenio right after this time out on Coast to Coast AM.
Your tax refund belongs to you, not an identity thief. Over $6 billion in tax refunds were flagged by the IRS for possible identity theft in 2023. And if you're in a bind this tax season, LifeLock can help. LifeLock monitors and alerts you to identity threats you may miss on your own, even if you're careful with your personal information. And if you do become the victim of tax-related identity fraud, LifeLock has U.S.-based restoration specialists ready to help solve your identity theft issues. Plus, all LifeLock plans are backed by the $1 Million Protection Package, meaning LifeLock will reimburse you up to the limits of your plan if you lose money due to identity theft. Let LifeLock help protect your financial information, so all you have to do to worry about is what to do with your tax refund. Go to LifeLock.com, save up to 25% in your first year with promo code George. That's promo code George for 25% off at LifeLock.com. Identity theft protection starts here. LifeLock.com.
Real people, real stories.
I was only 6 or 7 days, but the exhaustion lasted for 2 years. I had this horrible brain fog. My memory never really totally returned. I kept hearing the carnivore, and I was like, I would try it. I tried it 10 days to 2 weeks after taking the carnivore. I could not believe what happened. I'm 70. I had energy like I was 40. The thing that was so remarkable to me is I wasn't exhausted anymore. I had my clarity and my brain back. I mean, do you know how much it means to be able to think again? I was really happy about that. It's like I kept telling everyone I have a brain again.
Call 866-836-8735. That's 866-836-8735. Or visit carnivore.com. That's CARNIVORA.com.
Welcome back to Coast AM. Richard Sarah sitting in for George Norrie. James D. Eugenio, JFK assassination researcher, is with us. And the website kennedysandking.com. kennedysandking.com. And let's go to the phones. And we begin with Robert in Pittsburgh. Robert, welcome to Coast. You're on the line with Jim D. Eugenio.
Good evening, gentlemen, and thank you for taking my call. I have a couple things I want to say, and I would like at the end of my contribution to myself, spiritually speaking. I called in for the second time in my life today, but about 6 weeks ago, there was another researcher that was on the same subject matter, and he brought up the identity of the man who paid 5 hits watch to hotel. And so he wants Cecilia. And I'm a quarter Sicilian. The Galetti's from Palermo. The family never knew. But he brought forth the guy, Rothschild, the French financier. And George had him on about 6 weeks ago, and I was able to get through. And I made some comments then. And they mentioned about Time Magazine. Right after they killed Kennedy, they put him on the front cover. I went out to eBay for 1963. I bought 3 copies of that for my library. Now, I've been a student of the business history, the conspiratorial history, biblical prophecy, eschatology, the big picture, since I was 18 years old. I've been involved in a spiritual journey. To a degree, I'm like any man in all the world. I'm going to use a term for you. I'm the choice seer.
Okay, let's just get to the Rob. Do you have a specific question, though, Robert? Rather than, because we have a lot of calls in little time. So.
Yeah, I understand. I want to ask this researcher that is familiar with this individual that George had on about 6 weeks ago that has researched this connection. Anybody that knows anything about the world and how it runs, Rothschild can talk.
All right, let's get Jim in here. The Rothschild connection.
The short answer is no. I don't know about this guy. Okay. I'm sorry.
All right. Let's say hi next to John is in Cleveland. John, welcome to Coast.
Well, I'm glad you brought up
but something we alluded to earlier, and that was that interview, Walter Drunk, I did with John L. McCloy, the board commissioner, and Al McCloy and his daughter were working behind the scenes with the president of CBS to shape and manipulate that show, so that basically McCloy didn't have to answer any of the tough questions.
Yeah, that didn't come out until many years later. So in other words, if you were watching the show, you would know that John McCloy was a chief consultant for CBS on that program. But he wrote, I believe, 9 memos. And he actually was instrumental in turning the program around. Because if you can believe it, and I know this is hard to believe, CBS was actually going to do a fair and objective program on the Warren Commission. But then obviously what happened, I believe, is that John's daughter, who was an administrative secretary to the president, obviously told John what was happening. And he interceded with the process and stopped it. Incredible story about Operation Mockingbird.
Yeah, pretty damning, really. And the same thing going on really at all the major networks, I would imagine.
And also the newspapers and magazines. Because Time Life, you can believe it, Life magazine was going to do a reopening of the case. And then one of the high-level executives there, ended up putting the kibosh on that. He let go Jim Thompson and Kern, who were the 2 best researchers that they had. And the same thing happened to the New York Times. Okay? NBC actually asked the FBI, if certain points would be okay with them.
Yeah, so nothing has changed. Let's go east of the Rockies, and Melissa is in South Carolina. Melissa, you're on the air with James to Eugene. Go ahead.
Hello, Richard, thank you. Thank your family for me and all of us for sharing your blessings to all of us. And I listened to the guest a number of times when you've had him on, and it stirred me because I was 11 years old when this happened, and it impacted me when I saw the Rabbi Rothschild show. I was a kid, and it impacted me, and it still does. And so I've done a lot of research like you as well, and I read Mark Lane's book that laid out all these really incredible scenarios about things that we never heard about, people who were witnesses who died shortly thereafter. But anyway, to your guest, it bothers me that you laugh and protect people like Gerald Ford and Richard Russell and John Connolly, saying, oh, we have to protect the American citizens. And to me, they were all part of it. And I don't understand how you can laugh and make light of them and all the other researchers, not just our Lane, but all the other researchers who tied all these people together with the CIA and all of that. And I would really like for you to explain how you can laugh about it, because I feel like these are the people who covered it up.
Well, the short answer to that, as they say, life has 2 faces. As the ancient Greek tragedy ends up, you either laugh or you cry. Okay? And I've cried too many tears over this case to keep on doing that. And if I have any sense of humor about this, it's about the hypocrisy, that these guys put on. All right? I mean, Gerald Ford is a great example. John Connolly, he made a choice. All right? And I believe it was to try and keep his political career alive after the assassination. He did not want to become a guy from the outside in. And so he made a political choice. And I believe that's the best way to explain why he did what he did. Now, Richard Russell is a little bit different, because once he heard what happened, he actually did try and speak out on this, on how bad the Warren Commission was. And he was probably, until the day he died, which I believe is in the early 70s, he was probably of the people on the Warren Commission. He denounced it pretty, especially right before he passed away, with an interview he did with the local Atlanta TV station.
Yeah, we're 60 years on. I mean, I think it's okay to laugh at the absurdity of it. When you look at, for example, the evidence about the chain of custody for CE 399, you have to throw your hands up and kind of laugh and say, "My God, this is beyond the veil." Thank you for the call. Was that Melissa we had in South Carolina? Anyway, I wanted to ask you a question here from John on the email. He said, "Richard, please ask Jim what Tippett's mission was and what his orders were and why Tippett was murdered." This is J.D. Tippett, the Dallas police officer who supposedly or allegedly confronted Oswald in the Oak Cliff section of Dallas, an hour after the assassination, and Oswald allegedly shot and killed J.D. Tippett. What happened there?
Well, first of all, I don't think Oswald shot and killed Tippett. In fact, I think you make a very good argument that Oswald wasn't even on the scene at the time, because it would have taken too long to go from his apartment house in Beverly to the corner of Temple Gate, in 5 minutes. It's kind of ridiculous. It's 9/10 of a mile. See, the whole mystery about J.D. Tippett is, what was he doing from the time of the assassination to when he confronted whoever was his killer, at the corner of 10th and B? Because there's 5 witnesses who saw him at a gas station looking at the viaduct that came over from Dealey Plaza to that section. I think there was an Oak Cliff, all right? What was he doing in Oak Cliff anyway? Because that part of Oak Cliff was not his station. Then, of course, there was the guy he pulled over and started looking in the back of his car. What was he looking for? Then he goes to the Tip Top record store and he walks in a hub and he grabs the phone and he makes a phone call. And then he goes back out and he drives off in his car. What was he? Now, you won't find that in the Warren Commission report, of course. Okay, but these are all things that we have found out since. So this leads to the question, exactly what on earth was Tippett doing, pulling over whoever he pulled over? Okay? Very, very strange behavior. That was his order, maybe we figured out. Was his mission he was supposed to kill the patsy? He didn't do that. So what some people actually think. And Henry Wade, who was a district attorney at that time, he made a comment later on that said the Dallas police knew about Oswald before the Secret Service broadcast, a description of him. Okay? That they knew about Oswald somehow and where he was, which is an amazing story if it's really true.
All right, let's grab a quick call here. Time is tight. Charles is in California. Charles, welcome to Coast Travel. I'm with GDGO.
Thank you very much for this program. Just want to know exactly why was he killed? And I was you guys heard him get better. But I never really got a clear answer. I'd like to have this is the reason or either the doing time or it's really clear. It's really plain to be understood.
All right. Go ahead, Jimmy.
It's just a question, why was Ken killed? Is that what he's asking?
Yeah.
Well, I believe that it was because of Kennedy's foreign policy, of his détente, his attempt to achieve a détente. Oliver said this with Cuba and Russia, and the fact that he was much more sympathetic to third world struggles, than previous presidents like Truman and Eisenhower have been. And I believe another reason is he was getting out of Vietnam. overthrows in places like Indonesia, which Roger Goldsman, who was an assistant in the State Department, said would not have happened, okay, if Kennedy had led. And we had Brad Simpson, an expert on that subject. He told us that no, the overthrow in Indonesia would not have occurred at Sukarno if Kennedy had lived.
It's like Kennedy was this sacrificial lamb. He comes wandering into this national security state, and all of a sudden he starts calling out people like Dulles, and Dulles has had his own way for so long. They basically do whatever they want, and now there's somebody who's kind of asking too many questions. Got to get rid of this guy.
Right.
All right. Let me ask you, Jim, in parting. I mean, in the absence of any more documents coming out, what's left for you to do on the JFK file? What's left for Oliver Stone to do? Was that his last word on film, do you think, on JFK?
I'm not really sure about that. Okay, it's amazing that we even got as far as we did, and the JFK assassination chokeholds, like I said, could never have been written unless it was for Oliver and the JFK Record Collections Act. I guess the thing we have to start doing, I believe, is getting across this other message about who was JFK. I think we've gone very, very far on the forensic side, okay? And I think this book is, one of the last words on that, okay? But personally, I would like to get out the message about who really was John F. Kennedy, because I believe, and I think Oliver believes this too, is that has been disguised even more than the forensic side in a more systematic and rigid way by the MSN, than the stuff on the forensic side. So that's, what I plan on doing, at least trying to do.
All right, well, always a pleasure, Jim. And again, I refer people to the website, kennedysandking.com. And of course, they really need to go and watch JFK Revisited through the Looking Glass and all of the terrific books, the JFK Assassination Chokeholds, and many, many more. Jim, thank you so much, and look forward to speaking with you again down the road.
Okay, my pleasure, Richard. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Jim the Eugenio. All right, when we come back, open lines. You may want to continue with the discussion around JFK, but I have a story to share with you. Here's Aretha Franklin taking us into the break with Natural Woman right here on Coast to Coast AM.
So inspired. And when I knew I had to face another day, oh, it made me feel so tired. Before the day I met you, life was so unkind. You're the key to my peace of mind. Was you
With all eyes on the NBA, the time is now to get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NBA. New customers who deposit $5 or more can get a no-sweat bet up to $1,000 back in a bonus bet. What's a no-sweat bet? It's just like getting an offensive board. Miss your first shot, and you get another chance to score. That's right. Get a bonus bet back in the amount of your original bet if your first bet doesn't hit. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now and use promo code IHEART. New customers can get a no-sweat bet up to $1,000 if your first bet loses. Only on DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. One no-sweat bet per new customer. Issued as one bonus bet based on amount of initial losing bet. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Deposit wagering and eligibility restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/promos. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
This is a radio ad for Dupixent, Dupilumab, a prescription medicine for people 6 months and up with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within, but you can see how Dupixent can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, and throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent. Visit Dupixent.com or call 1-844-DUPIXENT.
Why did you use the Sleep Number Smart Bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Then make my site firmer whenever I want. And with the Sleep Cooler, Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. 94% of Sleep Number smart speakers report better sleep. And now, the Queen Sleep Number C4 Smart Bed is only $15.99. Save $300 plus free home delivery if you add adjustable dates. Ends Monday. Prices higher in Alaska and Hawaii. To find a store near you, visit sleepnumber.com.
With Lucky Land Slots, you can get lucky just about anywhere.
This is your captain speaking. We've got clear runway and the weather's fine. We're just going to circle up here a while and get lucky. No, nothing like that. It's just these cash prizes add up quick. So I suggest you sit back, keep your tray table upright, and start getting lucky.
Play for free at LuckyLandSlots.com. Are you feeling lucky? No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited by law. 18 plus terms and conditions apply. See website for details.
Hey, it's Jay. Today, Black folks in our community are still disproportionately affected by HIV. But there is something we can do about it. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetectable, which means the amount of virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
Nobody wants to outlive their money, but it happens, especially for women. That's why Gainbridge offers the Period Flex Renewal. It's designed for women's unique retirement needs, with flexible withdrawals to help cover unexpected expenses, plus a guaranteed lifetime income benefit that keeps paying you even if your account balance is zero. In other words, it's like getting a paycheck for life. We'll say that again, a paycheck for life, guaranteed. Sounds too good to be true? It's not. It's the Period Flex Renewal, and it's one more example of their commitment to create a better financial future for women. One where they feel empowered, not excluded, and ready to take on whatever the next chapter holds. Gainbridge believes financial flexibility and security are things we all use for. And retirement income you can't outlive is the ultimate flex. Start saving now at Gainbridge.io. Please visit Gainbridge.io/Period for current rates, full product disclosures and disclaimers, and other information.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Give kids the nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by the fruit, with no sugar added, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
This sun season, evolve your sun care with new Banana Boat 360 coverage. With advanced control mist, it's a new way to spray. An all-new bottle means an all-new mist experience that smells great and is incredibly light on your skin. Better control the coverage you can count on. Tap the trigger lightly to cover targeted areas, or pull for long, continuous spray, ensuring long-lasting Banana Boat protection. Plus, it's refillable from sweat-resistant sport formula to kids SPF 50+. Shop Banana Boat 360 Mist at Walmart, Target, or Amazon.
Your tax refund belongs to you, not an identity thief. Over $6 billion in tax refunds were flagged by the IRS for possible identity theft in 2023. If you're in a bind this tax season, LifeLock can help. Our U.S.-based restoration specialists are experts dedicated to helping solve your identity theft issues. And all LifeLock plans are backed by the $1 million restoration package. So we'll reimburse you up to the limits of your plan if you lose money due to identity theft. Don't let someone else enjoy your refund. Save up to 25% your first year with promo code NEWS at lifelock.com.
Attention parents. Watch your child go from ABCs to confident readers in just 30 days with Hooked on Phonics. It only takes 15 minutes a day to unlock the most important life skill for their future, reading. We transform kids no matter their starting point with fun lessons, catchy songs, and guaranteed results. one great double jump or your money back. Right now, get free access to Hooked On Math and spelling apps, plus your first month for just $1. Visit hookedonphonics.com today and unleash your child's reading potential.
We all need help understanding God's word sometimes. The In Touch promotions, the sermons of Dr. Charles Stanley, and our Spanish station, and Contacta. The In Touch Radio Network will lift you up throughout your day and help you gain a deeper understanding of God's word. Listen anytime and anywhere. Just search In Touch on your iHeartRadio app.
My brother-in-law died suddenly. Now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. After that, I told my wife we couldn't put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $50 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $19 a month, savings of $369 a year.
Whether you need a $500,000 policy or a $5 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. For your free quote, go to SelectQuote.com. That's SelectQuote.com. SelectQuote. We shop, you save. Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com.
The children of our nation know little to nothing about 9/11, but the Tunnel to Towers 9/11 Institute is righting this wrong by helping teachers educate kids in kindergarten through 12th grade. Their non-fiction first-person accounts are told through videos in the Discovering Heroes book series. The Institute offers full curriculum units, a speakers bureau, a mobile exhibit that's an interactive museum with 9/11 artifacts, and Russell F. Stiller Memorial Scholarships for kids of program recipients. Donate $11 a month to Tunnel to Towers at t2t.org.
KFI AM 640, more stimulating talk. The first time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk to Richard from East of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From West of the Rockies, toll free, call 800-618-8255. This is Coast to Coast AM with your guest host, Richard Serrett.
Sitting in for George Norton. This is Bob Seeger and Patty Loveless. The answers in the question. All right, here we go, folks. Here we go again. I don't know if the veil is thinning here in Thornhill, but let me tell you what's going on now. Another encounter with high strangeness here in the Serrett household. Fresh off my experience from a couple of weeks ago, you recall I told you about this sudden, vivid flashback in a grocery store with my old high school history teacher, who I not really thought about much in nearly 40 years since I graduated, only to discover the next day he had passed away. So I think this one beats that one. Perhaps this one involves my mother-in-law, Lula. who lived with us, and she passed away here at the house in October of last year. So our son, Zach, was out in the backyard, and our neighbor, Helen, called out to him over the fence to say hello and to share something she'd said had been happening. So she explained to Zach that she uses the voice memo recording app on her iPhone. And occasionally she'll feel like singing, and she'll press record. She'll record herself singing. Now, I don't use the voice memo app on my phone. I have an iPhone, but I'm not familiar with its inner workings. But apparently, from what I understand, the newer version of the voice memo app will assign a suggested title or name for each recording. So, I guess it's based on the subject of the recording, which suggests to me the voice memo app must be utilizing maybe some form of AI. I don't know how it works. So one day, Helen tells my son over the back fence, she's working around the house, walking around the house. Again, this is next door. She starts singing, and then she decides she's going to record it on her voice memo app. After she presses stop, she stops the recording. The voice memo app assigns a title to the recording. And she says to Zach, the title was your grandmother's name, Vula Sakelaropoulos. Vula Sakelaropoulos. And then she said to him, and her voice was shaking, this wasn't the first time. It's happened now a few times. Now, there may be an entirely logical explanation for this. I'm not saying this is necessarily paranormal or supernatural, but it does have us kind of flummoxed. Because the mighty Aphrodite, she did a test recording. After she learned about this, she just said, like, test into the voice memo app and some random sentences about nothing in particular. No suggested title came up for the recording. Nothing. Then Zach tried. And we were in the kitchen at the time. If I'm remembering, he recorded something about his ducks. And there it was. Suggested title. Vula Sakelaropoulos. All right, so then I thought, wait a minute. Is it possible the app, the voice memo app, is somehow connected to GPS or Google Maps? And the recording title, Vula Sakelaropoulos, comes up because it's connected to the house address. Except, as mighty Aphrodite pointed out, Vula is a short form of Stavula. So if the app was using GPS and pulling a name from the address and the home ownership, if that's even possible, the suggested title would have been S. Sakelaropoulos. S as in Stavula, not Vula. I'm out of explanations. I'd love to hear yours. That, and of course, your own encounters with high strangeness. Open lines after this time out on Coast to Coast AM.
Your tax refund belongs to you, not an identity thief. Over $6 billion in tax refunds were flagged by the IRS for possible identity theft in 2023. And if you're in a bind this tax season, LifeLock can help. LifeLock monitors and alerts you to identity threats. You made this on your own, even if you're careful with your personal information. And if you do become the victim of tax-related identity fraud, LifeLock has U.S.-based restoration specialists ready to help solve your identity theft issues. Plus, all LifeLock plans are backed by the millions, meaning LifeLock will reimburse you up to the limits of your plan if you lose money due to identity theft. Let LifeLock help protect your financial information, so all you have to do to worry about is what to do with your tax refund. Go to LifeLock.com, save up to 25% your first year with promo code GEORGE. That's promo code GEORGE for 25%
maintenance man asked me, when are we going to get to know each other better? I needed my air conditioner fixed, but my building manager repeatedly kept coming into my apartment unannounced and without permission. My landlord told me my rent would be free if I gave him something in exchange.
Sexual harassment by anyone associated with your housing isn't just wrong, it's against the law. The Fair Housing Act protects you from harassment, including someone making unwelcome sexual advances or refusing to make repairs because you deny sexual favors. If this happens to you, you can stop it by filing a complaint with HUD.
So I called HUD and filed a complaint against my building manager. No strings attached.
Fair housing. The law is on your side. To learn more, visit HUD.gov/fairhousing. That's HUD.gov/fairhousing. If you fear for your safety, call 911. A public service message from HUD in partnership with the National Fair Housing Alliance.
Let's go to the phones. First time caller, Andrew is in California. Andrew's gone. All right, let me refresh my screen here. We're going to go to Ed is in Charlotte, North Carolina. Ed, good morning. Welcome to Coast.
Yeah, I love your interviews always.
Thank you.
Job you do.
Appreciate it.
I wish I can't help you with your situation, but I wish I could talk to Jim briefly. Here's the story. I was in Conversion to Judgment after it happened, and Charlie did a phenomenal job. He had all that in there about tidbit and all that. And it was real clear from his work that it was a buckle just one gun. So, time went by, and I was not familiar with the other motorcade, Chicago, and so forth, until Pentecost. I kind of, put it to bed and how I was done and so forth. And of course, with the Georgetown and Shaw, I'm talking about Robert Kennedy and so forth. But the point is that is interesting. I think you interviewed somebody on the weekend within the last few years. This person was totally responsible for the movie The Godfather. Now, an amazing coincidence, this guy never goes anywhere outside of New York, New Jersey. Of all things, he comes to my city in the last year, and I met with him personally. Talked to him. Now, he's got a book, and he, and I have to go to this point. Who has most experience hearing gunshots, soldiers, and policemen? What happened? Right after the shots, they ran towards the overpass. They all felt the shots came from over there. You just said that you could stop the car. And Mark Lane had a railroad guy that was up on a railroad tower that saw the car pull up in there and all, So anyway, he knows who it was. He said, and what's interesting was when Jim brought up about Chicago. He said the guy was young, he came all the way from Chicago, and with a friend, another person with him. And they ran after that happened and got the car and went back to Chicago. And he was very young, I think 18, 19, 20, 21, and that he's still alive as of a year or so ago. And Jim could talk to him about it. And he's the one that fired the shot, supposedly. So I thought all that's kind of interesting that you interviewed this person and
That doesn't ring a bell. I could be wrong, but I don't. How was he responsible for the movie The Godfather? He was the inspiration.
he's the one that had his boss buy the book from Disney. He said, get that book and I'll make a movie out of that. He finds
that was
the movie and one of Brando's best friends who'd never been in a movie in his life. He and I have something in common. We both had polio back in the 1940s.
Right.
He missed years 6 through 12 in a hospital for polio with no friends or anything. And I think you interviewed him at Johnny.
Yeah, it doesn't. Johnny Emerson doesn't sound familiar. So
Well, it must have been George on Sunday,
Yeah, George Knapp. Yeah, that's.
Yeah, George Knapp. I think he did.
Yeah, I think so too.
thought this might should have been Robert Kennedy, and of course, recently George pointed out that's what the lobster guy that Robert Kennedy had kicked out of the country that came back. That first he was going to go after Robert Kennedy, but he realized that Jack Kennedy would come after him with all the government people, so he went after Jack Kennedy, and then Robert Kennedy would have no more power.
Well, I'm going to suggest that Jim Eugenio connect with Gianni Russo, who actually, now that I look him up, he played Carlo Rizzi in the movie The Godfather as well. So you're saying he might be someone worth talking to. You might be right. So I'll let you know about that. Thank you so much for the call, Ed. Let's see. We're going to go to Woody in Allentown, Pennsylvania. Woody, welcome to the host.
Yeah, hi, Richard. How are you?
I'm well, thanks. How are you, Woody?
Oh, okay, hanging in there. I was going to talk about the with the Kennedy assassination in Oslo, but since you told that story, I have a weird story as well.
Love to hear it.
Well, I used to live on a farm, and I was walking down. We had a long driveway down to a bridge that overlooked a small creek. So I had walked down one day, and I was looking over the bridge to see if there's any fish in the stream. And then I walked back, and I walked back up and went into our garage, and there was a key and a hammer that was there. And I picked those up, and I went back into the house. And about 5 minutes later, my father called, and he said, "Are you okay?" And I said, "Well, why?" He said, "Oh, I just had this dream that you were hanging off the bridge. And then you went in somewhere, and you picked up a hammer and you flicked." And I stepped up to be kidding. I couldn't believe it. And, he lived like about 20 miles away, and this was before cell phones, so he couldn't have been hiding anywhere, So I just made this thing, and he thought what was happening. It looked like a nightmare. He was taking a nap. And it was kind of like a nightmare. And he called to make sure I was okay. But
It's like he was remote. It's like he was remote viewing. He was remote viewing.
It was incredible.
Yeah, that's pretty eerie. It's like he was remote viewing or something.
I don't know. We never figured it out.
Woody, thank you for sharing. Great call. All right, let's see. Let's say hi to Jack, way up in Alaska, first time caller. Hey, Jack, welcome aboard. Welcome to Coast.
Oh, yeah, great show.
Thank you.
You know, the CIA line president came over in the 50s. When Israel started acquiring nuclear weapons, they built this place out in the desert, and it was ostensibly out for peace. And I found out that they were working on nuclear bombs. And they lied to Kennedy about it too, and he was trying to get inspectors and find out the truth. And if you think of Meyer Lansky had a lot of money invested in Cuba, and he was over in top country. So there might be an Israeli connection to the what I'm looking at. And
yeah, it's a multi-layered, multifaceted. I used to, I don't know, not joke, but make the comment that I think everybody had a gun in Dealey Plaza that day that wanted to shoot Jack, with the exception of maybe Lady Bird Johnson. Just being a little bit flippant about it. But the point is, there were so many people and so many reasons. But I think Jim and Jim Eugenio and Oliver Stone have the right idea that it has to do with Kennedy's foreign policy ideas and how they were contrary to those of Allen Dulles and let's call it the national security state. Jack, great hearing from you up in Alaska. Hope you'll call again. Thank you. Let's say hi to Paul is in Charlotte, North Carolina.
I've lived in Charlotte, North Carolina for 30 years. I'm originally from Buffalo, New York. The best man at my wedding I haven't spoken to in a long, long time. I kind of lost track of him. One day I came home from work, and I was exhausted. I fell asleep on the sofa. In the middle of the night, I woke up and I heard a voice in my head say, "Paul, I was coming for John. Paul, you gotta call Johnny right away. He needs you." It was my friend's father's voice. He was from Poland and had a very, very discernible accent. So I heard, "Paul, you gotta call Johnny right away. He needs you." And I woke up and I said, "That was my friend's dad. Holy cow, that's weird." So this was on a Tuesday. Wednesday, Thursday, I kind of thought about it. Friday, I looked up the Buffalo News obituary. Who passed away on Tuesday but my friend's father?
There you go. Wow. Yeah, that's similar to my story from a couple of weeks ago. Thinking about my history teacher, my old history teacher, and then he dies the next day. Yeah, it is similar, very similar, and a lot of people have had similar experiences, and I guess what it does is it reveals something about what we are and who we really are, and this connectedness that we have to everyone and everything, I suppose. Thank you for the call. But I would like to know if anyone has an explanation for what happened to me most recently. Well, it didn't happen to me. It happened to our neighbor. My late mother-in-law's name suddenly showing up on her voice memo, on her iPhone, her voice memo recorder. Then my son making a random recording, and again, the new voice memo recording app on iPhone assigns a name to the recording, or a title, if you will, based, I guess, on the subject matter. There must be some sort of an AI that is able to figure out what the recording is about, and therefore what subject to attach to it. So if you're talking about cars, it's going to call it recording cars. If you're talking about ducks, it's going to call it ducks. Our neighbor next door was singing, recording her voice singing, and the app assigned the title Vula Skeleropoulos, the name of my late mother-in-law. And then my son tried it, assigned the name Vula Skeleropoulos. And then my wife tried it, nothing. I tried it, nothing. There must be a prosaic explanation. I wish I knew what it was, because it's driving us to distraction. All right, we'll get back to more of your calls. Taking us a break, Joe Cocker. Many rivers to cross right here on Coast to Coast AM.
Oh, decorating, it's my new thing. I'm going for mid-century's rustic chic with a terracotta gallery wall and nice. Free one-day delivery on home decor and millions of other items. Whatever you're into, it's on Prime.
With all eyes on the NBA, the time is now to get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NBA. New customers who deposit $5 or more can get a no-sweat bet up to $1,000 back in a bonus bet. What's a no-sweat bet? It's It's just like getting an offensive board. Miss your first shot, and you get another chance to score. That's right. Get a bonus bet back in the amount of your original bet if your first bet doesn't hit. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now and use promo code IHEART. New customers can get a no-sweat bet up to $1,000 if your first bet loses. Only on DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. One no-sweat bet for new customer. Issued as one bonus bet based on amount of initial losing bet. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Deposit wagering and eligibility restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/promos. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
This is a radio ad for Dupixent. Dupilumab, a prescription medicine for people 6 months and up with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of Dupixent. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within, but you can see how Dupixent can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, and throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent. Visit Dupixent.com or call 1-844-DUPIXENT.
Why choose Sleep Number Smart Bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer whenever I want? And with Sleep Cooler, Sleep Number does that. Goes up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. 94% of Sleep Number smart sleepers report better sleep. And now, the Queen Sleep Number C4 Smart Bed is only $15.99. Save $300 plus free home delivery when you add an adjustable base. Ends Monday. Prices higher in Alaska and Hawaii. To find a store near you, visit sleepnumber.com.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Give kids the nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by the fruit, with no sugar added, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles or juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
Tanya here, and there are many ways that we can all help raise awareness around HIV, but maybe the most important is just talking about it openly and honestly. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetectable, which means the amount of the virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
15 cents a day. Sign up today at coasttocoastam.com. To talk to Richard Serrett, call the wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk to Richard from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, toll free, call 800-618-8255. This is Coast to Coast AM with your guest host, Richard Serrett.
He's sitting in for George Norrie. Say hello on Twitter or X at Richard Serrett. The Beatles and Your Bird Can Sing from my favorite album by the Beatles, Revolver. An extensive Pentagon report looking at the government's interest in investigations into UFOs since 1945 found, get this, no evidence of alien visitation, nor the recovery and reverse engineering of downed ET craft. Conducted by the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, or ARROW, the exhaustive effort, which can be, we've got a link there to the actual ARROW report in the story. But the exhaustive effort revisits all of the various official programs aimed at studying the phenomenon up until 2023. The study also investigated various claims of clandestine UFO projects or evidence secretly being conducted or held by the U.S. government or private companies, as recounted by specific witnesses. The findings of the report will undoubtedly be dispiriting to UFO enthusiasts, yeah, no kidding, who have long believed that the government has been covering up considerable knowledge or even proof of alien visitation, as ARROW definitively dismissed such scenarios. They specifically indicated that since 1945 there is, quote, no evidence that any USG investigation, academic-sponsored research, or official review panel has confirmed that any sighting of a UAP represented extraterrestrial technology. ARROW also unambiguously concluded that there is no empirical evidence to back up assertions that the government or private companies have been reverse engineering extraterrestrial technology. Thanks to Coast to Coast AM news editor Tim Manal for the story, and you can read the rest of the story in the carousel of coasttocoastam.com. And as I mentioned, there's a link in that story to the actual ARROW study there as well. A little light reading for you after the show. All right, if you like what you hear from me tonight, this morning, you might want to visit my website, strangeplanet.ca. Check it out, strangeplanet.ca. Once there, you can stream and subscribe to my podcast, Richard Serrett's Strange Planet. New episodes drop every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And if you want to get a little deeper into Strange Planet, you can think about becoming a premium subscriber. There are 3 subscriber programs to choose from. You get access to commercial-free listening, bonus episodes produced just for premium subscribers. You also receive my monthly newsletter, Inner Sanctum. Strangeplanet.ca, strangeplanet.ca. Back to more open lines after this time out on Coast to Coast AM.
Christine Rhodes, how did you become involved in holistic health and healing?
By being extremely ill and trying to find a solution. I was told I was dying with 3 months to live, and I wasn't going to give up. Helen researched it, and that is why we are so fortunate to have a carnivore today. I was treated by him every day with carnivore, and it's phenomenal. It's phenomenal. And you don't really have to be very ill to have the benefits of carnivore.
How many weeks or months into the supplementation did you start feeling that there really is an impact I'm going to live?
Probably 2 months, and that was my observing the blood work.
So you were supposed to die in 3 months, and 34 years later, you're helping others.
I am staying with my natural programs, one of which is carnivore. You cannot stop and say, oh, I had enough, I feel good. That is the wrong way. So I feel so fantastic, and I'm past 80.
Beautiful.
Carnivore will make all the difference in the world.
This is George. I promised you yet another fantastic real-life story. Hope you enjoyed this one. Call Carnivore at 1-866-836-8735. 1-866-836-8735. Or visit carnivora.com. carnivora.com. Call today.
I'm Christopher Gabon, founder of Untucked. When I started the brand, I wanted to make the perfect fitting Untucked shirt. And over the years, we changed the way guys think about how they dress. The secret was our obsession over fabric quality, listening to what our customers wanted, and making everything fit perfectly. Our fit team has mastered pants, polos, sports coats, and more. So we've got you covered from head to toe. Try what millions of guys already know and love. Shop today at untuckit.com or our 80-plus stores worldwide.
address, it would be S. Scaleropoulos or Stavroula, but this says Vula. So I don't know, maybe
One of the AI feature of the phone. I mean,
possibly. It's possible. At this point, I'm grasping at straws. I'm much more inclined to believe it's something like that than, the alternate explanation, which is, That's so. Thank you for the call. Appreciate it. Let's see. We have next. We are going to go to Danny's in Oklahoma City. Danny, welcome to Coast.
thanks for taking the call. I'm sure that I think what you were saying earlier just right. I think that it might be related maybe to AI, and I think that really it's just gone too far with AI. I think it can compromise a lot of our privacy, and but I want to make some comments about JFK, and by the way, thank you and George for keeping this conversation alive, after all these years, because I really do think that it stitches together what we're seeing today. We are still seeing fallout to this very day with the JFK, and I think even RFK and assassination in the 60s, and I think the proof's in the pudding. We have an administration today that doesn't follow immigration law, and nobody can seem to enforce what the executive department is not doing. They're not following immigration law. But I didn't really mean to get into that. I just wanted to bring in that tie-in. We're still seeing a lot of fallout, not just a little bit, a lot of fallout. What happened, especially in November of '63. But to kind of just, I guess, follow, a lot of the comments that have been made in the past, including tonight on your show tonight. I want to bring up was, even though a lot of facts haven't been revealed, they're still considered so-called classified. A lot of the facts that Richard, are just glaring. I mean, that are known. For example, the Secret Service did not reveal JFK's motor in Dallas until just 4 days before the assassination occurred, and it didn't become public knowledge in the California News until the morning of his arrival. The point being with that is, at that point, Lee Harvey Oswald had already been employed with the Texas Book Depository on October 15th, so he'd already been working there for 5 or 6 weeks, yet the Secret Service didn't even determine.
Right. He would have no way of knowing. Exactly what the training was.
How did the Warren Commission, and frankly, back in the Senate and Congress allowed the Warren Commission to get away with such very facts?
Okay, well, you're cutting it out now. But point taken. Excellent points. All right, thank you very much, Danny, in Oklahoma City. And coming up next, we have, let's see, Joe is in Ohio. Joe, welcome to Coast. Good morning.
Good morning. Check for your teacher that just passed away. My father worked with this gentleman in the late 40s who came later for TV. His name was Rothschild.
Of course.
Well, he had an episode of Check for your teacher. It's called episode called Changing of the Guard. That was his English teacher, and he was going to kill himself because they wouldn't let him teach anymore. And he went to the bathroom, and all his former students who passed away were in there.
Wow.
And it's going to remind me of your teacher and so forth.
That's a wild story. I've never seen that episode. What's the episode called again?
The Changing of the Guard.
The Changing of the Guard. going to serenade my wife. Well, Valentine's Day has come and gone. And unfortunately, she was in Greece during Valentine's Day. I suppose I should have called her and signed to her over the phone, but I don't know that she would appreciate me singing, or anyone for that matter. But we had when she came back, we had a lovely romantic dinner. So all is good. Joe, thank you for the call. Let's see. Hi to Richard in Portland. Richard, welcome to Coast. First time caller. Welcome aboard.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm well.
I bring in a little different perspective. Maybe you thought of this, but when I was about 5, I was sitting in my grandmother's house, and across the room there was a table with a little plant on it, and that plant started shaking just violently. And I, as a kid, I'm looking at this thinking, oh, is this a ghost? What is this? So I crept up on the plant, trying to not take notice. And I let this stop shaking. But I looked at that plant and I could not figure out what could possibly have made that thing shake like that. So 50 years essentially went by, and I'm sitting on my porch in my house, and I'm looking out into the lawn, and a little plant started violently shaking, just like this plant in my grandmother's house. And so I snuck up on the plant, and I noticed a little teeny spider was yanking on this plant and making it just, he was building his web or whatever the heck spiders do, and he was shaking this plant. And like with what you're saying, we look at things with the eyes that we have at the time, and what's in our brains and our hearts. There's all kinds of reasons that are going to influence what we see, how we see it, what we experience, how we experience it. And sometimes it's just a matter of enough time passing or being able to look at something through a different lens or a different set of eyes that gives us the answers to what you're asking. Now, I'm not suggesting that there is or is not paranormal. I'm just suggesting that, paranormal may be as natural as, knocking on a piece of wood, and we just don't have the wherewithal to get our brains around it yet. So I don't know. I'm not sure that what you're describing is a function of something else.
I tend to agree with you, Richard, and that's I'm a skeptic. I always look for the prosaic explanation first, and that's why I'm kind of reaching out to listeners on Coast who have probably, it's not easy to have, it's not hard to have more technical acumen than I do. I don't have any really, so I'm sort of drawing on the vast resource of the Coast audience, hoping that someone is more familiar with iPhones, more familiar with this voice recording memo to see, what am I missing here? How is it my mother-in-law, my late mother-in-law's name keeps popping up on people's phone, on the recording memo app, even our neighbor across the way? How is that possible? Is it AI? Is it somehow attached to Google Maps? I don't know, but I think you're right. There probably is a more rational explanation, and I'm hoping to find it. But Richard, I think we're on the same page. I just sneak up on a plant, incidentally. I'm not sure. All right, let's say hi to Dan is in Denver. Dan, welcome to Coast.
Can you hear me?
I can, loud and clear. Go ahead.
All right. Well, I like your last story, Richard, and the plant is funny. I'm going to take you in another direction. Listen, I have a good story for you.
Yes, please.
My brother, last month or so, fell and hit his head. He had a stroke. He's doing pretty good now, but we're at the hospital. That's just a couple weeks
nothing simple about that. There's nothing simple about that. I mean, that would be miraculous. That would be,
remarkable. Pretty miraculous thing for the last couple of years. So.
Yeah. Did anyone else see your mother's silhouette, or just you? Were you the only one who saw it?
Yeah, I didn't tell my brother because at the time, I mean, as far as his brain went, he checked quite a scare. Actually doing better, but I didn't want to say anything. I told my older sister because she believes in that, but yeah, I'm a fellow.
All right, great talking to you. Thank you so much, Dan. I appreciate it. Good call. Squeeze in one more before the break at the top of the hour, and Ray is in California. Ray, welcome. Good morning. Hello, Ray. Are you there?
Yeah. Hi, Richard. How are you?
I'm all right, thanks.
Good. Yeah, that was a great show with Oliver Stone and James DiGiorgio, and he mentioned the plot in Chicago the first week of November that was didn't come to fruition. And what's interesting about that is that right after the plot, the head of the Secret Service office in Chicago, his name was Special Agent Maurice Martineau, received a call just about a day or two after the thing cleared up, and from a very high-ranking, unidentified, very high-ranking Treasury Department official. And the Treasury, and the Secret Service, of course, is a division of the Treasury Department.
Yes.
So if you're high up enough in the Treasury, you can pretty much tell them whatever, they'll follow you. And he told them, this never happened. He said, whatever you have, he says, referring to evidence, he said, just get rid of it. He said, I don't want any reports about it. I don't want you talking about it with anyone. Just get rid of it. It never happened. And then 3 weeks later, of course, Dallas happened. And, there was, of course, that's not to say the entire, upper level of the Treasury Department was compromised, but I think that's a pretty good indication of just, what kind of a supreme power was looking at that assassination. I think really, Mr. Stone and DiGiorgio are exactly right, they did.
Ray, I gotta run. Sorry to cut you short, Ray. We're late here for the break at the top of the hour, but I didn't know that about the Treasury Department telling the Secret Service just forget everything you saw in Chicago. Don Williams, the gentle giant, taking us into the break with I Believe in Love right here on Coast to Coast AM.
Superstars, organic food and foreign cars. I don't believe the price of gold, the certainty of growing old. That right is right and left is wrong. That north and south can't get along. That east is east and west is west. And being first is always.
Me encanta el diseño de interiores. Busco combinar un estilo moderno y mitad de siglo, una galería de terracota y una alfombra abstracta. Oh, se ve lindo.
Entregas gratis en un día para la decoración de tu hogar y millones de productos más. Lo que te gusta está en Prime.
With all eyes on the NBA, the time is now to get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NBA. New customers who deposit $5 or more can get a no-sweat bet up to $1,000 back in a bonus bet. What's a no-sweat bet? It's just like getting an offensive board. Miss your first shot and you get another chance to score. That's right, get a bonus bet back in the amount of your original bet if your first bet doesn't hit. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now and use promo code IHEART. New customers can get a no-sweat bet up to $1,000 if your first bet loses. Only on DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. One no-sweat bet per new customer. Issued as one bonus bet based on amount of initial losing bet. Bonus bets expire 100 offered 68 hours after issuance. Deposit wagering and eligibility restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/promos. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
This is a radio ad for Dupixent, Dupilumab, a prescription medicine for people 6 months and up with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of Dupixent. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within, but you can see how Dupixent can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, and throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent. Visit Dupixent.com or call 1-844-DUPIXENT.
Why choose the Sleep Number Smart Bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer whenever I want? And when the Sleep Collect, the Sleep Number does that. Goes up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. 94% of Sleep Number smart speakers report better sleep. And now, the Queen Sleep Number C4 Smart Bed is only $15.99. Save $300 plus free home delivery and adjustable base. Ends Monday. Price is higher in Alaska and Hawaii. To find a store near you, visit sleepnumber.com.
With the Lucky Land Slots, you can get lucky just about anywhere.
This is your captain speaking. We've got clear runway and the weather's fine. We're just going to circle up here a while and get lucky. No, nothing like that. It's just these cash prizes add up quick. So I suggest you sit back, keep your tray table upright, and start getting lucky.
Play for free at LuckyLandSlots.com. Are you feeling lucky? No purchase necessary. Void where prohibited by law. 18 plus terms and conditions apply. See website for details.
Hey, it's Junior. Today, Black folks in our community are still disproportionately affected by HIV. But there is something we can do about it. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get to and stay undetectable, which means the amount of virus is so low it can't be measured by lab tests. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
Attention parents. Is your child struggling with reading? Watch their confidence soar as they jump a whole grade level in just 3 days with Hooked on Phonics. It's simple and fun for kids. Engaging lessons with catchy songs and games keep them hooked. It's easy for you. No teaching experience needed, just 15 minutes a day. Guaranteed results. See at least 1 grade level improvement or your money back. Get your first month for just $1 and free access to Hooked on Math and Hooked on Spelling apps. Visit hookedonphonics.com now. That's hookedonphonics.com.
Nobody wants to outlive their money, but it happens, especially for women. That's why Gainbridge offers the Period Flexibility. It's designed for women's unique retirement needs with flexible withdrawals to help cover unexpected expenses, plus a guaranteed lifetime income benefit that keeps paying you even if your account balance is zero. In other words, it's like getting a paycheck for life. You'll say that again. A paycheck for life. Guaranteed. Sounds too good to be true? It's not. It's the Period Flexibility. And it's one more example of their commitment to creating a better financial future for women. One where they feel empowered, not excluded, and ready to take on whatever the next chapter brings. Gainbridge believes financial flexibility and security are things we all could use more. And retirement income you cannot win is the ultimate fantasy. Who's nice? Start saving now at Gainbridge.io. Please visit Gainbridge.io/Period. That's our term rates for product disclosures and disclaimers and other information.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Give kids the nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by fruit with no sugar added, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
Your tax refund belongs to you, not an identity thief. Over $6 billion in tax refunds were flagged by the IRS for possible identity theft in 2023. If you're in a line this tax season, LifeLock can help. Our U.S.-based restoration specialists are experts dedicated to helping solve your identity theft issues, and all LifeLock plans are backed by the
So we'll reimburse you up to the limits of your plan if you lose money due to identity theft. Don't let someone else enjoy your refund. Save up to 25% your first year with promo code NEWS at lifelock.com.
Wake up not knowing what you want? Well, now you can have a little of everything with Wendy's new breakfast tube for $3 Biggie Bundles. You can mix and match your very own pairing of delicious morning favorites. Choose from a sausage biscuit, egg or cheese biscuit, small seasoned potatoes, or medium hot coffee. Get it the way you want it with Wendy's breakfast tube for $3 Biggie Bundles today. Choose wisely, choose Wendy's.
Limited time only during breakfast hours. U.S. price and participation may vary. Not valid in the combo single item at regular price.
My brother-in-law died suddenly. Now my sister and her kids have to sell their home. After that, I told my wife we couldn't put off getting life insurance any longer. An agent offered us a 10-year, $500,000 policy for nearly $50 a month. Then we called SelectQuote. SelectQuote found us identical coverage for only $19 a month. A savings of $369 a year.
Whether you need a $500,000 policy or a $5 million policy, SelectQuote could save you more than 50% on term life insurance. For your free quote, go to SelectQuote.com. That's SelectQuote.com. SelectQuote. We shop, you save. Full details on example policies at SelectQuote.com.
This sun season, evolve your sun care with new Banana Boat 360 coverage. With advanced control mist, it's a new way to spray. An all-new bottle means an all-new mist experience that smells great and is incredibly light on your skin. Better control with coverage you can count on. Trigger lightly to cover targeted areas or hold for long, continuous spray, ensuring long-lasting Banana Boat protection. Plus, it's refillable, sweat-resistant sport formula to kids SPF 50+. Shop Banana Boat 360 Mist at Walmart, Target, or Amazon.
Semper Solaris, your source for all your solar roofing and heating and air needs. Go to sempersolaris.com.
KFI AM 640, more stimulating talk. To talk to Richard Serrett, call the wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk to Richard from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, toll-free, call 800-618-8255. This is Coast to Coast AM with your guest host, Richard Serrett.
Sitting in for George Dory. And this is Marcus King, hard-working man. There's some good news. There is almost zero chance that the infamous city-killer asteroid Apophis will hit Earth when it zips closely past our planet in 2029. Even when a previously unconsidered factor is taken into account, a new study shows Apophis is a peanut-shaped space rock spanning around 1,000 feet or 340 meters across that was left behind by the formation of the solar system around 4.6 billion years ago. The chunky space rock is not hefty enough to be considered a planet-killer asteroid, but it is large enough to wipe out a large city, and it's named after Apep, the Egyptian serpent god of darkness and disorder, which has earned the space rock the nickname God of Chaos. The potentially hazardous asteroid first made headlines around 20 years ago when it was revealed the space rock would have an extremely close flyby with Earth in 2029 and could potentially hit our planet. However, follow-up observation last made a close approach to Earth in 2021, will sail safely past our planet at a distance of around 23,000 miles, less than 1/10 the distance between Earth and the Moon. That's pretty close, actually, when you think about it. Anyway, you can read more about this story in the news section up at coasttocoastam.com. And coming up on Coast tonight, Saturday night into Sunday morning, 4-Hour Bees began many years ago as a simple grassroots project by Jake Cunningham and Brent Knudsen, both dedicated professionals of energetic health practices and frequency healing technologies. They'll join me to discuss a new geomagnetic frequency technology called Pure Wave PMF cells, which help bee colonies thrive and grow as the bee's immune system gets stronger and stronger with these specifically tuned frequencies. In the first hour, UK pilots reporting UAPs is a new group fronted by Gary Hesseltine, a retired British police detective with over 22 years of service, and he'll share updates on the study and documentation of UAP sightings reported by British pilots. That's tonight into Saturday night and Sunday morning, right here on Coast to Coast AM with yours truly. All right, back to more open lines when Coast to Coast continues after this quick timeout.
Your tax refund belongs to you, not an identity thief. Over $6 billion in tax refunds were flagged by the IRS for possible identity theft in 2023. And if you're in a bind this tax season, LifeLock can help. LifeLock monitors and alerts you to identity threats you may miss on your own, even if you're careful with your personal information. And if you do become the victim of tax-related identity fraud, LifeLock has U.S.-based restoration specialists ready to help solve your identity theft issues. Plus, all LifeLock plans are backed by the $1 Million Protection Package, meaning LifeLock will reimburse you up to the limits of your plan if you lose money due to identity theft. Let LifeLock help protect your financial information, so all you have to do to worry about is what to do with your tax refund. Go to LifeLock.com, save up to 25% your first year with promo code George. That's promo code George for 25% off at LifeLock.com. Identity theft protection starts here. LifeLock.com.
In a crisis, your number one need is food. Because when things go sideways, it's always one of the first things to sell out. If you wait to stock up, all you'll find at the grocery store are crowds of desperate people and empty shelves. That's why FEMA and the Red Cross say you need at least 72 hours of non-perishable food. But here's the good news. For Patriots, the trusted preparedness company is offering listeners of this station a special buy one, get two free deal on its best-selling 72-hour survival food kits. This new and improved kit has 20 servings of delicious food for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, all designed to last for 25 years. It sells for $29 and has been rated 4.4 stars by thousands of happy customers. But when you act quickly and buy one kit, you will get 2 more kits absolutely free. That's 3 kits for the price of one. $58 in free food. Go to freefood3.com. That's freefood3.com. This deal won't last. Go to freefood3.com now.
All right, welcome back. So I was asking for some assistance in trying to figure out this mystery where my late mother-in-law, Aunt Vula, passed away in this house back in October of last year. And suddenly our neighbor reports, our right next door neighbor reports that she's been recording on her voice memo app on her iPhone. And then suddenly my mother-in-law's name pops up. And someone called in, again, looking for a prosaic, rational explanation. I'm wondering if it may have something to do with AI or who knows what. Someone mentioned in settings, if you scroll all the way down, there's something about discoverable by others. And my Aunt Aphrodite actually just texted me. She's upstairs and awake, apparently, listening to the show. And she mentioned she's familiar with that my late mother-in-law at one point owned an iPhone. She never had an iPhone. And apparently there's AirDrop works that same way. You need to be discoverable in order for the AirDrop to work. But again, my mother-in-law never owned an iPhone, so she wouldn't be discoverable. If that makes any sense. It sort of does to me, but you're talking to a complete Luddite here. So, all right, let's say hi to, where are we going to go? We're going to go to Reno, Nevada. Joan, welcome to Coast. Good morning.
Oh, yes, Richard. My story is similar to yours. My identical twin sister passed away a couple of years ago, and I was at dialysis, and I went into the lobby to wait for my ride, and I was the only one in the lobby, and my phone rang, and I said hello, and my sister's name popped up, and I said, oh, I was so startled, and I said, oh, happy birthday, Jean. Our 90th birthday was the next day. That was on Friday night, and our birthday was on Saturday.
Wow.
Yeah. And so anyway, it was quite a surprise to me, but I heard different stories, and I'm not surprised. They said that maybe something can come through a cell phone.
So when you saw her name pop up on your phone, it just rang once. It just rang once. You weren't able to answer it, obviously.
Yeah. See, the phone rang first, and then when I said hello, her name popped up at that time.
Okay. But there was nobody on the other line. No one on the other end. Okay.
No.
Yeah. Amazing.
Mm-hmm.
So this is your twin sister.
Yes. We're very close, and so I just, I thought she was just trying to say happy birthday to me.
Oh, that's wonderful. I bet she was. That is so wonderful.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for calling. I appreciate your call. Okay. Let's say New York. Steve on the wild card line. Welcome and good morning.
Hi, Richard. Nice talking to you.
You too.
I got two things. I'm going to talk about the JFK conspiracy theory that I have.
Okay.
And that I think, I don't know if directly Paul Pelosi had any part of this, but I know that possibly indirectly he may have been pulling strings. And if you go and look at all the pictures of Kennedy and Nancy, whatever her name was, who became Nancy Pelosi, there's a lot of pictures with JFK and Nancy Pelosi before she was married. I think that, and there's rumors that the two of them had something going. I think that if you take a look at the dates of the assassination and the men, that Paul Pelosi may have had some sort of jealousy rage over the fact that John Kennedy was her lover. And he may have.
Well, no, I'm listening, but I mean, I'm familiar with the story. Now, for what it's worth, it's been disputed that that's actually. I've seen the photo of a young lady who was supposed to be Nancy Pelosi, and I have to admit, it does look like a young Nancy Pelosi standing next to, Jack Kennedy in his tuxedo, looking very debonair, and however, it looks like Nancy Pelosi, but it could also look like, 100 other lovely young ladies at that time. I don't know. Now, since Paul and Nancy Pelosi are still with us, I think we have to be careful about implicating them, as wild as this may sound, in the assassination of John F. Kennedy. But thank you for the call. Something to think about. Check out the pictures online. What do you think? Is that Nancy Pelosi standing next to Jack Kennedy in 1961? All right, let's see. Let's go to Lorraine is in Montana. Another first-time caller. Lorraine, welcome.
Oh, thank you. I was wondering what your neighbor was singing. Maybe there's a message in the song that she was singing.
Oh, we'll have to ask her. I don't think my son Zachary asked her what she was singing, but I know she teaches French. Maybe she was singing something in French. But the idea that, yeah, go ahead.
The other thing is if she recorded that song she was singing, maybe perhaps your mother got through that way, or your wife's mother got through that way. So you might want to, if she still has the recording, you might want to listen to that.
That's a great idea. We'll have to ask her what we were singing at the time. Apparently it's happened more than once. So
maybe she's singing your mother-in-law's I wanted to tell you how much we just finished listening to the moon your
Art Sibrel with the moon landing host.
I just finished listening to that podcast and I was thinking, I wonder what Kennedy would have thought about that. And then I turned on your show and you're talking about Kennedy, so I thought that was kind of it.
Yeah, I'm wondering if Kennedy might have thought, wow, it happened so fast. But he did say, by the end of the decade, we're going to put a man on the moon. So maybe he wouldn't have been surprised.
Or we're not going to put a man on the moon.
There you go.
Yeah.
Jonathan, yeah, go ahead.
Have you ever played Lenny Gallant? I'm originally from PEI, or I lived on PEI. And there was a great Canadian musician there by the name of Lenny Gallant.
Was he a fiddle player? Was he a fiddle player?
No, he's got a band there, Lenny Gallant. Just a great band. You can Google
check him out. All right. Lenny Gallant, L-E.
Yeah, Lenny Gallant.
L-E-N-N-I-E. I see him. Okay, Lenny Gallant wrote and performed a song on the Mission for Kirsten Schaefer, a South African sailor. Okay, no, I'll look into it. I'll look into that. Lenny Gallant, always looking for new artists to play and profile. The gentleman that called earlier about Nancy Pelosi, and apparently she did attend John F. Kennedy's inauguration in 1961. The plot thickens. That's all I'm saying. All right, let's say hi to Russ is in Indianapolis. Russ, welcome to Coast.
Hey, Richard.
Hi there. Thank you.
And I really enjoy your great music. Back in the day, I was a music promoter of sorts.
Oh, yes.
And so I have a great enjoyment of music
working on an episode of my old TV show. Jack, welcome.
Thank you, Richard. For those who don't know, we're probably halfway between Las Vegas and downtown Los Angeles in the California desert. That's Richard.
All right. Thank you.
Anyway, I wanted to call you on, I heard, I guess, a couple of years back, that Officer Tippett, his nickname was JFK there in the department because he looked like JFK. And so I saw a body on the slab after the assassination, and it kind of looked like JFK. I'm very surprised that he's been shot. But his, not to get gory, but his head was attacked, and it just, but it probably looked like JFK, but in a way it did almost like maybe his brother or something. And so I think the death of Officer Tippett might be a smoking gun of its own in this whole thing, because if there was a conspiracy, I really think there was, they probably needed a body double, especially if they're going to get him shoot in the head, to put up the slab and then take a picture and send the picture around. But at that point, boy, that is what conspiracy. But yeah, his movements that you mentioned with your guest right now, they're kind of jagged movements. He was one over here, one over there, just, and it's almost kind of like what Oswald was doing, the way he was moving. And it's kind of, I'm thinking maybe they did that to a Mark men, and their time is up.
Well, first of all, I think you're right. I think there is a resemblance there between JFK and J.D. Tippett, but I'm not quite following those kind of piece together. Why do they need a body double? Why would they swap out Tippett's body for JFK's body?
Okay, well, I think, this is my speculation, but I think that Kennedy did it. And by the way, I saw on a couple of TV programs where they got the original ones, not the cleanup one, but the original one, and they really increased so that you could only see his head and shoulders up, and they probably didn't just record back. But you see that, again, forming on his forehead, and then his skull cracked open. Don't mean to be real gory, but his head was open, and his right hand was just, close to the right ear, and it goes back, and I'm sorry for all that, but, and so, I think we needed a body double of someone who had not been shot from the front in the head with the grassy knoll. And if I were, I was taking a class before, and I thought, oh man, and I swear, 50 years after, stood right there with these women supposedly stood, and I thought, man, the guy didn't have a chance. I mean, any 10-year-old with a slingshot could have got him. He could have hit JFK. But his head blew apart. And so I think that they needed a body double from the shoulders up with a nice cap.
I got what you're saying. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Well, I mean, I've seen the JFK autopsy photos. Well, I don't know. I think that's Jack Kennedy I'm seeing on the slab. I think there are actually some big pictures of Tippett as well online in the morgue. So I'm not sure. It kind of breaks down that theory, but it's an interesting one. But you're right. Tippett had he had the physicality of Kennedy. He was tall and maybe a little stockier than JFK was, but interesting theory nonetheless. Do I have time for another caller? I think if we really don't. Dennis waving me off and saying, "No, do it. No, do it. Okay, we'll come back. We'll get to your call.
You'll never know the feeling until you experience it here yourself at Disneyland Resort. Because here, every and is beyond anything you've ever felt before. It's where it becomes on Star Wars Rise of the Resistance. It's every amazing feeling ever, all at once. It's that feeling when you're at Disneyland Resort, and there's no better time than now. With all eyes on the NBA, the time is now to get in on the action with DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NBA. New customers who deposit $5 or more can get a no-sweat bet up to $1,000 back in a bonus bet. What's a no-sweat bet? It's just like getting an offensive board. Miss your first shot, and you get another chance to score. That's right. Get a bonus bet back in the amount of your original bet if your first bet doesn't hit. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now and use promo code IHEART. New customers can get a no-sweat bet up to $1,000 if your first bet loses. Only on DraftKings Sportsbook with promo code IHEART. The crown is yours. Must be 21 or older. Indiana only. One no-sweat bet per new customer. Issued as one bonus bet based on amount of initial losing bet. Bonus bets expire 168 hours after issuance. Deposit wagering and eligibility restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/promos. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-9-WITH-IT.
This is a radio ad for Dupixent. Dupilumab, a prescription medicine for people 6 months and up with moderate to severe eczema that is not well controlled with topical prescription therapies. But since this is radio, you can't see the effects of Dupixent. You can't see how it helps you stay ahead of your eczema, or how it helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that could be causing eczema. You can't see how it helps heal your skin from within, but you can see how Dupixent can help you have clearer skin and less itch. Individual results may vary. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Get help right away if you have wheezing, trouble breathing, or swelling of your face, lips, mouth, tongue, and throat. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems such as eye pain, vision changes, or blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor. See for yourself. Ask your eczema specialist about Dupixent. Visit Dupixent.com or call 1-844-DUPIXENT.
Why did you use the Sleep Number Smart Bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer whenever I want? And will sleep cooler? Sleep Number does that. Goes up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. 94% of Sleep Number smart sleepers report better sleep. And now, the Queen Sleep Number C4 Smart Bed is only $15.99. Save $300 plus free home delivery when you add adjustable base. And it's Monday. Prices higher in Alaska and Hawaii. To find a store near you, visit sleepnumber.com.
No matter what the day brings, count on Juicy Juice for the good stuff. Give kids the nutrients of real 100% fruit juice to help them conquer the day. Juicy Juice is only sweetened by the fruit with no sugar added, no high fructose corn syrup, and no artificial sweeteners. Available in family-sized bottles and juice boxes. Find Juicy Juice at your favorite local grocery retailer. Info at juicyjuice.com.
Tanya here, and there are many ways that we can all help raise awareness around HIV, but maybe the most important is just talking about it openly and honestly. There's no cure for HIV, but there are effective treatments that, taken as prescribed, can help you live healthy with HIV and get through and stay undetectable, which means the amount of the virus is so low it can't be contagious. If you're living with HIV and not on treatment, talk to your doctor about treatment options. Learn more at treathivtoday.com. This message was sponsored by Gilead Sciences.
It's a day. Sign up today at coasttocoastam.com.
Who is it? Times I really think I'm going crazy in the night when I hide down in the covers and I won't turn off the light. I think nothing's gonna get to me.
501-4721. To talk to Richard from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, toll free, call 800-618-8255. This is Coast to Coast AM with your guest host, Richard Serrett.
And I'm sitting in for George Norrie. Attorneys for a Kentucky woman accused of trying to have her ex-husband killed have revealed that their client initially considered a supernatural alternative for a mystic enlisted to put a deadly curse on man. According to a local media report, the weird plan was disclosed by lawyers representing Dr. Stephanie Russell, who was charged with the alleged murder for hire last year, hoping to provide some insight into her mental state in the months leading up to the arrest. Her attorneys filed into evidence a series of text messages between a woman and an unnamed spiritual healer, wherein they discussed a proposed death spell. The bizarre conversation featured Russell asking the mystic if she practiced evil magic and attempting to determine if her powers could genuinely be used to take out her ex-husband. Seemingly irritated with her skeptical line of questioning, but understanding what she was asking for, the sorceress replied, "I can't tell you the inside details, but I will do your job." The spiritual healer went on to assuage Russell's further concerns regarding whether or not the supernatural scheme would work by assuring her that it's a death spell, my dear, not a love spell. And you can read the rest of the story. That's in the news section of coasttocoastam.com. Have you checked out the official Coast to Coast AM YouTube channel yet? It's a great place to catch 3 hours of both past and vintage shows. The channel features intriguing playlists of topics like top secret and mysteries and anomalies, and you can also watch a large selection of excerpts from George Norrie's TV show Beyond Belief. Check it out on YouTube at Coast to Coast AM Official. At Coast to Coast AM Official. Back to more of your calls when Open Lines continues right here on Coast to Coast AM.
Your tax refund belongs to you, not an identity thief. Over $6 billion in tax refunds were flagged by the IRS for possible identity theft in 2023. And if you're in a bind this tax season, LifeLock can help. LifeLock monitors and alerts you to identity threats you may miss on your own, even if you're careful with your personal information. And if you do become the victim of tax-related identity fraud, LifeLock has U.S.-based restoration specialists ready to help solve your identity theft issues. Plus, all LifeLock plans are backed by the $1 Million Protection Package, meaning LifeLock will reimburse you up to the limits of your plan if you lose money due to identity theft. Let LifeLock help protect your financial information, so all you have to do to worry about is what to do with your tax refund. Go to LifeLock.com, save up to 25% your first year with promo code George. That's promo code George for 25% off at LifeLock.com. Identity theft protection starts here. LifeLock.com.
Real people, real stories.
I was only 6 or 7 days, but the exhaustion lasted for 2 years. I had this horrible brain fog. My memory never really totally returned. I kept hearing the carnivore. I was like, I'm going to try it. I tried it 10 days to 2 weeks after taking the carnivore. I could not believe what happened. I'm 70. I had energy like I was 40. The things that were double more
we had our first 2 eggs, and we enjoyed them for breakfast. I don't know if you've had a duck egg before, but they're incredibly creamy and rich, and they're delicious. Absolutely delicious. What else? Oh, and we weigh them. We're kind of keeping a log. Every egg that comes out, so far, we've only had 5 eggs, so it's not a huge sample, but 5 eggs, every one of them, 68 grams on the nose. Unbelievable. All right, let's say hello to Joan. He is on the wild card line in Philadelphia. Joan, good morning. Welcome to Coast to Coast.
Hello, I'm the first time caller, but thank you for taking my call.
My pleasure.
So my story is, when I was in my 20s, I dated a guy for a lot of years, and I thought we were going to get married, you know, as it goes. We went our separate ways. He got married, had kids, came with me. So, and then we got divorced things later in life, and 40 years later, I kept looking at him. I'm out of the blue. So we went out a few times, and you know, it was more like a friendship for me. And anyhow, he worked for my brother too, and they were very close. And one night I got movie blues tickets because he loved movie blues, and took to movie blues concert. This was in October, and had a great night and everything. And so come January, the following January, I get a call from his sister that he was away asleep. So, you know, we were upset and everything. So, about a week later, after he passed away, my brother called me, really shook up. I said, "What's the matter?" He said, "The guy had a weird thing." And I said, "What?" You know, he owns a house in France. And he said, "I had to go over to the Browns for something." He says, something to the name, the writer called him, and had to go over there. And he said, there was a package sitting from FedEx on the front door. And he said, when I looked at it, it had Anthony's name on it. And it was not an Italian name that was common, the last name. And he said, I could not figure out what the heck was this package doing here as his name. So we looked at the address, and it was the same street, but a totally different number. So he said to himself, you know, he said, well, let me go take to the right person. And he knocked on the door, and he said, are you Anthony? I don't want to say his last name, but it's an uncommon name, okay? And the guy said, yes, I am. And he said, well, I have a package for you. He said, and he started telling the story. I guess he was so shook up. He said, yeah, I ordered some olive oil from Italy. And my brother kept because he was saying I would believe him, and he said, I really think that was his way of contacting us and saying, I'm okay.
Right, same name, same street, but wrong address. And
wrong address, and and there was an accident by FedEx, you know. But
yeah, that's a great story. Strange.
I wasn't sure. So I think it was an accident with your mother-in-law either. I think that's the way that they have of contacting us later. So, and it doesn't happen. I have another story about mother.
All right, I look forward to your next story, Joe. Thank you. All right, let's see. Jason is in Eugene, Oregon. Jason, welcome to Coast. Good morning.
Hi there, Richard. I'm honored to be with you in the Coast audience today. So I have a pretty prosaic explanation for this type of event. I'm sort of an amateur security and privacy expert. I've been to school, but it's hard to know.
Okay, let me just before you offer your explanation, Jason, let me just reset here so people know what we're talking about. So I have my late mother-in-law, Fula, passed away in October. Last week, or maybe a little bit longer, my son, Zachary, out in the backyard, the neighbor next door tells me the story that on her voice recording, it's called a memo recording app, I think it's called, her voice memo recording app. And she sings into it occasionally. And this has happened more than once. The app will assign a title to the recording, I guess based on the content of the recording. The title of the recording was Fula Sikalaropoulos. And yeah, it's happened a couple of times. And then it happened to my son here at the house. So what is your prosaic explanation. What's going on here?
Right. Well, I have a few points to make. I'm going to make them as quickly as I can so that there's room for other callers. First of all of the tech that we have is constantly collecting data.
Yes.
Not just collecting calls and text messages. They're also sometimes listening to voice data from people who are just hanging out in the house talking. This data is then aggregated and put into databases, and these companies sell the data to each other. So it's not just iPhone, it's Google, it's Android, it's Facebook, all of these different companies are collecting and aggregating data and selling it to each other and compiling really intricate databases on all of this. And I want to say to everybody in the audience, don't go into fear. Love is still in control of the world. So don't worry about it. But this is sort of what's happening. And it's very, very possible that what happened there was that the AI routines that decide to name that voice
recording,
are either doing it because they know that it's your neighbor, or because, furthermore, they're doing some behavioral research. I've seen that they're doing behavioral research showing people that they can instigate magical thinking, which I believe in magical thinking. I think that crazy stuff like that happens all the time. That I've heard some nuts stories about dead people. I think some of that actually really strange. But we should all be aware of the fact that very fine, great people or lives are being collected by this aggregation of data. And sometimes we spit back out for research purposes. How we're on to it.
We're lab rats, is what you're saying. We are lab rats.
Oh, to them, yeah. I mean, I've been subject to the experiments when I found out later what they were doing. It's crazy. That's why I don't own a smartphone, just like one of your staff members.
All right, that's a pretty intricate and intriguing explanation. Jason, thank you for that. Lab rats. Wow. Let's see where we're gonna go. Let's say hi to Steve is in South Dakota. Steve, welcome to Coach. Good morning.
Thanks so much. I really appreciate the show and the way that you host your content. Smart all over.
Thank you.
I have a little bit about JFK, if that's okay. Okay.
Yeah.
I heard you guys talk a little bit earlier on that. One thing I wanted to emphasize with people that it occurred to me a couple of years ago is that you don't try to solve a crime. Don't try to work that into it because that's an endless historical puzzle that so much of history we'll never know. But pointing out how implausible the official theory is of the Warren Commission, I think that's much more fruitful and helpful and it can be done. And I think it already has been done to a large extent. But
that's a great point, because if you're arguing in a court of law and you are defending Lee Harvey Oswald, you don't have to propose an alternate shooter. You just have to settle with reasonable doubt. And I think everything that's come out has destroyed the case against Oswald. I mean, more than reasonable doubt.
That's good to remind everybody. He never did stand trial. That case has never been looked at as reasonably as a trial would either. The Warren Commission thing was really, clearly not.
Yeah, he was tried in absentia. He was tried in absentia.